Chapter 198, Hiruzen's Arrangements. Chapter 201 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. 2370 Power Stones. Wow, I didn't expect that. Let's keep up, guys. I will upload a chapter this Saturday as well. In the Hokage office, Hiruzen, Danzo, Koharu, and Homura sat. Everyone had a serious look on their face. They had been up all night, ensuring that the village stays calm. Homura said with a sigh, "Itachi stopped the coup. What are you planning to announce to the village, Hiruzen?" Koharu said, "We will also have to build a new police force, and we have to come up with a reasonable explanation to give to the clan leaders and the council." Hiruzen replied, "I have thought about it, but first..." He looked at Danzo and said, "I hadn't issued the mission to Itachi, so effectively right now the route will be disbanded. The root ninjas will be placed under my command in the Anbu." This news surprised Koharu and Homura. They looked at Danzo. They wanted to oppose but realized why Hiruzen took this step. After all, Danzo had overstepped his boundaries too much. However, they didn't want the root to be dissolved. Both looked into each other's eyes, tactically agreeing to ask Hiruzen to cut Danzo some slack. However, their short gaze didn't escape Hiruzen's eyes. Danzo began arguing, "Hiruzen." However, Hiruzen cut him off right away and firmly said, "No more discussion. My decision is final. You still remember who the Hokage is, right?" As he spoke, his chakra began exerting pressure on the entire room. Danzo, Homura, and Koharu immediately felt an intense pressure bearing down on their old bodies. Breathing became tougher for them as they looked at Hiruzen. The Anbu who were on guard outside the room also felt an intense chakra. They looked towards the room with sweat gathering behind their masks. They didn't know what was happening in the room, but their minds, which were in chaos due to the unimaginable massacre the night before, calmed down. All had the same thought: as long as we have Lord Hokage, we have no reason to worry. In the room, the elders analyzed whether they should resist Hiruzen's chakra. After all, Hiruzen hadn't displayed his full power. If they decided to, they could counter the current pressure. However, Homura and Koharu decided against it. If they did, Hiruzen would just overpower them. Homura and Koharu were reminded of the massive difference between their strength and authority when compared to Hiruzen. Homura said, "All right." Koharu also nodded. Hiruzen stopped exerting his chakra. The pressure in the room was slowly lifted. Hiruzen said, "Uchiha Sasuke has woken up. He talked about his interaction with Itachi. Itachi claimed that he did this to test his power. We will report that to the village and the council. Though some clan leaders will realize that something is off and might even figure out the truth, I doubt they would speak of it." Everyone in the room understood that Hiruzen was speaking of Shikaku. He continued, "As for the police force, establishing a new one will require a lot of work and manpower. Also, the common people were upset at how the Uchiha policed them. So I have decided to abolish it too. Instead, the Anbu will take up that responsibility." Koharu said, "Even with the root, the Anbu won't have a lot of manpower. Are you planning to expand the Anbu?" Hiruzen nodded. "In a month and a half after the flames of this event settle down, I'll recruit more Chunins into the Anbu. The Uchiha clan had the highest number of Junins and elite Junins. We will have to invest a lot of resources into the existing Chunins and raise them to the Junin rank as soon as we can. Even if we don't promote them officially, we have to ensure that they have Junin-level fighting capabilities." Homura asked, "What about the other villages? Though preventing the coup has conserved our strength, other villages may have some evil ideas as we have lost the Uchiha clan." Hiruzen replied, "Suna is still weak, and Kiri is involved in their internal battles. They aren't in a position to do anything. The only concerns are Iwa and Kumo, but they are wary of each other, so they won't make a move yet." Danzo interrupted him, "I disagree. Kumo must have already begun making plans to take advantage of us. Have you forgotten what they did after Orochimaru left? Let me keep the control en route, and I will ensure that they can never start anything." Hiruzen shook his head and said, "Even if they do, they will only probe us. As long as we respond according to what they do, we should be fine. Besides, instead of getting greedy for our lands, they would be more concerned about a rogue S-rank ninja who could massacre the entire Uchiha clan. By the time anyone is ready to make a move, we would already have defenses in place to deter them." The group discussed and debated a lot of other issues before they began talking about the remaining Uchiha children. Hiruzen said, Itachi requested that they would be looked after properly and be integrated properly into the village so that this event never has to be repeated. He also hoped that the surviving Uchihas would be well trained. Koharu said, Well, we first have to move them out of the Uchiha compound. Letting them live there will just bring back the nightmares. Homura nodded and said, We will also have to ensure their safety. Otherwise, another incident like the Hyuga one could happen. Hiruzen nodded and said, I thought about this issue. I have decided to have 4 Anbu squads keep a watch on them at all times. The elders were surprised. Koharu said, 4? 16 Anbu ninjas for just 35 children? That's a huge waste of our manpower, Hiruzen. Hiruzen replied, It is. But it's the least we can do for Itachi after what he has sacrificed for the village. Koharu immediately stopped speaking. Compared to what Itachi had done, 4 Anbu squads were really not worth mentioning. Hiruzen continued, I will move them to their old clan compound so that they won't be on the outskirts of the village and have an easier time navigating to the academy. In addition, I will employ some civilians permanently to look after them until they graduate. I'll also hire some retired ninjas to train them properly. Considering the trauma that they went through, it is likely that most of them will awaken the Sharingan. So with proper training, in 2 decades, at least half of them will become Junins. The elders were satisfied by Hiruzen's arrangements. They ended the meeting and got to work. In Fujin's house, Teru asked, Do you two want to continue as a team? Hoka and Fujin were silent. After some time, Hoka said, No. Mieko completed our team with her skills with fire release and genjutsu. We could find someone who is good at fire jutsus, but finding someone who is also good at genjutsu will be very difficult. Fujin nodded in agreement. Hoka sighed and continued, Not to mention, we will miss her if we stay in the same team. It could affect our concentration on the mission and be bad for us. Teru said, Yeah, I had the same worry. He looked at Hoka and Fujin and said, I was a bit skeptical of the team when you approached me, Fujin. But I joined as it seemed like a fun idea. I am glad that I agreed that day. It's unfortunate that it ended this way. Who would have imagined something like this would happen? Fujin and Hoka sighed and nodded. Yeah. The 3 said goodbyes. All 3 were sad. Fujin sighed. No point in being dejected and wasting time. After all, it was my decision to not interfere. It's time to get back to training, and time to take the next step. He entered his basement to continue his training. In the afternoon, Hiruzen made an announcement. The entire blame was put on Itachi's head. His image was painted as a bloodthirsty lunatic. Following the announcement, they participated in the council meeting. 3 days after the massacre, a funeral was held for the deceased Uchiha clan members. All the Uchiha orphans had woken up and were present. All of them were crying. The entire place was filled with their cries. And with all the Uchihas dead, they didn't have any relatives to comfort them. A lot of other ninjas also showed up. Fujin, Hoka, Teru, and Renjiro were also present. So were all the academy teachers. Renjiro looked very sad. Fujin observed the Uchiha orphans. Unsurprisingly, other than Sasuke, he didn't recognize anyone. After the ceremony and mourning, everyone began leaving. Only a few stayed back. Renjiro, Fujin, and Hoka stood in silence in front of Miko's grave, paying their last respect to her. After some time, Renjiro broke the silence. Fujin and Hoka could feel the sadness in his voice. He said, I never spoke about this with you. Before you, I had trained another group of academy students. Fujin and Hoka listened to his words carefully. And bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you T4 Doris, Rubicon, and Samuel for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 199, Renjiro's Past, and Hoka's Conviction. Chapter 202 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Renjiro continued, They weren't as talented as you 3, but they were very cheerful and worked hard. After 2 years of training under me, they were all promoted to Chunins. I was very proud and fond of them. Unfortunately, at the start of the Third Great Ninja War, the army they were a part of was ambushed by an elite army of Kumogakure led by the current Raikage and the Jinchuriki of Eight-Tailed Beast. The entire army was annihilated with no survivors. We never even got their dead bodies back. He stayed silent for some time. Fujin and Hoka didn't disturb him. He continued. In the war, I was deployed on the coastline the entire time, so I never had any opportunity to seek justice for them. Even if I did, I doubt I'd be able to take revenge on a future Kage and a perfect Jinchuriki. The sorrow made me determined to never take another squad of fresh Genins as students, until Lord Hokage forced me to train you guys. Seeing your talent, I was convinced that as long as you three grew up safely, there won't be many who could kill you. At worst, you will always be able to abandon the mission and escape. He stopped talking for a minute before sighing. However, I never imagined that my student would die in the village rather than on the battlefield. He placed his hands on Fujin's and Hoka's heads and said gently, "Ensure that you two stay safe and alive. Don't make me attend the funerals of all the students I trained." Fujin and Hoka said, "Yes, sensei." Renjiro had a sad smile on his face. He left, leaving Fujin and Hoka alone. Both stood in front of Miko's grave silently for some time. After a few minutes, Hoka asked, "Do you have any plans, Fujin?" Fujin shook his head and said, "No, I just plan to focus a lot on training. The next time something like this happens, I hope to have the power to make a difference." Hoka heard him. He didn't understand how Fujin could have made a difference in this matter, but he understood why Fujin wanted to become stronger. He said, "Let's both train Fujin. I want to hunt down Uchiha Itachi." His words shocked Fujin, who immediately looked at him. Though he was very serious a moment ago, he couldn't help but think, "Shit, Renjiro will lose another student." He eliminated that thought from his head and said, "He slaughtered his entire clan. I went on a mission with Mieko earlier and saw how strong the Junins in their clan were. I doubt we both together could beat one. And yet Itachi, who is only 1 year older than us, killed the entire clan." Hoka frowned. He thought and said, "He let the power go into his head. As long as he doesn't keep getting stronger and we keep training, we will eventually catch up with him. Then we can make a move." Once again, Hoka surprised Fujin. This time it was the conviction with which he spoke. Fujin looked into his eyes and stared at him. However, Hoka's gaze didn't falter. Fujin smiled and said, "Yeah, eventually we will be stronger." He raised his fist and said, 3 years. Hoka was confused. Fujin continued, "I will gain the Junin rank officially in 3 years and challenge Sensei to a fight. I know you have never managed to beat me. If you want to hunt Itachi, beat me when we meet after 3 years. This time, Hoka was surprised by Fujin's confidence. Hoka smiled and bumped Fujin's fist. Both left in different directions. Fujin smiled, thinking, if he stays true to the decision he made today, Hoka will get strong. Eerie strong. I wonder what an S-rank Hyuga would be like. But regardless, chasing after Itachi is suicide. Not to mention his own prowess, there will also be Kisame or Juzo with him. And with Zetsu monitoring everything, Obito too could get involved. So it's best that I don't let Hoka seek a pointless death. After all, Miko is already dead, and it isn't really Itachi's fault. If anyone has to be blamed, then it would be Obito, the village elders, and the Uchiha clan higher-ups. Fujin walked to his home. His little chat with Hoka motivated him to increase his training intensity significantly. He entered the basement and decided, my body is sufficiently trained to resist and endure electric shocks. It's time to train lightning transformation jutsu. Fujin clenched his fists. Immediately, lightning covered his entire body. The long time that he had spent training his body with the burst jutsu helped him to generate lightning and flow it through his body without making any hand signs. Fujin took a step forward. In a blink of an eye, he reached the walls of the basement. He immediately focused chakra on his feet and exerted force on the ground to stop himself from crashing into the wall. When he stopped, the wall was only an inch from his nose. He thought, shit. If I wasn't already used to traveling at high speeds, this would have ended badly. This jutsu's speed is good, but it doesn't provide any control. No wonder the scroll said that the only way to move freely with this is to use obstacles like trees or rocks to change direction. And though the speed this jutsu provides is high, it isn't as fast as flickering when it comes to traveling and also takes a lot more chakra than it. However, on the plus side, in a battlefield that doesn't have a lot of space, this jutsu will be quite strong, especially if the fight is inside a cave or if the battle situation doesn't allow me to move away long distances using flicker. Having analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of the jutsu, Fujin began training it. 6 hours later, Fujin was standing with his back to the wall. He observed all the pillars in the basement. In addition to the pillars, there were 6 mannequins in the basement. Lightning began flowing through Fujin's body. He bent at his knees slightly and disappeared from his spot. In the basement, lightning could be seen bouncing between pillars. Fujin suddenly appeared before one of the pillars. His left fist was clenched. Chakra had been concentrated on the fist. Fujin punched the mannequin. The force of Fujin's punch caused the mannequin to explode. Chunks of metal got launched across the room and crashed into the pillars and the wall. Due to the seals Fujin had inscribed on the pillars and walls, the metal pieces bounced back without damaging them. A smile could be seen on Fujin's face. He analyzed, Senju Taijutsu style along with this jutsu is a very powerful combination. I doubt many would survive this unharmed. However, his smile faded as he concluded, unfortunately, this is the limit of this jutsu. No matter how much I try, I can't keep this jutsu on continuously. After I attack once, all the lightning flowing in my body disappears. I tried generating more lightning, but even that didn't work. It looks like this is the limitation of lightning transformation jutsu. Sigh. I thought I could match Raikage's speed aspect with this jutsu. Though it's understandable as it is only a rank D jutsu. So either Hiruzen or whoever tried to copy the Raikage only reached this level of efficiency, or they are hiding what they achieved and only put a subpar version in the academy. Fujin stopped practicing and went to the meditation room. He sat in meditation to analyze whether he could modify the jutsu to ensure that it stays on for a long time as long as he continues pouring in chakra. After an hour, Fujin let out a sigh. He concluded, no. The limitation is due to the way the chakra is manipulated. If I have to go past it, I'll have to change the way chakra flows. Unfortunately, I have no experience in this. I am not sure if I could do something like this even with wind jutsus. Even if I start experimenting, I'll probably need years of experimentation until I get lucky and find the right way. It's not worth it. I will just have to stick with this until I find a more advanced version or become an expert in lightning element to create my own jutsus. Fujin decided to rest for the day. The next day, Fujin began training the electric skin jutsu. Fujin weaved the hand signs. An electric layer formed along his skin. Fujin observed, it doesn't boost me physically like the lightning transformation jutsu, but if anyone hits me, then the attacker will get zapped just like in the burst and lightning transformation jutsu. Alright, let's see how this works. He began making hand signs. Lightning release, lightning beam jutsu. A beam of lightning was released from Fujin's hands. It hit a mannequin head-on and destroyed it. Fujin analyzed. Looks like the power of my jutsu has increased by almost 50%. I guess the Jeshinist priest that Miko and I fought used this to increase the power of his lightning jutsu before he went on a rampage during the final clash. If I can use this without any hand signs every time before I use a lightning jutsu, it could be considered as me permanently boosting the power of my lightning jutsus. Yeah, I should do that. While I am training, I'll use this jutsu every time before using a lightning jutsu. Over time, I will be able to do this instinctively and without wasting any time. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 200, Telescope Technique vs. Seals, Chapter 203 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin was happy with the progress he was making. He decided, I should take a few months off and learn all the jutsus that I decided to learn. After all, I completed a lot of missions in the last month. Combined with my team disbanding, it shouldn't raise any eyebrows. Having made a decision, Fujin began making hand signs. Lightning release, false darkness jutsu. He stretched his arms forward. Lightning was launched from his palms. Fujin aimed it at a mannequin. However, right before the jutsu hit it, Fujin changed its direction. It barely missed the mannequin. Fujin analyzed. This jutsu's power output is much weaker than lightning beam. But with training, I'll be able to maneuver this jutsu more freely. So in a usual battle, false darkness will be much more effective. Lightning beam, on the other hand, will be more effective when used on a stationary object, an immobilized enemy, or when I want to use it to confront an enemy's jutsu head-on. Fujin continued training false darkness jutsu until he ran out of chakra. For the next 2 days, he trained the jutsu until he could perform it seamlessly. Fujin weaved the same hand signs and performed the jutsu. He aimed the lightning at a mannequin. Right before he hit it, he changed its direction to another mannequin. He repeated it once again and changed its direction to third mannequin and scored a direct hit. Fujin smiled while breathing heavily. He concluded, "Shit, it isn't easy to train 2 rank B jutsus at the same time. It puts a lot of strain on my chakra reserves. Lightning jutsus use a lot more chakra than wind jutsus. Still, it looks like this jutsu is down. Though I haven't reduced the hand signs required, it's fine. Reducing or even eliminating hand signs will require months of training. I can do that slowly over a few years. Anyways, it's time to practice the next jutsu." Fujin weaved hand signs. Lightning appeared on his body. After a second, the lightning changed its shape. It began taking the shape of needles, however suddenly they collapse. The lightning on his body dispersed as well. Fujin frowned. "This jutsu is tough." He kept trying. On his 14th try, he finally managed to make the lightning on his body change shape to needles. His body had dozens of lightning needles pointing away from him. He made another hand sign. Immediately, all the lightning needles were launched. They traveled around 5 meters before dispersing into the air. Fujin sighed. "This jutsu is tough, though I guess the difficulty makes sense. After all, it isn't simple like just generating and launching lightning. The scroll said that hundreds or even thousands of small needles can be formed, and they can be launched for around 40 meters around the user. In addition, the user can also control the part of the body on which the needles are formed. This way, the user can avoid hitting allies." Fujin kept training the electric needle spread jutsu. 5 days later, Hiruzen was sitting at his desk, going through the paperwork. The Uchiha massacre had increased his workload numerous times. He had to check files on every dead Uchiha ninja, classify them as dead, and analyze any impact their death might have. He had been working on it for over a week. With a sigh, he closed one file and handed it to his assistant. His assistant handed him the next file. The file was titled Uchiha Mieko. Hiruzen opened and read all her data. He analyzed. She didn't have much contact outside her clan. Just her Jonin squad. Renjiro should be fine. He is used to dealing with such events. He looked at his assistant and asked, "Takao, have Hoka or Fujin taken any missions after the incident?" Takao grabbed some files and began checking. Hiruzen looked at Miko's file again and wondered, why did Fujin leave Tomotsu's squad and form one with his teammates and classmates? Hiruzen said, "Also check on Tomotsu's file and see what he is doing." Takao said, "Yes, Hokage-sama." While Takao was taking a look at the files, Hiruzen decided, I wonder how that greedy kid is doing. Hoka has his parents to look after him, so he should be fine. But Fujin is an orphan. I don't think he understands how to deal with a loss. Hiruzen looked into the crystal ball on his table and channeled his chakra into it. Soon, a picture appeared on the crystal ball. It was Fujin's house. A peculiar expression appeared on Hiruzen's face as he thought, I heard Takao say that Fujin's house was too extravagant. I now see why he said so. Even my house isn't as big as his. He focused on the crystal ball to peer into Fujin's house. However, Hiruzen was surprised. My telescope jutsu can't look into his house. Did he hire a seal master to inscribe anti-spy seals? No. I have specifically instructed every seal master to not inscribe seals that stop my jutsu. Only a few with authority like the clan leaders or strong ninjas can go around it and get those seals on their houses. So how did Fujin manage to convince a seal master to inscribe such this seal on his house? Hiruzen was intrigued. A smile formed on his face. Fujin's shamelessness and his talent in wind nature manipulation had already impressed Hiruzen. So did Fujin's performance against Kaminari. He didn't expect Fujin to surprise him once again so soon. He concentrated on the crystal ball. Soon, the seals that were inscribed on his house began appearing in the crystal ball. Every seal was glowing lightly in different colors. The walls of Fujin's house began fading in darkness, only leaving the seals visible in the crystal ball. Hiruzen had a smile on his face at the start. However, soon his smile faded away. Half a minute later, shock could be seen on his face. Tako found the information and approached Hiruzen. He said, "Hokage-sama." However, he stopped talking when he noticed the shock on Hiruzen's face. The Uchiha massacre had put him on edge. Seeing Hiruzen shocked worried him. He quickly asked, "Did something happen, Hokage-sama?" Hiruzen snapped out of it and shook his head. He said, "No, everything is all right. Report what you found." Tako didn't understand why Hiruzen said no, but it wasn't his job to inquire about that. He began reporting, "Fujin and Hoka haven't taken any mission post the incident. They had created a team with Uchiha Miko and Senju Teru. Senju Teru has returned to his old team, so I believe their team has disbanded. I have some additional information regarding Fujin. Apparently, there is a record of him using Training Ground 23 every day when he wasn't out of the village on mission, but for the last 10 days, he hasn't used the training ground." Hiruzen narrowed his eyes on hearing that. He thought, I guess losing his team member did hit him hard. Unfortunately, this is a part of being a ninja. It'll be a shame if he loses his interest in being a ninja due to this. Takao continued, "As for Tamatsu, their last mission was tougher than the estimated rank B. One of their team members got injured. They seem to have taken a break after that mission." Hiruzen said, "All right, send a messenger to Tamatsu. Ask him to visit me at the earliest." Takoe replied, "I will get it done, Hokage-sama." He left the room. Hiruzen turned his attention to the crystal ball. He thought, which crazy person inscribed over 2,500 seals on his house? It's as if every seal in the library under rank A is inscribed on his house. No wonder I couldn't peer into it. Should I ask Fujin about it? He thought for a bit and concluded, no. He may get offended or on guard if he learns that I was trying to spy on him. Worse, he might accuse me of violating his right to privacy and ask for some compensation from me. I'll ask Renjiro when he gets back from the mission. Later that day, Fujin was visited by Tamotsu. Fujin was surprised. He stopped his training and greeted him. Tamotsu entered his house and said, "Hey, how have you been, Fujin?" "I am all right, Tamotsu. How is Katsumi?" Tamotsu said, "He has recovered well. We are planning to start taking missions again. I came here to see whether you are interested in returning to the team." Fujin was surprised. He thought, it hasn't been 3 months since we took a break. Did Hiruzen ask every team that is available to take missions? He looked at Tamotsu and said, "I would love to, but I have been on missions continuously for the last month and a half. So I am planning to take a few months off. I'll rejoin the team when I am ready." Tamotsu watched Fujin carefully as he spoke. He got a bit worried as he recalled his conversation with Hiruzen. Hiruzen was worried that Fujin was depressed, and hence wanted Tamotsu to take him along with him on missions to distract him and revive his interest in training. Tamotsu said, "Fujin, I am aware that you might be hurt due to losing a teammate. However, the best way to deal with situations like this is by interacting with others. If you stay alone and keep thinking about it, you'll be more depressed." Fujin was confused. He thought, what the hell? He is worried about me. If so, why did he take 10 days to visit me? No, I don't think I ever told him that I formed a team with Miko and others. Tamotsu continued, "Come with us for this mission. If you still think that you need rest, you can take it after this mission." Fujin thought for a bit, but he couldn't find a reasonable excuse to say no. He agreed. Tamotsu smiled and said, "Good. Come to the mission center tomorrow morning." Fujin nodded. Tamotsu took his leave. AN, bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Damien, David, and Jonathan for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 201, A Chakra Metal Mine. Chapter 204 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin looked at Tamotsu's back as he analyzed, "This definitely doesn't sound like Tamotsu. Someone must have given him the information and asked to make me go on a mission. But who?" Fujin thought for a bit and concluded, "It's either Renjiro or Hiruzen. Most likely the latter. Oh well, this team doesn't do missions continuously. I should still have plenty of time to train. And I can always ask for breaks when I need more time to train. Anyways, I have to give credit to Hiruzen. From the way Tamotsu spoke, it looks like he thought that I didn't train. So Hiruzen probably knows that I didn't visit the training ground recently. He probably thought that I had stopped training. Though I am a bit talented, I doubt he has the time to keep tabs on me, considering the amount of work this massacre should have put on him. So it's safe to assume that he is looking for everyone who is affected and checking on everyone. Still, this should be a lesson for me. While the decision to only train lightning jutsus wasn't bad, deciding against training in the open raised some suspicion. Had I continued with my morning exercises, Hiruzen might not have paid any attention to me and left me alone. I'll have to keep this in mind when I take any action in the future." Concluding his thoughts, Fujin returned to the basement. He made hand signs. Lightning release, electric needle spread jutsu. Lightning appeared on his skin and immediately transformed into small needles. There were around 125 lightning needles on Fujin's body. He made another hand sign. The needles were immediately launched outwards for 20 meters. Fujin nodded. "This is much better than when I started. Though the number of needles can get higher, I don't have much use for them. What I need more is to increase the distance to which these needles go. And I also have to work on generating needles on only one part of my body. Otherwise, the chakra cost of this jutsu will be needlessly high." The next day, Fujin showed up outside the mission center. Tamotsu, Katsumi, Ryota, Tadashi, and his dog Kenta were already there. Tamotsu went in to accept the mission while others decided to catch up. Most of the conversation was centered around Katsumi recovering from the injuries. Tamotsu returned and said, "I accepted a mission in the land of hot water. A noble has made some discoveries in the territory under his command. He wants us to provide protection and help with the inspection. There will likely not be any fighting, but he issued the mission as a precaution. We may have to stay there for a few weeks." Tadashi said, "A relaxed mission to get us started." "Nice pick, Tamotsu." Tamotsu nodded as he thought, "Yeah, if Fujin is distracted, then his life would be at risk if we take a difficult mission." The squad moved out and began rushing towards the hidden hot springs village. After a day and a half's travel, the squad finally reached and entered the village. As they were walking, Fujin couldn't help but notice the ridiculous number of hot spring baths in the village. Ryota noticed Fujin's gaze and chuckled. He asked, "First time here?" I too was surprised by the high number of hot springs in this village on my first visit. The village truly lives up to its name, haha. Fujin replied, "I entered this country multiple times, but this is my first visit to this village. I did expect a high number of hot springs, but this is a bit too much. How do these shops even stay in business if so many exist? Wouldn't they keep undercutting each other's prices?" Tamotsu answered, "The daimyo has issued a minimum price for using the hot spring baths. Every bathhouse has to abide by it. This way they don't go into a loss." Fujin muttered, "It's still too much. After all, if customers don't visit them, they will still have losses." Tamotsu nodded. "Yeah, many bathhouses do shut down. That said, most of the bathhouses are sponsored by rich nobles who want to have the entire bathhouse to themselves when they come here for vacation. This is why you see so many of them." Fujin thought for a bit and said, "That makes more sense." However, he couldn't help but think, a certain pervert must be visiting this village all the time. As they were talking, they reached a mansion. Tamotsu interacted with the guard and introduced himself. Soon, the Konoha ninjas were guided inside. They were led to a room where only a middle-aged man was sitting. The man saw them and quickly greeted them. "Welcome to the Hidden Hot Springs Illage, friends from Konoha. Have a seat. I am Matsushita Yusuke. I issued the mission." Tomotsu nodded and sat opposite him. Yusuke looked at his servants who brought them here. The servants bowed and left them alone. When the doors were shut, Tomotsu asked, "So what is our mission?" The mission statement wasn't very clear. Yusuke said, "That is because I wanted to keep this mission as secretive as I could." Tomotsu became a bit serious on hearing that. The other Konoha ninjas were intrigued as well. Yusuke picked a map and laid it on the table in front of him. It was a map of the land of hot water. There was a small piece of land marked on the map. Yusuke said, "This province is under my command. It is around 150 kilometers to the east of this village. One of my workers who were farming came across something interesting. I hired an expert to check, and I think that we have discovered a mine." Tomotsu was very alert. This matter seemed very serious. He asked, "What sort of mine is it?" Yusuke answered, "We will need to conduct a detailed exploration to be sure. Our preliminary exploration indicated that this mine includes rare and precious metals." Tomotsu calmed down. He thought, though precious metal mines can earn a lot of money, they won't attract too much attention. However, Yusuke said, "And I suspect that the mine might have some chakra metal reserves as well." His words shocked everyone in the room. Chakra metal was extremely precious in this world. Tomotsu muttered with a grim face, "Why didn't you issue an S-rank mission?" Yusuke said, "I am not sure that it is indeed the case. We may have just gotten lucky during the preliminary exploration, so I don't want to attract a lot of attention. I have talked with our daimyo. If this mine does have chakra metal reserves, then we will give Konoha the mining rights. We will also give Konoha the first preference while selling it. So your mission consists of two parts. Firstly, I want your team to ensure that no bandits interfere with the mining process, and that no information is leaked out. We haven't allowed the information to leak out, so unless we are very unlucky, rogue ninjas won't interfere with the process. As for the second part, I also want you to contact the Hokage secretly and ask him to send out more squads here as soon as we confirm that the mine has chakra metal reserves." Tomotsu analyzed the situation. This mission can be very risky. If the details get leaked, then we may invite a lot of trouble. But if the mission is successful, the village will have huge profits. It would help out the village a lot. Especially after such a disastrous loss, this news can improve our morale. Tomotsu made a decision and said, "All right, we will take the mission. I'll send a message to Hokage-sama, but have your exploration team work very rapidly." Yusuke nodded. "Yes, I'll have them work as fast as they can." They began discussing the specifics of the mission, the explorers, and other factors. After the discussion was completed, Yusuke smiled and said, "You must be tired from a long trip. I'll arrange dinner for you. You can rest here for the night and go for the mission tomorrow." Tomotsu smiled and said, "Thank you." They got up and left. After having dinner, the Konoha ninjas gathered in a room. Tomotsu said, "Ryota, write an encoded message to Hokage-sama. I'll send it to him. Write everything that was discussed with Yusuke." Ryota said, "On it." He began writing on a scroll. Tomotsu said, "I wanted to take an easier mission to end our break, but this one can go bad. Unfortunately, saying no isn't an option as this can help our village a lot. We will stay on our guard the entire time while protecting that area. However, if we spot enemy ninjas, be it rogue or of any other village, in numbers that we can't take on coming towards the mine, we will escape. Is that understood?" Everyone nodded. Tomotsu said, "Good. Take a good rest tonight. We will have to be on full alert from tomorrow onwards." Everyone went to their beds to get a nap. Tomotsu stayed with Ryota until he was done. He borrowed a messenger hawk from Yusuke and sent the message to Hiruzen. The next morning, the Konoha group set off. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, TR, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, Contact link in the description. Chapter 202, A Deadly Trap. Chapter 205 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin and his team were running towards Yusuke's province. Since it was to the east of the hidden hot springs village, it was close to the border of the Land of Frost, where their squad had done their previous mission. After a couple of hours of running, they reached close to Yusuke's province. Since they were close, Tamotsu began instructing his squad. Yusuke's exploration team has already established a base. We will meet up with them and decide on a plan to continue. Katsumi, you will set up a perimeter around the entire area with your bugs. I want to know about everyone who enters and leaves the area. It will be tough, but I want you to maintain it all the time. Katsumi replied, All right, I'll get it done. Tamotsu looked at Tadashi and said, You and Kenta will keep patrolling the area. Remember every worker's scent when we reach there. If later on you smell any new scents, alert me immediately. Tadashi replied with a grin, Don't worry, we got it. Right, Kenta? Kenta barked in agreement. Tamotsu nodded and said, Ryota, Fujin and I will stay on standby. If you two find something off, then you will pass on the message to us and tell us what you think will be the appropriate action to take. Everyone nodded. Tamotsu was about to say more when all the Konoha ninjas suddenly stopped and jumped backwards. They landed on a branch and saw dozens of kunais raining down in front of them. All 5 frowned. In the next second, 20 silhouettes appeared from behind the trees. The Konoha ninjas were surrounded. As they saw their headbands, everyone's faces grew grim. Fujin muttered, I couldn't sense them until now. They are all at Chunin and Junin levels. Tadashi said softly, They have disguised their scent to smell similar to the trees. Fujin said, At least 30 more ninjas are forming a second perimeter, and a few more are probably still hiding. Everyone's faces grew grim. One of the ninjas who were surrounding them spoke in a teasing tone, I wonder why Konoha ninjas are rushing so hurriedly towards the Land of Frost. Tamotsu said, We have a mission in this country. Why have you Kumogakure ninjas encircling us? The Kumogakure ninja said, If your mission is to explore that chakra metal mine, then I have unfortunate news for you. Kumogakure has decided to take control over the mine. His words angered everyone except Fujin. Fujin's mind was busy calculating whether they could avoid a confrontation or at least ensure a safe escape. However, he noticed the other 19 Kumo ninjas getting ready to attack. He could feel bloodlust from some of them. The more he calculated, the more he realized how dire the situation was. In the end, he just had one thought, Shit! Tamotsu quickly analyzed the situation. He didn't want to give up the mission, but success against such huge numbers was impossible. He said, All right, we'll withdraw. However, the Kumo ninjas didn't move. The guy speaking had an evil smirk on his face as he said, If we let you go, Konoha will send a larger squad to confront us. Unfortunately, you have to die. He immediately jumped forward to attack. The other 19 Kumo ninjas also attacked. In addition, a few Kumo ninjas kept hiding in the forest and observed the fight. Tamotsu shouted, Stay together, protect each other, and focus on retreating. He knew that their chances of survival weren't great. He wanted to use teamwork to break through and run away. The Kumo ninjas all attacked Konoha ninjas with shurikens. They had launched so many shurikens that dodging them all would be impossible. Ryota shouted, Careful, those shurikens are charged with lightning. The Kumo ninjas smirked on hearing that. Despite knowing, the Konoha ninjas wouldn't be able to dodge due to the high number of shurikens. As long as the shurikens hit them, or even their weapons, their body will be paralyzed for a few seconds. Even if they barely manage to avoid the shurikens, their bodies will still feel the electric charge and slow them down momentarily. This would be enough time for Kumo ninjas to win the battle. Chakra gathered on Fujin's palm. He said, Ignore them. Focus on making a breakthrough. His team decided to trust him, and began moving back in the direction of the hidden hot springs village. The chakra on Fujin's hands transformed into the wind. A gentle breeze began flowing through the area. All the shurikens were redirected by the wind and stayed away from them. They passed the Konoha ninjas from a safe distance and instead moved towards the Kumo ninjas. The smirk on Kumo ninjas' faces suddenly disappeared. All took evasive maneuvers. A few grabbed swords and flowed lightning chakra through them and used them to block or deflect the shurikens. Taking advantage of the small opening, Tomotsu instructed, "Tadashi, create an opening. Ryota and I will assist you. Katsumi and Fujin, focus on defense." Tadashi and Kenta stepped forward. Man-Beast Ultimate Taijutsu, Fang over Fang. Both began spinning around rapidly, and doubled up on one of the Kumo ninjas. Ryota and Tomotsu followed him. Their goal was to stop the ninjas next to the one Tadashi targeted from interfering. As long as Tadashi injured that ninja, the Konoha ninjas could get out of the encirclement. Fujin grabbed a sword in his right hand, while thousands of bugs began appearing around Katsumi. With Tadashi leading the attack and others aiding him and protecting each other, the Konoha ninjas finally felt some chances of success. However, as Tadashi reached close to that ninja, he suddenly grinned. He made a hand sign while saying, "You couldn't have chosen a worse opponent to break through." Lightning Release, Gyroscope Jutsu. His chakra suddenly spiked and 2 rings of lightning appeared around him and began spinning around him at very high speeds. Fujin's eyes widened as he sensed the immensely destructive power in those lightning rings. His chakra suddenly increased a lot. He had suppressed his chakra earlier to pretend to be a chunin, but he is a full-fledged junin. Unfortunately, he didn't have any time to warn. Tadashi and Kenta directly hit the lightning rings. The jutsu was so powerful that their attack was immediately stopped. Both screamed in pain as their bodies were zapped by lightning. Ryota and Tomotsu were shocked. They began moving towards Tadashi. However, they were blocked by the Kumo ninjas they were trying to block earlier. 2 Kumo ninjas attacked each of them and stalled them successfully. Fujin and Katsumi wanted to help, however, they were helpless. 4 Kumo ninjas weaved hand signs at the same time. Tadashi and Kenta were hit by the lightning rings. Lightning Release, False Darkness Jutsu. 4 lightning spears were headed at them from the back. Fujin immediately shot air bullets at 3 of the incoming attacks. The air bullets pierced through the lightning spears and dispersed the jutsu. Katsumi controlled his bugs to stop the last attack. The lightning directly hit those bugs. Hundreds of bugs died, but they managed to stop the jutsu. However, despite stopping the jutsus, their situation grew grimmer. While Tadashi and Kenta were being zapped and others were stalled, 2 Kumo ninjas flickered next to Tadashi and Kenta. Fujin and Katsumi turned around to continue their escape. However, they were shocked. 1 Kumo ninja stabbed his sword through Kenta's neck in front of them. Tadashi watched in horror as Kenta whimpered and howled in pain and collapsed on the sword. After a moment of disbelief, his eyes turned red in rage. He looked at the Kumo ninja in front of him and shouted, "Motherfucker! I will kill you all!" His body was still being zapped. However, he gritted his teeth and moved despite the pain. He formed a claw with his right hand. His nails grew long and became very sharp. His hand transformed and looked very muscular and savage. He attacked the ninja who had formed the lightning rings that trapped him and Kenta with his claw aiming to crush his skull. Unfortunately, he was highly outmatched and his body was still slow due to the shocks he had to endure. The Kumo ninja moved to the side and dodged his attack with ease. He grabbed his sword and pierced Tadashi's heart in one smooth motion. Tadashi's eyes were wide open. He couldn't believe how easily he and his partner were killed. The Konoha ninjas wanted to help. However, they were all tied down. They didn't have any opportunity to save Tadashi. They could only watch helplessly as a teammate died in front of them. And bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Muhannad and Simply F, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 203, Counterattack. Chapter 206 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin hadn't been with this group for long. Even though he didn't like to lose a teammate here, his focus was still on escaping. His mind was rapidly calculating ways to escape from his horrible situation. However, the other 3 had been with Tadashi for years. Their eyes grew red in rage. Tomotsu yelled while weaving hand signs, Since you want to kill us, I'll take as many of you with me as I can. Fire release, burning ash. He spewed a stream of chakra-infused ash from his mouth. It spread in all directions but had a small space at the center where the 4 Konoha ninjas stood. The Kumo ninjas tried approaching but moved away immediately on seeing the flammable ash spreading in the area. A few launched lightning and water jutsus into it. However, in the next second, Tamotsu lit a fire in the ash and the entire smokescreen blew up. The explosion canceled out every jutsu aimed at them. 2 Kumo ninjas were just outside the range of the explosion. They were hit with stones and sticks, causing some injuries. The Kumo ninjas were preparing for another round of attack when suddenly, the fire caused by the explosion increased 3-fold in size and intensity and began spreading out at a rapid speed. Fujin had released an infinite breakthrough jutsu in all directions, causing the fire to spread rapidly. The Kumo ninjas weren't expecting that. All 20 ninjas were too close to perform any jutsu or run away. They were hit by the fire. The ones who were hiding in the forest quickly retreated or used defensive jutsus. Kumogakure advisor Hari, who was hidden in the forest, muttered, "They have a strong wind user. Be careful of him." The 3 who were with him nodded. They didn't expect the Konoha ninjas to hit back so fiercely. At the center, where there was no fire, Tamotsu said, "We will use the chaos caused by this fire to escape." Ryota opposed, but Tadashi, Tamotsu cut him off. "Tadashi wouldn't want us to follow him so soon. We will live and take our revenge another day. Hokage-sama will surely create a unit to take back the mine." Ryota unwillingly nodded. Fujin said, "It won't be easy. There are at least 30 more ninjas out there, and I can feel that a few more are hiding in my chakra field." Tamotsu said, "We will give them another fire-wind combination jutsu. Hopefully that will deter them." Fujin nodded. He thought, "I hope that will work. Unfortunately, I have a bad feeling about this. Some of the chakras I sensed are much stronger than any of us." Screams of pain could be heard as the fire burned their flesh. 8 Kumo ninjas couldn't endure and collapsed. They would soon be cooked inside out and meet their death. The other 12 quickly escaped from the fire and began dousing the fire, burning them. Though they survived and weren't fatally injured, they wouldn't be able to fight properly anymore. They were in terrible pain from having their flesh burnt. Many of their delicate organs, like eyes and ears, were damaged as well. The other Kumo ninjas were disturbed by seeing this sight. The situation changed too abruptly. 1 second they had a complete advantage, while in the next second, their whole 20-man unit was defeated. Finding the exact moment, Tamotsu said, "Now!" All 4 flickered instantly. They were planning to use this chaos to escape. Once they managed to get out of the encirclement, the Kumo ninjas wouldn't want to chase them through the lands of another country. Unfortunately, Kumo had plenty of censors among their numbers. As soon as the Konoha ninjas left, one censor shouted, "They are coming here!" The censors among other groups sensed them as well and began moving towards them. Though there were 30 ninjas in the second perimeter, they were spread in all directions to ensure that the Konoha ninjas couldn't escape. The place where the Konoha ninjas were headed only had 6 Kumo ninjas. The leader of that 6 ninja squad noticed them approaching. He calculated, "We only have to stall them for a few seconds. Then others will catch up, and they will be in a helpless situation once again." The Konoha ninjas also knew about it. Tamotsu weaved hand signs rapidly. Fujin noticed his hand signs and timed his jutsu perfectly. Fire release, fire wave jutsu, wind release, infinite breakthrough jutsu. The jutsus combined. Extremely hot air moved rapidly towards the Kumo ninjas. 2 ninjas stepped forward while waving hand signs. Water release, water wall jutsu. Earth release, earth wall jutsu. 2 walls appeared in front of them. The fire-wind combination jutsu easily broke through the water wall. Evaporated water formed a smoke screen in the area. However, the earth wall stood firm. The jutsu hit it and began moving around the earth wall. Though the Kumo ninjas were barely safe behind it, they were trapped as the forest around them was burning. The Konoha ninjas didn't mind the result. They avoided the fire and escaped in a different direction. Unfortunately, the Kumo ninjas didn't allow them to escape so easily. 4 ropes made of lightning suddenly appeared through the fire they had caused. They moved at a rapid speed and didn't allow Konoha ninjas to use any jutsus. They had to split up to dodge. Unfortunately, the lightning ropes also changed directions to chase them. Fujin noticed the rope coming towards him. Chakra flowed through his sword as he slashed at it. The wind element chakra flowing along his sword easily neutralized the jutsu. However, he quickly turned around and looked behind. 2 jets of water were heading at him. Katsumi once again sacrificed some of his bugs once again to stop the lightning whip. Ryota slammed his hands on the ground. A small rock shield appeared in front of him. The lightning rope hit the shield. However, instead of piercing through or damaging the shield, the lightning was directed into the ground. Lastly, Tomotsu just kept hiding behind trees until the lightning rope ran out of power. The group wanted to run away once again. Unfortunately, the remaining Kumo ninjas had begun to catch up. Ryota was about to move towards Tomotsu. However, 2 hands appeared from the ground and grabbed his legs. He looked down as the Kumo ninja said, "Got you!" He began dragging Ryota underground. Ryota quickly made a hand sign and touched the ground. The ground suddenly became harder, trapping the Kumo ninja underground. Soon, spears began forming underground. A few pierced into his body. The Kumo ninja was horrified. At that instant, a lightning spear flew towards Ryota. Ryota's attention was drawn towards it. However, it was too late for him to move. Fortunately, a shield of bugs appeared in front of him to block the lightning spear. However, the lightning spear changed direction and hit the ground. Ryota's earth jutsu was dispelled, and the ground softened. The Kumo ninja, who was under the ground, quickly escaped. Katsumi and Ryota looked at the attacker, who was a woman. She was tall, fair-skinned with a curvaceous figure, and had a stoic, aloof expression on her face. She has blue eyes and straight, shoulder-length blonde hair cut in an asymmetrical bob style. At the same time, Fujin and Tomotsu were attacked as well. Right after Tomotsu neutralized the lightning whip, he heard a voice behind him. "You are very good." Tomotsu quickly turned around. However, an intense light was emitted at him, blinding his eyes. Tomotsu closed his eyes and grabbed a kunai. However, instead of fighting, he flickered away. Unfortunately, his opponent was faster than him. C flickered as well and launched lightning at Tomotsu. Due to having his eyes blinded, Tomotsu couldn't observe the jutsu properly. The lightning hit his body, causing him immense pain. He barely managed to open his eyes to see another attack heading towards him. At the last moment, he snapped out of the lightning shocks and dodged C's attack. He wanted to counterattack, however, 5 more Kumo ninjas appeared and surrounded him. He fell into a desperate struggle. Fujin too was attacked at the same time. When he dodged the lightning whip, he was the closest to the fire they had set up. 2 jets of water were heading straight at him. Fujin created and fired 2 vacuum bullets. Both hit the water jets and pierced through them. Fujin sensed they are trying to break out of the fire and join the fight. He opened his mouth and exhaled strong winds at the fire in front of him. The fire was instantly magnified and became chaotic. The Kumo ninjas who were planning to break through were scared by the sight. Immediately, an earth dome formed around them to protect them from the firestorm. Fujin was planning to take this opportunity to run away. Unfortunately, another attack was headed towards him. He turned his head to the right. His eyes widened as he saw a python made of black lightning heading towards him. He immediately flickered while cursing, "Motherfucking Darui." AN bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, w.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you James, Total77, Thomas, Anil, Quentin, and Simush for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 214, Fighting with His Full Power. Chapter 217 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. AN bonus chapter for reaching 2K Power Stones last week. Right when Fujin flickered, the black lightning python also changed direction and chased after Fujin. Unfortunately, it was much faster than Fujin. Fujin thought running would be pointless. He concentrated chakra into his left palm and quickly charged it with wind chakra. He stopped moving and raised his left palm. The black lightning python quickly reached him and hit his palm. Fujin was pushed behind along the ground, but the chakra on his hand stopped most of the jutsu. However, some lightning still hit his palm and electrocuted him. Fortunately, Fujin had already trained in the lightning element. He could endure those shocks without affecting his ability to fight. Darui was surprised by Fujin's action. He thought, "This kid is impressive. We didn't plan on participating in this fight. Unfortunately, they killed 8 and injured 12 more ninjas. Boss will be very pissed at us if we let any more die." After a few seconds, the lightning python ran out of chakra and lightning and collapsed. Fujin clenched his fist to crush the lightning python in his palm. At that instant, 2 more Kumo ninjas arrived around Fujin. Fujin could sense a dozen more getting close. One of the 2 ninjas appeared in front of Fujin. He swung his sword vertically, wanting to hack Fujin into 2. The other ninja appeared behind Fujin, on his right side, and attacked Fujin with a sword as well. Fujin immediately punched the sword in front of him with his left fist. The chakra he had concentrated in his palm to block the lightning python still existed, and due to being zapped, his fist was charged with Darui's black lightning. At the same time, he swung the sword in his right hand to clash with the enemy's sword. Both Kumo ninjas timed their attacks perfectly. They clashed with Fujin at the same time. Fujin's left fist hit the sword's edge. The Kumo ninja grinned, expecting Fujin's fist to be split open. However, his eyes widened as he heard a cracking noise. His steel sword had cracked. In front of his eyes, he saw his sword being broken into pieces. Fujin's fist continued moving forward and punched the ninja in his stomach. The ninja's eyes popped out as he felt the full impact of a chakra and lightning-enhanced punch. The punch wrecked his internal organs and sent him flying. He spat out a lot of blood as he flew backwards and lost consciousness. At the same time, when Fujin's fist met the sword, his sword clashed with the enemy's sword behind him. Fujin's sword cut through the enemy's sword like a hot knife cuts through butter. At the same time that Fujin punched the enemy in front of him, his sword cut the enemy behind him in 2. A frown formed on Darui's face as he saw another one of his subordinates die. He was waving hand signs when Fujin countered his opponents. Lightning release, Black Panther. He released Black Lightning in the form of a panther, which reached Fujin almost instantly. Fujin had sensed Darui building up his chakra. He saw the Black Panther rush towards him. Having experienced the Black Python, Fujin didn't bother dodging. Instead, he gathered chakra in his mouth and throat. Right when the Black Panther was only a few meters away from him, Fujin opened his mouth and launched his strongest jutsu. Wind Release, Acume Cannon Jutsu. The Acume Cannon hit the Black Panther head-on. Darui's eyes widened as he saw his jutsu being pierced through with utmost ease. The Black Panther began dissipating. Though some of it still continued towards Fujin, he dodged easily. Darui immediately moved out of the way while observing the jutsu. The Acume Cannon reached his position and continued forward, destroying every tree in its path. Darui instantly recognized Wind Acume Technique. Someone other than Danzo learnt this technique in Konoha? And it's a strong jutsu as well. No wonder my jutsu was overpowered so easily. 6 ninjas were running towards Fujin and planning to attack him together. However, they saw the trail of destruction Fujin's jutsu left in its path and were left tongue-tied by it. They immediately stopped approaching Fujin and looked at Darui for instructions. They didn't want to be at the receiving end of such a jutsu. Darui became very serious. He said, "Leave him to me." He grabbed his giant sword and moved towards Fujin. Fujin moved as well, such that Darui and the other Kumo ninjas were in a straight line. Wind Release, Air Bullet Jutsu. He fired a dozen air bullets at Darui. Darui dodged them with ease and attacked Fujin with his sword. Lightning could be seen flowing along his sword. Fujin attacked back with his sword. The metal swords produce a loud sound. At the same time, the Kumo ninjas who were behind Darui were caught off guard. They saw a dozen air bullets heading their way and scurried out of the way. However, some were still hit. Many of them had small cuts due to the bullets. The unluckiest one had a hole in his right arm. Fujin and Darui both flowed chakra through their swords. However, Fujin was surprised. He expected to have an advantage due to the wind element. However, Darui had poured a lot more chakra into his sword as compared to Fujin, so his sword stayed intact. He applied force. Though Fujin's physique was very good, Darui was much stronger than him. He was pushed back. His face became grim on realizing how outmatched he was. In an instant, a vacuum bullet formed in his mouth and was launched at Darui. Darui noticed it and immediately got out of the way and attacked Fujin once again with his sword. Fujin defended himself but was getting overpowered. He frowned. His chakra and strength are both stronger than mine. I can't engage him in head-on combat. I have to resort to short clashes and hope that one of my bullets injure him. Fujin used the force of Darui's sword to move away from him. Darui attacked even more aggressively. However, instead of countering him with his strength, Fujin began parrying his attacks and using air and vacuum bullets to attack Darui. Darui dodged them all, but Fujin had two goals with his attacks. He would not only aim the bullets at Darui, but would also send a few towards the Kumo ninjas watching the fight. One of the Kumo ninjas began cursing. "Damn kid. He is aiming to injure us all." Another said, "We should move away. He is trying to distract Darui. We will be sinners if Darui gets wounded because of us. We will disperse in different directions and surround him from a distance so that he won't be able to escape." Everyone nodded and dispersed. Darui relaxed when he saw his allies leave. He looked at Fujin and analyzed while fighting. This kid is good. Though he is weaker than me, a single mistake could cost me my life. Darui continued attacking with his sword, but he also began using lightning jutsu. Fujin dodged or countered his jutsus with wind jutsus, and both entered into a fierce fight. The other Kumo ninjas kept an eye on the battle from a distance. While Fujin was engaged in a fierce clash, Ryota and Katsumi were dominated by Samui. Even together, they weren't a match for her. To make matters worse, other Kumo ninjas joined the fight. Ryota and Katsumi's faces became grim. Katsumi struggled to make a decision as he fought. In a minute, both he and Ryota had numerous injuries on their bodies. He sighed and said, "Ryota, escape." Ryota was stunned. "What do you mean?" Katsumi said, "Your earth jutsus aren't of much help. I'll buy time by stalling them with my bugs and join you later." Ryota knew that there was no way for Katsumi to return alive. He wanted to argue, however. The Kumo ninjas pressed on the attack once more. Tens of thousands of bugs appeared from Katsumi's body. He shouted, "Leave!" The bugs immediately went on the attack. Ryota unwillingly decided to make a run. Knowing what fate awaited Katsumi, he didn't dare to look back. Unfortunately, while he was running, he was suddenly attacked by shurikens. He dodged immediately. Two Kumo ninjas appeared and attacked him. Ryota moved back and slammed his hands on the ground. A bunch of spears appeared from the ground and attacked the Kumo ninjas. However, the two ninjas used lightning jutsus to counter his move. The three entered into a fierce fight with Ryota trying his best to escape. Samui looked at the bugs and said, "They may be poisonous. Don't let them bite you. Hit him with fire and lightning jutsus." The Kumo ninjas around her nodded and attacked from a distance. Katsumi tried his best. He used all sorts of bugs. Some were resistant to lightning, some were incredibly poisonous. He defended himself with defensive bugs while trying to use the poisonous bugs to bite the Kumo ninjas. However, the Kumo ninjas didn't let a single bug bite them. They bombarded Katsumi with lightning and fire jutsus along with explosive tags. Katsumi's bugs began dying by the thousands. In a couple of minutes, most of his bugs died. Katsumi watched with a grim and sad face. Like Kenta was a partner for Tadashi, his bugs were a partner for him. He sighed, "I tried a lot to escape. Unfortunately, there is no way out. I am completely surrounded. It looks like I'll be joining you soon, Tadashi." A few seconds later, a flash of lightning appeared in Katsumi's eyes. Samui appeared in front of him and cut his head off with one swing of her blade. Katsumi became the second Konoha ninja to die here. However, despite his death, his bugs still kept attacking. Samui instructed, "Deal with the bugs. I'll help the others." She left and moved towards Ryota. Ryota was still fighting the two Kumo ninjas. He had managed to escape a couple of times, but they caught up to him again. During the fight, one of the Kumo ninjas landed a kick on Ryota's abdomen and sent him rolling. Ryota immediately got on his feet, however, he felt someone was behind him. He quickly turned around and was shocked to see Samui. His throat dried up. His hands began shaking. He asked in a trembling voice, "Where is Katsumi?" Samui replied in just one word, "Dead." Ryota's mind was in disbelief and rage. However, before he could do anything, he felt pain in his abdomen. He looked down to see a sword piercing out of his abdomen. One of the two ninjas he was fighting took the opportunity of his distraction and stabbed his sword into his back. Ryota heard a sadistic laugh as the ninja said, "Don't worry. All your friends and family will join you soon." Suddenly, rage appeared on Ryota's face. He didn't speak a single word and just made the confrontation hand sign. Samui's eyes widened. She jumped back immediately while shouting, "Move away from him." We reached 2,000 plus Power Stones. Bonus chapters tomorrow and on the next Saturday. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Matthias, William, and Desolate for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 205, Crazy Suicide Bombers. Chapter 208 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hey guys, this chapter is sponsored by Madison Brown. You can thank him for the double release. The Kumo ninjas were confused. In the next moment, Ryota's body exploded. The ninja who had stabbed his back didn't have any time to move. His body took the entire brunt of the explosion. The other Kumo ninja was a bit far away. He moved a bit, but he too was caught in the explosion. When the dust settled, Samui saw a very gore picture. Ryota's body was blown into pieces. The ninja that stabbed him had no flesh on the front side of his body. His face, chest, abdomen, and other parts were completely exposed. He fell down dead. The last Kumo ninja was crying in pain. His body was on fire. Samui immediately doused the fire and began helping him. At the same time, she was shocked at how decisive Ryota was. Ryota knew that despite Katsumi buying him some time, escape would be very difficult. He recalled Fujin saying that there were more than 30 ninjas still encircling them, and all of them were at least as strong as Ryota himself was. So, in the time between him leaving Katsumi behind and the two Kumo ninjas attacking him, Ryota had stuck 20 explosive tags on various parts of his body and on the inside part of his clothes. When he saw Samui, he knew that his death was inevitable, so he decided to die in a way that would hurt his killers the most. If he knew that his last move killed a Chunin from Kumo and ended the career of another Kumo Chunin, he'd probably smile. As Samui applied some first aid to the injured ninja, her face was very grim. She thought, "We had planned to kill the Konoha squad while taking no casualties. At most, we concluded that some might take a few minor injuries. However, 8 of our ninjas died in the initial counterattack while 12 got injured. Now 1 more is dead, and another is critically injured. I hope that the remaining 2 Konoha ninjas don't manage to kill anyone." Soon, another Kumo ninja arrived on the spot. He was shocked to see the gore. Before he could say anything, Samui instructed, "Apply first aid to him. I'll send a medical ninja over here to help you." The ninja nodded and got to work. Samui left to ensure that the remaining 2 Konoha ninjas don't mess up anything. Fujin and Darui were still in a fierce fight. Darui was much stronger than Fujin. However, Fujin had managed to fight back without getting injured. In fact, he had made more killer attacks during their fight than Darui. As he fought while multitasking, a smile appeared on his face. Fujin had never been a fan of taking risks. He always chose the easy way out and won his battles efficiently. So he had never experienced such a battle where one wrong move would end his life, where one misstep could maim him. Between the second and the third phases of the Chunin exam, Renjiro tried to simulate such an experience for Fujin. However, Fujin always knew that his life wasn't in danger against Renjiro, so he viewed it more as a pain in the ass rather than experiencing any thrill. However, in this deadly fight, all his senses worked beyond what Fujin had ever experienced. Every single move he made was flawless. The battle made his blood boil in excitement. His movements kept improving as the fight moved on. Fujin felt that he was getting faster and faster. However, it was just his body moving more efficiently. Fujin was surprised. "I expected to hate the situation I am in. I never expected that I would instead find it enjoyable. Darui was surprised when he saw the smile on Fujin's face. He had seen such a smile very few times in his life. He sighed in his mind. Another battle freak! Great! The smile reminded Darui of a few people who he had seen in his life who loved to fight without caring about anything else. Instead of fear, they would fight like a maniac. One of those few people was the current leader of Kumogakure. Despite being weaker in strength, Fujin managed to hold on against Darui without getting a single injury. However, though he had a smile on his face, he didn't lose himself in the battle. He analyzed. My chakra reserves are almost empty. I only have a little more than a quarter. I won't last much longer in such an intense battle. Unfortunately, despite performing well, Fujin never found any opportunity to escape from Darui. Fujin's chakra field was active as he analyzed, I need to find a way to get rid of the ninjas watching the fight. If I try to escape, they will attack and I'll be pincered between Darui and whoever attacks. It'll only result in me dying faster. Just like Fujin, Tamotsu was also engaged in fierce fighting. He was completely outmatched by his enemies as well. However, while Fujin managed to ensure that he didn't get injured and kept the other Kumo ninjas at bay, Tamotsu was ganged up on by 7 Kumogakure ninjas in addition to C. Injuries piled on his body. He had lost his left eye. His right arm was completely burnt from intense lightning shocks. Over 100 small cuts were visible on his body. He was pretty much on his last legs. Tamotsu looked at the Kumo ninjas and realized, this is the end for me. But if I am going to die, I'll take at least a few of them with me. He began making hand signs. However, at the next moment, a kick landed on his abdomen. He was sent flying away. He flipped in the air and managed to land on his feet. The kick disrupted his hand signs. However, he landed a few meters away from every Kumo ninja. Realizing the opportunity, he immediately flickered away. The Kumo ninjas followed him in a hurry, and a chase began. Unfortunately for Tamotsu, he was very exhausted and injured. His speed was much lesser as compared to Kumo ninjas. C took out a giant shuriken and threw it at Tamotsu. Due to his tiredness, Tamotsu didn't notice it. He stepped on a branch and jumped, aiming to get away. Just when he jumped, the shuriken hit his left thigh and cut clean through it. Tamotsu felt the pain and looked down at his left leg in horror. He lost his footing and crashed down. As he fell down, he saw Fujin and Darui fighting in front of his eyes. Both Fujin and Darui also saw him and were surprised. They stopped fighting for a moment. Fujin immediately flickered and appeared next to Tamotsu. Unfortunately, he had already lost consciousness. Soon, C and the Kumo ninjas with him also arrived. Samui as well appeared next to Darui at this moment. The Kumo ninjas were surprised to see that Fujin was unharmed. Fujin's expression became grim. His already bad situation had taken a turn for the worse. He thought, shit! Darui was already out of my league, and I am sure that C and Samui are both stronger than me, not to mention the 15 others that are along with these 3. Now, what the fuck should I do? Fujin's brain calculated all possible options at the speed of light. Fortunately for him, Kumo ninjas didn't attack him right away. C asked Darui, how is he still alive? Darui shrugged and said, the kid is strong. I couldn't injure him. The Kumo ninjas who just arrived were surprised. Darui was very reputed in the Land of Lightning. The fact that a kid much younger than him could last so long was shocking. C observed Fujin, who was crouching down next to Tamotsu while observing all the Kumo ninjas. C shook his head and said, the kid has almost exhausted his chakra. Let's finny. However, Darui interrupted by asking, what is your name? Fujin looked at him but didn't answer. Darui didn't mind that and continued, you have exhausted most of your chakra. Though you are still unharmed, if you fight, your death is the only possibility. Surrender now. In the future, your Hokage could make a deal with the Raikage to get you back. Fujin didn't reply. He thought, though his words are honest, becoming a prisoner would be the stupidest move. I'll have no control if Kumogakure decides to torture, maim, or kill me. Not to mention, hoping for Hiruzen to rescue me would be beyond stupid. That old fox might show that he is a very emotional person, but there are layers of deception hidden under his thick skin. Seeing that Fujin didn't respond, C said, since you don't want to surrender, you'll have to. However, as he spoke, Fujin's frown disappeared. Instead, a smirk appeared on Fujin's face. Soon, that smirk turned into a wide grin. The Kumogakure ninjas were surprised. One of them asked, "Did he lose his mind?" For the first time, Fujin spoke. "You know, I was always very afraid of risking my life. I always decided to take the easier way out and do my job efficiently. However, fighting you has made me experience a thrill that I never imagined. Darui, though you may not have heard of me, I have heard of you. Doesn't the Raikage think of you as his second right hand?" Fujin's grin grew wider. It grew so wide that it looked as though his face might split into two. His grin creeped out some of the Kumo ninjas surrounding him. Fujin continued, "Though I will die, taking down 18 Kumogakure ninjas, including the Raikage's right hand, with me would make me a hero in Konoha." Ha! Samui's eyes widened on hearing that. She had already seen a crazy Konoha ninja. However, before she could act, the seals on Fujin's bracers lit. In the blink of an eye, 400 explosive tags appeared around Fujin and formed a sphere around him. They completely blocked Fujin from the line of sight of the Kumogakure ninjas. However, they could still hear Fujin's laughter. The Kumogakure ninjas immediately became grim. They decided to move away. However, even before they could move, a breeze flew from inside the sphere made of explosive tags. The winds made the explosive paper tags spread throughout the area. Kumo ninjas were horrified to see hundreds of explosive tags heading towards them. AN, you can sponsor chapters through Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 206, Schemes and Hidden Dangers. Chapter 209 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Bonus chapter, we crossed 2.5k Power Stones in the last week. Reached 2,572. Keep it up, everyone. Bonus chapter on this Saturday as well. The Kumo ninjas were horrified at the sight of hundreds of explosive tags coming at them. Many Kumo ninjas began running away. A few escaped underground. Darui, C, Samui, and another Junin had grim faces. They immediately made hand signs and cast a lightning net in front of them. A few explosive tags hit the lightning net and were disabled. However, soon the explosive tags began exploding just before touching the lightning net. The lightning net was damaged by the explosion. The Kumo Junins increased the amount of chakra they poured into the lightning net to repair it and make it hold on. However, the number of explosive tags was too high. The lightning net was soon ripped apart. The Kumo ninjas immediately escaped into the ground. As soon as they did, the explosions covered the entire place. A loud sound could be heard for miles around the spot where the explosion occurred. Trees, branches, and stones were sent flying by the explosion. A smoke screen of dust, soil, and smoke spread for hundreds of meters. A massive fire lit up and spread through the forest at a rapid speed. The smoke raised due to the forest fire could be seen from all the nearby villages. After a couple of minutes of the explosion, a head popped out of the ground. It was Darui. Soon, C, Samui, and the other Junin appeared out of the ground. All their faces had been covered in dust. Soon, 8 more Kumo ninjas also crawled out of the ground, or ran back towards where Darui was. C couldn't help but mutter, "What a crazy guy! Who carries so many explosive tags with them?" The other Kumo ninjas were cursing Fujin too. Darui looked at C and said, "Sense the position of others." C nodded and began sensing. He led the other Kumo ninjas to where the missing Kumo ninjas were and began treating them one by one. Meanwhile, Darui and Samui began checking what happened to Fujin. Samui said, "I should have warned you. Another one of them killed himself the same way." Darui said, "It's not your fault. There was barely any time. Besides, considering the number of explosive tags he had, we can say that he always planned to die in this way." They arrived at the spot where Fujin and Tamotsu were before the explosion went off. They didn't find anything interesting at first. However, soon a shock appeared on their face. Samui said, "There is nothing here." Darui nodded. "Yeah, even though the explosions were powerful, at least their blood and bones should have remained here." Samui said, "This means that he escaped." No, they escaped. Anger formed on Samui's face. Kumo had taken a lot of casualties in this confrontation. By comparison, Konoha only lost 3 ninjas. Soon, a man arrived at their location along with 7 ninjas. He was Hari. He had watched the fight between Fujin and Darui, but had to escape in a hurry when he saw the explosive tags. Hari asked, "Who was that lunatic brat?" Darui replied, "He never told his name." Hari asked, "Is he dead?" Darui said, "Most likely not. He was standing here before the explosives went off, but there are no signs of blood or remains. He probably escaped just before the explosions went off." Hari frowned. He analyzed for a minute before saying, "When we saw those explosive tags, it attracted all our attention. He must have flickered right before the tags exploded, and he carried the other Konoha ninja with him." Samui said, "We need to hunt him. I'll form a squad and go after him." However, Hari shook his head and said, "No, it's already been around 5 minutes since the explosive tags exploded. He should have escaped a long distance." Samui countered, "His chakra was depleted, and he is carrying an injured ninja with him." Hari replied, "It's fine. Though I didn't expect us to have such a heavy loss, the goal of this mission is to see what action Konoha takes after knowing that we took a mine that should have been under their control. I plan to leak the information later, but this is fine too. That youngster will report what happened here to the Hokage and do that task for me. For now, assist C in saving and healing all the injured ninjas." Darui and Samui nodded and began helping C. After a few hours, they healed all the injured ninjas and tallied their losses. In all, 14 ninjas died during the fighting, 3 were critically injured and wouldn't be able to continue being a ninja, and 13 were lightly injured. All the dead and critically injured ninjas were of the Chunin rank. Hari sighed on knowing the losses as he realized, "My plan was to cause losses to Konoha and see their reaction to it. However, on the first step of my plan, we faced a setback. Now there will be voices of opposition in Kumogakure on starting a war with Konoha. After all, just a small clash caused us so many losses. Everyone will be worried about how many losses we will suffer when we face the full might of Konoha. Still, Lord Raikage should be able to push forward for war if he wishes to." Far away from the Kumo ninjas who were healing their wounds, Fujin was running across the land of hot springs. In his hand, he was holding Tamotsu. The wound on his left thigh was cauterized and bandaged, while the other wounds were just bandaged so that blood won't fall from his wounds. A few hours ago, when Fujin was surrounded by 400 explosive tags, he exhaled a gentle wind that guided all the explosive tags towards the Kumo ninjas. At the same time, he created a wind clone to control the explosive tags and grabbed Tamotsu by the back of his neck and used wind instantaneous body jutsu to flicker a long distance away. He repeated the jutsu a few times to end up miles away from the spot of the explosion. He turned around to see the massive smoke rising into the skies from that spot as he thought, "I have 1 spiked shield and 1 normal shield in my forearm bracers. In addition, I have put both my swords in there as well." But I couldn't come up with any good ideas on what to store in the remaining 4 seals. Luckily, I filled them up with explosive tags, just in case I needed them. I still have 200 more tags. If they chase after me, I'll use them to scare those Kumo ninjas off. But first, he took out a bottle and put a few soldier pills in his mouth. He made a hand sign, and a shadow clone appeared next to him. He picked up Tamotsu, and all 3 began escaping again. As they were running, the shadow clone burned the wound on his left leg so that the bleeding would stop. He also applied some bandages to his smaller wounds. Fujin ran, flickered, and used wind and earth instantaneous body jutsus for over an hour before taking a break. He was very exhausted. His clone bandaged Tamotsu properly and dispelled itself. Fujin looked at the unconscious Tamotsu as he thought, "I had initially thought of escaping by myself. Carrying him is a big burden, but the last time Kumo did a foul play, Hiruzen sacrificed Hizashi to avoid a war. If Kumo cried foul again and Hiruzen decided to compromise once more, I would have been the one to be sacrificed if I returned alone." A frown appeared on Fujin's face. During the escape, this thought troubled him a lot. He analyzed, "The thought of going rogue has appeared in my mind several times in the last hour. But, though I am strong, without Konoha's resources and library, my future path will be highly restricted if I go rogue. Not to mention I might be hunted by both Konoha and Kumo. And if by chance I survive and get stronger, Akatsuki might show up asking me to join them. Sigh, what a mess." His eyes wandered towards Tamotsu. He has lost his left leg, so his career as a ninja is pretty much over. If Hiruzen decides to sacrifice someone, sacrificing him would make much more sense than sacrificing a promising youngster. The only issue with this line of thought is that Tamotsu is from the Sarutobi clan. If Hiruzen has a soft spot for his clan and isn't willing to sacrifice them, my head will be on the chopping block. Fujin sat in meditation as he decided on his next actions. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes and decided, I will go back to Konoha. Despite losing the Uchiha clan, Konoha's strength should be stronger than 4 to 5 years ago. So it's unlikely that Hiruzen will take the same step. Even if he decides to compromise, he will first offer the chakra metal mine to Kumogakure. And that should be more precious than the head of any ninja. Also, I doubt Kumogakure would want the head of a young ninja over a chakra metal mine. However, if Hiruzen does decide to put up the same question in front of me as Hisashi, I'll act sad but determined and ask for some time and escape from Konoha during that time. Though it will be very risky, the alternative isn't risk-free either. Having rested, Fujin stood up and looked at the sky while thinking, Hiruzen, you better not disappoint me this time. He picked up Tamotsu and began his journey once more. He had figured that the Kumo ninjas weren't chasing him or were too slow. So, he moved at a consistent speed to ensure that his body doesn't get tired once again. He moved for hours and finally sighed in relief as he stepped into the land of fire. AN, bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 power stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 power stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Dane and Manuel, Yewiri, Harry, Rafal, Jack, Book Dragonling, Kid, Eden, and Afamimi for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 207, A Demand for Fujin's Head. Chapter 210 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. It was a normal, boring day for Yamanaka Hiroto. He had just finished patrolling and was wasting his time in the patrol camp while chatting with Hyuga Jun. However, he suddenly stopped and spread his chakra field. It spread for 500 meters, but he couldn't sense anything. Hyuga Jun asked, Did you sense something? Yamanaka Hiroto replied, I can't sense anyone. But someone just sensed our camp. Check with your Byakugan. Jun immediately activated his Byakugan. Hiroto asked, Who is it? A frown formed on Jun's face as he replied, It's one of our ninjas. And he is carrying another who is very injured. He is around 1 kilometer to the east. Fujin had roughly memorized the locations of patrol camps from his previous missions. After arriving in the vicinity, he spread his chakra field to sense any ninjas in the vicinity. On sensing 7 ninjas in one place, Fujin flickered towards them. In a minute, he appeared before Hiroto and Jun. Hiroto quickly said, Identify yourself. Fujin replied, Suzuki Fujin. You can ask questions later. My teammate got very injured during the mission. Do you have a medic? Jun nodded and said, All right, follow me. He quickly led Fujin into the camp and knocked on a door. He said, Emiko, we have a very injured person. Come quickly. Emiko immediately opened the door. She was the medical ninja in the camp. She was surprised when she saw Tamotsu's condition. She quickly laid him on a bed and began healing him. While Emiko treated Tamotsu, Jun and Hiroto interrogated Fujin. They were suspicious of Fujin because Fujin didn't have a single injury on him despite his teammate being so injured. He asked for Fujin's ID number and other standard questions to confirm that Fujin was indeed a ninja from Konoha. Finally, he asked, Where is your remaining team? Fujin put up a sad face and said, They are all dead. Hiroto had expected such a result. He thought, I guess that he is safe because of the sacrifices of his teammates. He sighed and patted Fujin's shoulder and said, It's fine. Sometimes missions go wrong. Fujin nodded. Emiko took around 20 minutes to heal Tamotsu. She left her room and approached Fujin and asked, Are you injured as well? Fujin shook his head. No, I am fine. Emiko nodded and left to keep an eye on Tamotsu. After an hour, Tamotsu gained consciousness. He quickly got up and sat up straight. However, his injuries made him grunt in pain. He looked around himself and was surprised that he was still alive. Amiko stopped him from moving much and quickly asked him how he was feeling. Tomotsu answered her questions. When he was done, he asked, "How did I get here? And where are my teammates?" The medical ninja sighed and said, "Your teammate Fujin brought you here. I'll call him." She left the room to call Fujin. However, she was impressed by Tomotsu. Despite losing his left leg, his first thought was the well-being of his team. Meanwhile, Tomotsu was surprised that Fujin was able to escape along with him. However, recalling Tadashi and imagining the fates of Ryota and Katsumi, tears began rolling down his cheeks. He quickly wiped them off, thinking, "I shouldn't appear weak in front of Fujin. I'll have lots of time to grieve for them later." Soon, Fujin arrived in the room where Tomotsu was resting. He could see the wetness in Tomotsu's eyes due to the tears he was holding back. Tomotsu looked at Fujin and said, "I am glad that you are safe, Fujin." Fujin nodded and looked at his cut leg. He asked, "How are you?" Tomotsu saw his sight and said sorrowfully, "I'll be fine." After half a minute of silence, he asked, "Do you know what happened to Katsumi and Ryota?" Fujin shook his head and answered, "No, I didn't see either of them after we split up. I only saw you and managed to barely escape." Tomotsu was shivering on hearing Fujin's answer. With the last ray of hope, he asked, "You are a censor. Did you sense them?" Fujin sighed and replied, "No, I was attacked by a ninja called Darui. He was much stronger than me. We flickered many times during the fight and were a long distance away from where we were ambushed, so I couldn't sense them." Tomotsu sighed and stayed silent for a few minutes. No one spoke. Finally, the sorrowful expression disappeared from Tomotsu's face, and instead he looked determined. He asked, "Fujin, how long have I been unconscious?" Fujin was surprised to see the sudden change in attitude. He answered, "Around 10 hours. I reached this camp around an hour ago." Tomotsu looked at his leg and said, "I'll be a burden if I come along with you. Fujin, run towards Konoha as fast as you can and inform Lord Hokage what happened." He looked at Fujin and said with determination, "This is a very important mission for our village, Fujin. I'll leave it in your hands." Fujin realized, "I see, he wants revenge." That said, knowing Hiruzen, it's highly unlikely that he will choose violence. Unfortunately, those three won't ever get justice. Though I guess we already had our revenge as at least 9 of them are dead. Fujin said, "All right, I'll go quickly. You take care of yourself, Tomotsu." Tomotsu nodded and said, "Don't worry about me. I'll be fine." Fujin could see that despite his determined expression, Tomotsu was having a hard time controlling his sorrow. He was holding back just to not demoralize Fujin. Fujin immediately left. A few minutes later, Tomotsu broke down in tears. Fujin rapidly moved across the land of fire. On the way, he couldn't help but sigh. Poor guy was trying so hard to control his tears. I wonder how many such instances occur daily in this world. How many squads meet their end due to a mission going wrong? I kinda had it lucky so far. Unfortunately, it looks like my luck ran out today. I need better means to escape from such situations. This time I was lucky that Tomotsu crashed into my battlefield, and Darui decided to not finish me off immediately, and instead gave me the option to surrender. I didn't even have a chance to escape until then. I don't want to depend on luck next time, as not everyone will be merciful like Darui. While moving, Fujin analyzed the options available to him. The first jutsu that came to his mind was obviously the Flying Thunder God. However, he rejected it. No. Hiruzen said that I'll have to be a grandmaster at Fuinjutsu before being allowed to learn it. Right now, I could barely even be considered a master. Becoming grandmaster will require a lot more time. Not to mention, I'll need the Junin rank to be able to access the seals kept in Section A of the library. Fujin analyzed more, but couldn't think of any idea other than the one he had at the back of his mind. Fujin sighed. I guess that's the only available option. Unfortunately, even that is very risky. I still need some time to be ready for it. That said, if Hiruzen decides against my well-being, I should take that risk. It might allow me to escape from Konoha very easily. While Fujin was moving at full speed through the forests in the Land of Fire, a message was sent back to Kumogakure to the 4th Raikage. The coded scroll was decoded, and the translated message was sent to A. A opened the scroll and began reading. Soon, anger appeared on his face. He raised his arm and smashed his table into two while yelling, "What the hell are these guys doing?" Mabui had seen A do such acts hundreds of times. She wasn't affected and calmly asked, "What happened, Lord Raikage?" I handed her the scroll and said in disappointment, "They ambushed 5 Konoha ninjas with 58 ninjas and still lost 13 ninjas and had many more injured. Not to mention, they still let 2 Konoha ninjas escape." Mabui was surprised by what A said. She wondered, which strong squad did they encounter to have such losses? She quickly checked the scroll to see who the Konoha ninjas were. She was surprised once again. She asked in confusion, "Who is Tomotsu?" I looked at her and said, "It's your job to tell me." She felt awkward hearing A's reply. She stopped reading the scroll, handed it back to A, and quickly excused herself and checked their records. Mabui returned after a few minutes and said, "Tomotsu is an elite chunin in Konoha. He was promoted to the chunin rank after the Third Great Ninja War. But his record isn't stellar enough to produce such a result." I said, "It wasn't his doing. Hari said that a young ninja was able to hold his own against Darui and is an expert in wind manipulation. He was the main reason for the casualties. Find who this brat is, as they didn't know his identity." Mabui thought for a bit and said, "In the Chunin exam that happened before the last one in Konoha, the champion was an orphan who specialized in wind manipulation. It was when the Kiri rebels had participated in the Chunin exam. Other than him, I haven't heard of any young ninja who specializes in wind manipulation from Konoha." I thought for a bit and instructed, "Find his name and pass it to the negotiators. Send the negotiators that we have prepared to Konoha and ask for heads of Tomotsu and that brat. Also send a message to Darui and call him, see and Samui back. And don't let this news leak." Mabui nodded and left the office. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Andre, Timberwolf, Pierre, Stefan, JGHV, Andrew, Asha, Austin, Ramon, and Juan for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 208, Countering Schemes with Schemes. Chapter 211 of Naruto The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. A frown formed on Raikage's face as he analyzed. Such losses would increase opposition to starting a new war. If those oppositions delay us, then we will lose this window of opportunity. The best way to regain the morale is to make Hiruzen hand over those 2 ninjas. It'll show how weak Konoha is to everyone. I managed to make him cower the last time. I'll do it once again. Mabui did her job efficiently. She handed the leader of negotiators a letter from Raikage. Within an hour, a group of negotiators left Kumamogakure along with an escort group. They would first stop at the chakra metal mine, where the conflict happened, to confirm the report they sent back, and then send the Raikage's letter to Konoha to set up a meeting and place their demands. It was nighttime when the negotiators left Kumogakure. Their group had a few civilians, so the group moved much slower as compared to a ninja squad. Meanwhile, Raikage began preparing his army in Kumogakure so that they could move at a moment's notice. Fujin was unaware that his fears had partially come true. He traveled the entire night and reached Konoha at 7 in the morning. As soon as he entered Konoha, Fujin maintained a sad expression on his face. He immediately went to the Hokage's building and went to Hiruzen's office. He knocked on the door. Hiruzen heard and said, "Come in." Fujin entered. He saw a lot of papers and files on Hiruzen's table. Takao was present as well and was arranging them. In addition, 4 Anbu ninjas were hiding in the room. Hiruzen was surprised to see Fujin so soon. He had talked with Renjiro the day before, and was surprised to learn that all the seals on Fujin's house were inscribed by Fujin himself. While he was happy to know how talented Fujin was, he couldn't help but think about what he had told Fujin when Fujin had asked for the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. He thought, Tomotsu's message said that the mission might take weeks. Why is he here so soon? Did the mission go wrong? Or did he want to send a secret message? He asked. Did something happen, Fujin? Close the door and tell me. Fujin closed the door and began reporting. He began speaking slowly in a sad voice and watery eyes. "Grandpa, we were ambushed during our mission. Inuzuka Tadashi and his ninja dog Kenta were killed. Aburame Katsumi and Hatake Ryota are missing. Squad leader Sarutobi Tamotsu was injured and lost his left leg." Hiruzen and Takao immediately became very serious, though for different reasons. Takao had been on edge due to the Uchiha massacre. Meanwhile, Hiruzen knew about the real nature of the mission. Hiruzen calmly said, "Fujin, stay calm and tell me everything properly. Don't miss a single detail." Fujin took a deep breath and said, "Our mission was to the land of hot water. It was issued by Matsushita Yusuke, a noble from that country. He said that he had discovered a mine in his territory and suspected that it was a chakra metal mine." Takao and the Anbu in the room were shocked to hear that. A chakra metal mine could very well cause a war. Fujin continued, "We moved quickly towards the area that Yusuke had marked. However, when we reached very close to it, we were ambushed by more than 50 Kumogakure ninjas. They first encircled us with 20 ninjas. Another 30 ninjas stayed a bit away to form a second ring of encirclement. A few more ninjas were hiding their chakras. I am not sure how many, but there were at least 3. All were at Chunin or Junin ranks." Everyone was surprised on hearing it. They couldn't help but wonder how Fujin made it out alive. Fujin continued, "When we tried to escape the first encirclement, they killed Tadashi and Kenta. However, they got too aggressive and were hit by Tamotsu and my Firewind combination jutsu. 8 of them died while the other 12 were injured. We tried to escape once again, but were intercepted once again and forced to split up. I am not sure what happened with Ryota and Katsumi after that. I was attacked by Darui." The group's eyes widened once again hearing Darui's name. Hiruzen thought, "That's the Kid A and his father trained personally. Though he isn't as reputed as Kakashi, he is the leader of their young generation." Fujin continued, "A few more Kumo ninjas attacked me along with him, but I managed to kill one, fatally injure another, and keep the rest at bay and entered a deadlock against Darui. I tried defeating him, but he was very strong. He dodged all attacks and didn't give me any opportunity to escape." After a few minutes, Tamotsu entered our battlefield and collapsed unconscious. Darui stopped fighting while I checked on Tamotsu. However, I was surrounded by 18 ninjas. They lowered their guard since I was probably the only one left. So I used a few hundred explosive tags to buy some time and escaped while carrying Tamotsu with me. I am not sure if the explosions caused any casualties, but I didn't sense anyone chasing after me. Right now, Tamotsu is being treated in a patrol camp. He asked me to rush to the village to pass all the information to you." Hiruzen and others were shocked by what Fujin had done during this mission. Hiruzen analyzed, "Surviving a fight against Darui at his age without any visible injuries is very impressive, not to mention being able to escape after being surrounded by 18 ninjas." The others, too, had similar thoughts. Fujin saw the expressions of Hiruzen and Takao and was satisfied with their expressions. He had intentionally told how impressive he had been and how much potential he had. This way, Hiruzen would be very reluctant to sacrifice him. Hiruzen asked Fujin more questions. Fujin answered them all. He took every opportunity to mention his achievements without exaggerating them or coming on as a show-off. He also intentionally called Hiruzen Grandpa to evoke whatever emotions Hiruzen had. After getting all the data, Hiruzen said, "It's unfortunate what happened to your squad, but you have done a good job. Saving one teammate and coming back alive in such a hopeless situation is very good. For now, go back and get some rest, and don't take any new missions. I might call you back after some time." Fujin nodded and said, "All right, Grandpa, I'll take my leave." He left the office. He left towards his home while thinking, I did all I could think of. I hope that the worst-case scenario doesn't occur. After Fujin left, Hiruzen began staring at the map in front of him. Takao said, "Lord Hokage." However, Hiruzen said, "Keep the files and paperwork related to the Uchiha clan away for now." Takao thought, "That's not what I wanted to talk about." However, he realized that Hiruzen didn't want to be disturbed, so he moved all the paperwork and files away from his desk. Hiruzen observed the map while analyzing the situation. He analyzed, on the surface, it looks like Kumogakure found this mine and wanted to mine it secretly. Fujin and his team were just unlucky to have taken this mission. But knowing Kumogakure's actions after Minato's death, I doubt it is so simple. Be it the Hyuga incident or their prisoners showing up as bandits, both were completely unprovoked aggression towards Konoha. So is Ace scheming once again? He kept analyzing. Why did Kumogakure send over 50 ninjas for a simple ambush? Just Darui's squad could have easily defeated them. Even assuming that they set a perimeter around the mine, Tomotsu's group should have been better at sensing. They wouldn't be ambushed if it was unanticipated. Suddenly, an idea entered Hiruzen's. He analyzed it to see how viable it was. After calculating, he let out a long sigh. I see. That's why Darui was present. They aren't there to guard the mine, but he is leading the Angward army. There should be a lot more ninjas assembled at the mine. I guess they didn't anticipate Fujin to be able to bring back the news. No, he said that no one chased him. So though they didn't anticipate such a fight back from him, they wanted him to deliver the news back to me. They want to see my reaction. Hiruzen began putting the pieces together. If their plan was to test my response, they would first need to cause Konoha losses. Yusuke should be working with them. I doubt the entire land of hot water will be involved, as they have suffered a lot due to Kumogakure. So it is probably just him. Either Kumogakure threatened him, or he has ambitions of his own. After Tomotsu's squad died, Yusuke would have sent us more mission requests and baited more ninjas to their death. Kumo would then threaten me and see my response. Now their plans will be disrupted. If I am right, I will now send a negotiator to Konoha asking me to compensate them for the loss, and perhaps ask for Tomotsu and Fujin as well. Hiruzen's face kept getting more and more ugly as he unraveled Kumogakure's plan. He snorted, the Hyuga incident worked in your favor because I never anticipated such a disgusting act. Do you think that such a scheme will work against Konoha again? Hiruzen said, all of you. Summon 7 Anbu squads along with another 3 Anbu squads made of former root ninjas and return here quickly. Takao, bring Kakashi here. The 4 Anbu ninjas hiding in his office flickered and got to work. Takao nodded and left the office as well. Hiruzen grabbed a scroll and began writing in it. After writing the message, he closed the scroll and sealed it. He weaved hand signs and slammed his hand on the desk. A monkey appeared in front of him. Hiruzen handed him the scroll and said, deliver the scroll as soon as you can. Preferably do it today. The monkey took the scroll and checked it. He said in a childish voice, got it. He disappeared in smoke along with the scroll. Soon, 13 Anbu ninjas showed up in Hiruzen's office. One of them hid back in the room. Hiruzen passed a scroll to them and said, in the land of hot water, there is a noble called Matsushita Yusuke. His details are in the scroll. Arbe, kill him, and everyone with him. Burn every document in his mansion, and don't leave any evidence behind. Preferably use lightning jutsus to destroy some property before escaping. One of the Anbu ninjas accepted the scroll. Hiruzen passed them more instructions. They took their leave. Soon, another group of Anbu arrived. This time, there were 31 ninjas. 12 of them were formerly en route. Hiruzen assigned another mission to them. After understanding the assignment, they left the office as well. Finally, Kakashi and Takao arrived at the office. Kakashi was just dismissed from the Anbu by Hiruzen a few days ago. Hiruzen looked at Kakashi and said seriously, Kakashi, I'll provide you with 200 ninjas. I want you to lead them towards the border with the land of hot water. You have 2 objectives. First, keep the existence of your force a secret. No one should be aware of your movements. Second, do a few drills to make the force prepared for war. Kakashi was surprised by the order. He asked, Lord Hokage, did an incident occur? Hiruzen nodded. He briefed Kakashi on what Fujin had reported. Kakashi understood the situation and sighed. They want to make a move because the Uchiha clan no longer exists, right? Hiruzen nodded and said, it's unlikely that a war will happen, but I want us to be prepared just in case. Kakashi asked, can I take Guy along with me? Hiruzen nodded. Sure. Kakashi said, all right, I'll contact him. We will be ready to leave immediately. Hiruzen replied, good. I'll arrange for the ninjas to join up with you. Kakashi left to meet up with Guy, while Hiruzen got busy arranging 200 ninjas to go along with Kakashi. Fortunately, he already had everyone on high alert due to the Uchiha massacre. He was able to get it done very quickly. I used a lot of words to have Fujin describe what happened in the last few chapters. I'm not a fan of wasting words that way, or repeating stuff that happened in manga anime, but I felt that it was needed, so I wrote a 2K plus words chapter to compensate for the words wasted there. Enjoy. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Piranha, Justin, Matthew, Diaz, Tamas, Oa, Noel, Caleb, and Gerard for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 209, Hiruzen's Never-Ending Schemes. Chapter 212 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Though Hiruzen received the message almost half a day later than A, the Anbu squads he dispatched moved much faster than Kumogakure's negotiator group. Under the cover of the night, Kakashi left Konoha along with Guy and 200 ninjas. They disappeared into the vast, never-ending forests in the Land of Fire. A few hours later, 3 Anbu squads arrived outside Yusuke's mansion. No one in the hidden hot springs village detected them. Yusuke was sleeping in his bed. He had a smile on his face as he dreamt about being the new daimyo of the Land of Hot Water. As Hiruzen had guessed, he was working together with Kumogakure. He wanted their support to overthrow the current daimyo. In return, he will help them kill Konoha's ninjas and will remove Konoha's influence on the country after he becomes the daimyo. Unfortunately for him, an Anbu ninja appeared next to him while he slept. He grabbed a tanto and pierced it into Yusuke's heart, leaving him permanently in the dream world. Yusuke died without knowing who killed him and how. In a few minutes, everyone in the mansion was killed. Not a single being was left alive. Instead, blood was flowing on the ground. The Anbu also burned or confiscated all the documents. After confirming that their work is done, they destroyed the pillars supporting the mansion with lightning jutsus and escaped. The village, which was resting peacefully, suddenly woke up due to loud noise. However, before anyone could figure out what was happening, the Anbu ninjas had already escaped. They kept moving towards the Land of Frost. The daimyo of the Land of Hot Water was woken up due to the massacre and destruction. He reached Yusuke's destroyed mansion and frowned. He had found a chakra metal mine a week ago, and he is already dead? He had said that he will employ Konoha ninjas. Is this their work? Daimyo analyzed for a bit before concluding, no, this isn't the way the Hokage acts usually. Besides, why would he even do this when we were offering Konoha the most benefits? At that time, Takeshita Tokuhei appeared in front of the daimyo and reported, Lord Daimyo, everyone in the mansion, including Lord Yusuke, has been killed. They are all killed with swords. From their wounds, it doesn't seem like they even had a chance to struggle. The documents are all destroyed, though. We don't know if some of them have been stolen, and the pillars have been destroyed with lightning jutsus. Daimyo asked, Lightning? Do you mean that Kumogakure is behind this? Tokuhei answered, It's either them or someone who wants to frame them. Daimyo analyzed the situation. This sort of activity is something Kumogakure would do. Did they find the mine as well? If so, it would make sense that they want to silence Yusuke and secretly mine the mine themselves. But such a thing is impossible to be kept a secret. Are they planning to wage another war in my country? The daimyo frowned. He said, Tokuhei, come with me. He brought Tokuhei to his own office and told him about the mine in Yusuke's province. Tokuhei was shocked. He exclaimed, There is a chakra metal mine in our country? The daimyo corrected him. A mine that might have some deposits of it. The quantity won't be much, but it might be sufficient to cause a war. Tokuhei frowned. He said with a bitter expression, Our country will be ravaged once again. The daimyo nodded. That is why I wanted to keep it a secret. I suspect that the mine has been taken over by other forces, most likely by Kumogakure. I want you to lead a force of 15 ninjas there stealthily and check. You are not to engage in any combat. After you confirm, leave immediately and return back. Tokuhei nodded. He left and immediately assembled a team and went towards the area the daimyo had instructed him to. In a couple of hours, they reached the location of the mine. However, they stopped a long distance away from the mine and kept an eye. An hour later, they saw someone move. They followed that person secretly and noticed 3 squads of Kumogakure ninjas. The Kumogakure ninjas spotted them as well and raised an alarm. Tokuhei and his squad immediately escaped. Some Kumo ninjas gave chase but stopped when they entered too deep into the land of hot water. A few hours later, after taking multiple detours, they returned to the capital. Tokuhei immediately reported to the daimyo. The daimyo's face became grim as he confirmed his fears. He immediately began writing letters. The content of the letters included the fact that they have discovered a mine that might have minute deposits of chakra metal. It also mentioned the fact that Kumogakure had forcefully occupied the mine and is hunting everyone who goes there. He sent these letters to every daimyo and every kage except the Raikage. When Hiruzen received the letter the following morning, a smile formed on his face. He thought, the result of killing Yusuke was exactly what I envisioned and desired. Though Kiri is in a mess and might not make a move, Suna and Iwa will not want to see such a mine in the hands of Kumogakure. The villages and daimyos still remember the trauma of the last war, so they wouldn't want a new war. Everyone will apply pressure on Kumogakure. If they step back, then the control of this mine should be handed to the Land of Iron. If they don't, then they will have to face the combined might of all villages. Both the scenarios are favorable for Konoha. In order to ensure that his speculations come true, Hiruzen wrote a letter to the Land of Iron's leader, Mifune. The letter stated Konoha's desire for peace and its support for having the Land of Iron mining the newly discovered mine as a neutral country. The second group of 7 Anbu squads sent by Hiruzen headed straight towards the Land of Lightning. Though the trip took longer, they infiltrated the Land of Lightning before the group of negotiators left the country. They stayed far away from Kumogakure. Instead, they disguised themselves and mixed among the common people. Yugao was among these Anbu ninjas. She transformed herself into a middle-aged woman and went into the market. She began buying groceries as normal. As she did, she began having short interactions with the other ladies in the market who were also buying groceries. During one such conversation, she sighed and said, "I heard that Raikage-sama wants to start a war with Konohagakure." The lady was surprised. A couple more around them heard her as well. She asked, "He does? Haven't we been very peaceful lately?" Yugao nodded and said, "I heard that he sent 60 ninjas to the Land of Hot Water to kill 5 Konoha ninjas. However, they were defeated by an 11-year-old kid. 13 of our brave ninjas died due to it." The other ladies were shocked to hear it. They joined the conversation. "Is it true?" Yugao nodded and said, "Yeah, my husband used to work in Lord Raikage's office. He still has some contacts there. I am worried that if we suffered so much at the hands of just an 11-year-old kid, how many losses will we have against the whole might of Konoha?" The scenario Yugao painted shocked the ladies. They talked a bit more before leaving. Yugao quickly changed her disguise and went to another market. In the same way, all the other 27 Anbu ninjas spread misinformation in the villages in the Land of Lightning. They hyped up Fujin's actions while making everyone think subconsciously that Kumo's forces were weak. A few even propagated the fear of Konoha invading the Land of Lightning if the Raikage went to war. Slowly, the people who heard the information began gossiping with the ones who hadn't. The news spread through the entire Land of Lightning like a raging wildfire, igniting conversations and emotions of common people. As the rumors spread, they became more and more preposterous. Fear spread among the people in the Land of Lightning. Unfortunately for A, he would remain unaware of this development until it was too late. While the Anbu ninjas were doing their task, a monkey was roaming in the Land of Rice. He had been searching for a man for 2 days. Finally, he managed to locate him. The area was a complete mess. It looked as if someone had blown up an underground base. The monkey landed next to the man and handed him the scroll. He said in his childish voice, "Lord Hokage wants you to act on this immediately." The man opened the scroll and read its contents. His eyes widened before returning to their usual size. He sighed and said, "Another war. All right, tell him that I'll get it done. AN, bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Royce and Matthew, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 210, A Natural Calamity. Chapter 213 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The monkey ended his summoning and disappeared into a cloud of smoke. The man looked in the direction of the land of hot water. His location was already quite close to the land of hot water. He sighed once again and began moving towards the land of hot water. Within a few hours, he reached the area where the Kumo ninjas had set up a perimeter. He began sensing the area and scratched his chin while planning. Sensei's analysis was on point. There are over 250 ninjas from Kumogakure over here. Now, how should I deal with them? He formulated a plan and decided to stay hidden until the night. None of the Kumogakure ninjas noticed him. The Kumogakure ninjas had a change in leadership. Hari still stayed as the advisor, as this was his idea. But Darui, Si, and Samui were called back to Kumogakure. Instead, 2 elite Junins were sent to replace them. Soon, it was night. The Kumo ninjas changed shifts. Around 60 ninjas began manning the perimeter, while the others went to sleep. The Kumo ninjas guarding the mine hadn't faced much threat. Hari had kept their losses against Fujin's squad a secret from them. And other than a local squad spotting them and running away, there wasn't any other incident. So the ninjas were very relaxed. However, they suddenly heard a sound. They quickly looked above and were shocked. In the night sky, a huge shadow could be seen hiding among the clouds. One ninja gulped and asked, "What is that?" The ninja next to him replied, "It looks like a toad shadow. But how can a toad fly?" Another said, "Wake up Harisama and others quickly. They need to see this." However, they suddenly felt raindrops falling down on their faces. Just a second later, their eyes widened. They watched in horror as massive fire rained down on their entire base. A minute ago, Jiraiya summoned the giant toad Gamabunta and jumped high into the sky. They got right on top of the mine. Gamabunta released a huge oil jutsu that covers the entire mine. Meanwhile, Jiraiya made a clone and used strong fire and wind jutsus at the same time. The Kumo ninjas didn't expect such a massive attack. Over 180 ninjas were asleep due to it being late in the night. All of them were hit by the massive attack. A few felt the heat and woke up. Unfortunately, before they could figure out what was happening and defend themselves, they were engulfed by fire and boiling oil. They didn't even have a chance to defend themselves and died screaming in the fire. Kumogakure's advisor Hari also caught on fire along with the rest. He tried calculating what was happening and how his excellent plans turned into such a disaster. Unfortunately, he would die before reaching a conclusion. The ninjas who were on patrol too weren't strong enough to defend against such an attack. A majority of them died without forming any jutsus. A few used defensive jutsus, but the huge scale of the jutsu meant that they didn't last even a few seconds. Only a dozen or so ninjas managed to escape underground. Unfortunately, as soon as they escaped into the ground turned into a swamp. All of them were trapped in it. Soon, the hot oil mixed in the swamp. They had the worst fate among all the Kumo ninjas as they slowly felt their surroundings heating up and cooking their bodies. A few yelled in terror, however. The swamp poured into their mouths and gagged them when they opened it to yell. Gamabunta landed a bit away from all the fire. The trees in the vicinity were destroyed due to his landing. A massive fire was spreading through the area. At the same time, it began raining heavily. Jiraiya asked, "Bunta, are any of them alive?" Gamabunta replied, "A few in the swamp are still struggling, though they should die soon." He looked at Jiraiya and asked, "Is it already the start of the Fourth Great Ninja War?" Jiraiya replied, "Sensei said no. I guess he wanted this to be done to prevent it. We have to extinguish all our traces before leaving and make it seem like a natural calamity or an accident." Gamabunta complained, "So we'd have to now douse this entire fire?" Jiraiya replied, "Yes, and we also have to destroy this mine." Gamabunta sighed. Soon, the last of the Kumo ninjas died. Gamabunta jumped into the sky once again and shot huge water bullets down at the mine. The water bullet doused the raging fire. The power behind the water bullet damaged the mine as well. Gamabunta repeated this a few more times until the entire mine collapsed. The dead bodies of Kumo ninjas were already cremated by the fire. Whatever was left was crushed by the powerful water bullets. When the mines collapsed, the camps and the remains of all the Kumo ninjas were buried deep within the mine. It would be difficult to distinguish their ashes from the soil. Even the swamp that Jiraiya's clone had created was destroyed by the water bullets. Half an hour later, Jiraiya and Gamabunta observed the mining site. It was completely wrecked. There were no signs of human settlements. Instead, it looked as if God had condemned this place. The ground was sinking into the mine, and the entire area was flooded with water. The rains had intensified, and lightning was striking occasionally. Satisfied with the destruction, Gamabunta went back to Mount Myoboku, while Jiraiya escaped. The entire mine had been destroyed, and not a single person knew what happened there. The ninjas from the Land of Hot Water were asked to stay clear of this place. The daimyo didn't want to take any unnecessary casualties. However, there were 12 people who were staying in the surrounding villages who noticed the anomalies happening around the area of the mine. They immediately rushed towards the mine. While rushing, those 12 ninjas met with each other and went together. When they reached the location, shock could be seen on their faces. However, soon their faces returned to normal. One of them said, "This is exactly like Lord Hokage said it would be." The others nodded. This group was the 3 Anbu squads that destroyed Yusuke's mansion a couple of nights ago. One of them said, "It's time to execute the next step of the mission." They immediately rushed towards the Land of Frost. The remaining 7 Anbu squads who were spreading rumors in the Land of Lightning had completed their task and withdrawn to a location in the Land of Frost. The group of 3 Anbu squads who were rushing into the Land of Frost were heading exactly to that location as directed by Hiruzen. On meeting up, the Anbu who witnessed the havoc that Jiraiya had left told the rest about the destruction they had witnessed. After telling all the specifics, all 40 Anbu ninjas headed back towards the Land of Lightning. They infiltrated the Land of Lightning once again with the same mission, but different rumors. Once again, the Anbu ninjas began spreading a variety of rumors in various disguises and in numerous villages. All of them said that their great Lord Raikage had found a chakra metal mine. They said that the mine would make Kumogakure the strongest ninja village in the world. However, the following part was reported differently by the Anbu ninjas. Around half of them said that the other villages weren't happy and were afraid of how ambitious the Raikage was. So the 4th Mizukage showed up with his elite ninjas and killed all Kumo ninjas who were protecting the mine. He still wasn't satisfied, so he transformed into the 3-tailed beast abomination and destroyed the entire mine. Some said that the gods were angered by how power-hungry the Raikage was. So they decided to punish Kumogakure for his crimes by unleashing a catastrophic calamity on the mine and the ninjas guarding that mine. A couple of Anbu said that the 11-year-old boy who had earlier killed 60 Kumo ninjas was angry that Kumogakure killed his teammates, so he returned to destroy the mine and slaughter everyone. In this way, multiple imaginative rumors were spread throughout the country. The common citizens were intrigued and worried by such news. They couldn't help but discuss it further among themselves. In no time, these rumors began spreading alongside the previous rumors. Unknown to him, A's reputation kept taking a hit. Around the time that the Anbu ninjas infiltrated the Land of Lightning again, Mabui headed into the Raikage's office. Her face was grim. AN. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Big Country, What a Great Name Lol, and Timothy for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more, support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 211, A's Rage, Chapter 214 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. I noticed Mabui's expression and a frown formed on his face. Mabui said, "Raikage-sama, we have bad news." A asked, "What happened this time?" Mabui said, "Various rumors are spreading throughout the country about the clash between Konoha ninjas and our forces." A shouted in anger, "What? I told you to keep it a secret. How did that information spread?" Mabui quickly answered, "I kept it a secret. I am sure that Advisor Hari did too. I did some analysis and I believe that the rumors haven't started in our village. Instead, they have entered our village from the outside." A asked, "What do you mean by outside?" Mabui said, "I believe that someone is spreading the rumors in other villages in our country. The rumors reached our village while spreading through them." A was stunned. However, he soon realized. He got angry and once again smashed his desk while shouting, "That damned Hiruzen!" Mabui sighed in her mind, thinking, "I just replaced that old desk." However, she agreed with his analysis. She too believed that Konoha was spreading these rumors. She said, "Raikage-sama, the rumors themselves are worrying. While some rumors say the truth, a majority of them say that our 60 ninja force was defeated by one young Konoha ninja. Some even say that they were defeated by a kid who hadn't even graduated yet from the academy." A's eyes widened. His rage grew further. He stood up. A lightning cloak appeared around him as he cursed. "First those bastards spread rumors, and they dare to defame us." Before he could speak more, Mabui said, "That's not all, Raikage-sama. There is another worrying situation." A asked, "What else?" Mabui said, "I haven't received any communications from Advisor Hari. His report should have arrived a couple of hours ago." A calmed down and became serious on hearing that. He had sent 2 elite Junin, dozens of Junins, more than 200 Chunins, and an advisor to the mine. If anything happened to them or the mine, then the losses would be severe. He didn't want to act on emotions on such a serious matter. He said, "The messenger birds could get lost at times. Are you sure that it is something to be worried about?" Mabui replied, "I just have a bad feeling, Raikage-sama." A thought for a bit and said, "Wait till this afternoon. If Hari doesn't send a message once more, then have Darwi's team check on them. In the meantime, arrange for some ninjas to explore the villages in our country. Eliminate any of those Konoha scums spreading rumors." Mabui nodded and immediately left. She informed Darwi's group to be ready, and she dispatched a dozen squads to scout the country for anyone spreading the rumors. The Anbu from Konoha were aware that they would be suspected this time, so they just spread rumors for around 6 hours before escaping. The Kumogakure ninjas had to search the huge country and didn't know where to start, so the Anbu ended up escaping even before the Kumogakure ninjas reached anywhere close to them. Having completed their mission successfully, all 10 squads left the Land of Lightning safely and began returning to Konoha. A's day kept on getting worse. A lot of elders and clan leaders kept visiting him asking about the rumors spreading through the village. Though they had passively agreed earlier, the losses made them rethink their positions. They didn't want to fight a war if their losses would be horrendous. I had to pacify them all and tell them the exact details of the clash. His frustration grew with every meeting. At noon, Mabui returned to his office. She was about to report, but stopped seeing how terrible A's mood was. I noticed her and said, "Get on with it and tell me what more bad news you have." Mabui reported, "Raikage-sama, Hari hasn't sent the message once again. I have dispatched Darwi's squad to check on them." A thought about what to say, but no words left his mouth. He was tired of dealing with all the shit on the same day. He had continuous meetings all morning and hadn't even had the time to have breakfast. He got up and said, "All right, you handle the matter." Mabui saw as Raikage walked towards the wall behind him. He formed a fist and punched a new door in the wall. Mabui watched with a deadpan expression, thinking, "I knew it." She asked, "Where are you going, Raikage-sama?" I said, "I need a break. I will be sparring with B. If anyone has any complaints or worries, send them there if they dare to come." He immediately disappeared. Normally, Mabui would chuckle whenever this happens. Whenever A was overburdened by village politics, he would go to B and fight against his tailed beast form. No elder or clan head or advisor would dare to go close to their fight. It was A's way of telling them to shut their mouths and demonstrating his and his brother's power. Unfortunately, Mabui couldn't chuckle. She was troubled by the situation herself. She sighed, "What a mess. We haven't even started the war yet and just made 2 moves and still have to deal with such a headache. We underestimated Konoha due to the previous incident. I hope that nothing bad happens again." B was writing a few rap lines in his book when landed in front of him with a huge force and sent dust flying. A looked at B and said, "B, we are sparring. Use your full strength." B had heard the rumors going around in the village. He knew that A would be extremely frustrated. He said, "Yo, yo, yo. Brother, what's good? You look mad stressed, man. Come spar with your brother B and let's ease that tension." A was even more annoyed due to B's rapping. He immediately activated his lightning chakra mode. At the same time, Juki's giant octopus tentacles appeared behind B as he transformed into Juki. Both began sparring at their full power. Their spar continued through the entire afternoon and destroyed a few mountains while creating a few new valleys. After ending the spar, they went to B's home for a late lunch. The spar and the break from others helped A relax. But B could still see that he was worried and his mind wasn't on the food he was eating. In order to get it off his mind, B asked, "So what's the dealio? Why you looking like you just saw a ghost or something?" A sighed and explained the situation. He explained his plan to start a new war with Konoha, Hiruzen's tactics and annoyance caused by the elders and clan leaders from their village. B nodded and said, "Oh snap, now that is quite a mess indeed. But you still want to push forward, huh?" A nodded and said, "It is for our village's prosperity." B argued, I feel you. But let me ask you this, do we need to keep being so aggressive? The village has been chillin' lately, why not take a step back and enjoy the peace?" I said, "This peace is only temporary. A new great war will eventually start. Konoha and Suna are in an alliance. If Konoha manages to convince Iwa and Kiri to make a move against us, we will be in a tough spot. Anyways, I have to leave. I can't leave the office for too long." Having finished his food, A began leaving. B looked at his back and said, "Just remember, brother, even if something goes wrong, we got each other's backs. We'll fix it together." I always assumed that Danzo would be the toughest character to write. I never thought it'd be Killer B. His dialogues are tough to write. I smiled and nodded before disappearing. He soon appeared in his office. However, his smile disappeared even before he entered his office. He entered his office from the same hole that he created and saw every elder, clan head, and advisor in his office waiting for him. He looked at Mabui, who had a helpless expression on her face. Before A could say anything, an old man asked, "Lord Raikage, is it about time for you to inform us about the important events? Or do you plan to keep us in the dark until the very end?" A frowned. Though he didn't always inform others about his plans, he was confused about why they decided to gather together and confront him. More importantly, the identity of the old man was very sensitive. He was Inazuma, an advisor to his father, the third Raikage. He asked, "What do you mean?" Mabui stepped forward and informed, "Raikage-sama, some of the ninjas I dispatched returned back to the village. They said that there are a lot more rumors spreading around in the country." I asked, "It's just some rumors. I can understand common people being scared of them, but why are you giving it unnecessary attention?" Inazuma said, "It is due to the nature of those rumors. Though some of them are ridiculous, all of them say one thing in common." Inazuma stopped speaking and observed A's expression. Unfortunately, he couldn't gauge what A was thinking. I waited for a few seconds and shouted aggressively, "Stop testing me and just speak." Inazuma said, "They say that all the ninjas we sent to the mine have been wiped out. The mine itself has also been destroyed." I was stunned. We reached 2K stones. Bonus chapters on Sunday and next week Saturday. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Aquilin and Swider for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Elite Junin promotion? Chapter 215 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Bonus chapter for crossing 2.5k Power Stones last week. A immediately shouted, "Who is spreading such nonsense?" Mabui replied, I believe it's the same group that spread the earlier rumors, Raikage-sama. Inazuma interrupted their conversation and said, Stop speaking among yourself and tell us whether it is the truth or not. Losing 255 ninjas will be a huge loss even during wartime. We have never ever had such a loss during peacetime. I looked at Mabui and said, Inform them. Everyone in the room got a bit nervous. As they expected, A was hiding something. Mabui said, We haven't received any communications from Hari since this morning. I have dispatched Darui's squad to check whether they are fine. We will need to wait until they return to find out if something has happened, or if the communications have been cut off somehow. The room got restless on hearing that. They began feeling that those ridiculous rumors had some truth to them. One of the elders complained, How can you hide such huge news from us? I snorted. Messages not reaching is a very common thing. I didn't think there was anything to be concerned about. You old fellows need to stop wasting your and my time on the rumors Hiruzen is spreading, and instead prepare for war. However, Inazuma argued, First, we need to know the truth of this incident. If our ninjas have all been killed, then we won't support the war. Instead, our focus should be on getting justice for the lives of our ninjas. Every leader in the room agreed with him. They discussed important matters for some time before ending the meeting. After they left, A's rage went through the roof. Mabui quickly said, Calm down, Raikage-sama. I said, These old cowards are the reason why I couldn't launch a full-scale offensive against Konoha during the Hyuga incident. These bastards will stop me again this time too. Anger could be felt in his voice. He looked at Mabui and said, Send a few more squads after Darui. Hiruzen must be scheming something to spread rumors like these. Mabui nodded and left. Later that day, the negotiator group that had left Kumogakure a few days ago reached the location of the mine. However, they were shocked by what they were witnessing. One of them asked, Hey, isn't this place supposed to be a mine? The person next to him nodded. It is, and more than 250 ninjas are supposed to be guarding it. The ninjas in the group immediately began inspecting the place. They searched a lot but didn't find a single ninja on the site. The mine was destroyed as well. They immediately began sending messages to Kumogakure. After sending messages, they moved away quite a distance from the site and set up a camp. The entire group was highly alert. Around the same time, a small toad landed in Hiruzen's office and handed him a scroll. Hiruzen opened and read it. A small smile formed on his face. He said, Takao, call Fujin here, and you can go home. Takao nodded and left. Hiruzen analyzed, Now every move I planned has been played. A's position will be a mess. He shouldn't be able to start a war. If he tries to blame Konoha, I will refuse the fact that we took any such mission to the mine. The only loose end is that he might have the dead bodies of Katsumi and Ryota. If he does, he can use them as evidence. Though even if he does, I can think of a dozen methods to turn that against him and turn the situation in our favor. Though it was getting late, Fujin was still in the training ground. Sweat could be seen on his face and his breath was heavy. Fujin calmed himself down and bit his thumb, making it bleed. He made the snake hand seal once again and slammed his hands on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. Rashomon. A large gate with a frightening demonic face on it appeared from the ground in front of Fujin. Fujin began breathing heavily once again, but a smile could be seen on his face. He thought, Great. I managed to successfully summon it 5 times in a row. This jutsu can be considered as being learnt. He made a hand seal and a shadow clone appeared next to him. The clone flickered on the other side of the gate and shot a vacuum cannon at it. The vacuum cannon hit the gate right at the center. It caused a small dent in the Rashomon gate. Up couldn't break through it. Fujin was surprised. He analyzed, I didn't think that this jutsu would be able to make a dent in Rashomon. Is my Rashomon weaker? Fujin thought for a while but couldn't reach any conclusion. He thought, the only memories of Rashomon I have are Orochimaru and Hashirama using it. Both are in a different league compared to me, and they were trying to stop Kurama's attacks. Leave it. I haven't seen anything stop my vacuum bullet so far. This strength should be plentiful. Fujin suddenly got alert and looked towards his left. His eyes began glowing blue as he thought, what is he doing here? Fujin's clone and the Rashomon gate disappeared. In a few seconds, Takao appeared in his eyesight. Takao saw Fujin and said, "Fujin, Hokage-sama has called you to his office." Fujin said, "All right. Thank you for delivering the message." Takao observed the training ground. The Rashomon gate had disappeared, but Takao could see how ruined the ground on the training field was and how tired Fujin looked. He said, "Fujin, losses happen frequently in our life. Being a ninja is tough. Don't blame yourself or overwork due to it. Otherwise, you might hurt yourself." Fujin nodded and replied, "Thank you, Takao-san. I will keep it in mind." Takao nodded and left. Fujin sighed, "I am more worried about my life. I can't possibly rest. Besides, the pressure seems to be good. Rashomon is quite a difficult jutsu. Still, I managed to learn it in less than 3 days." Fujin left towards the Hokage building as he analyzed. "Now, what exactly does Hiruzen want from me to call me so late in the night?" Fujin arrived in the Hokage building and knocked on the door of Hiruzen's office. Hiruzen said, "Come in." Fujin entered. Hiruzen was alone in the room. Though Fujin didn't know, even the Anbu ninjas weren't in his office. Fujin said, "Takao-san said that you called, Grandpa." Hiruzen nodded and said, "Take a chair and seat in front of me, Fujin. I want your opinion on something." Fujin grabbed a chair and placed it in front of the desk. Though his actions were normal, in truth, Fujin was very nervous. Hiruzen placed a sheet of paper in front of Fujin as soon as he sat down and said, "I received this news a few minutes ago." He placed another sheet of paper on the desk and said, "I received this news today as well. Read these 2 papers and tell me your thoughts about them." Fujin was confused by Hiruzen's actions. He had thought of a lot of possibilities, but he never imagined that Hiruzen wanted him to analyze some reports. Fujin grabbed the first sheet of paper and began reading. Immediately, his eyes widened at what was written. He looked at Hiruzen in disbelief, but Hiruzen didn't have any expression on his face. Fujin began reading again. The paper mentioned that the chakra metal mine was completely destroyed, and no one was around the mine. Fujin immediately began reading the second paper. His expression became peculiar on reading it as it mentioned the rumors spreading through the land of fire. Fujin easily figured out that they were talking about him. He couldn't help but wonder, "I am this awesome. Why didn't I know about it? I don't think that even the children of the Sage of Six Path were this amazing." Reading the 2 sheets of paper relaxed Fujin a lot. He knew that everything on those 2 sheets was planned and executed by Hiruzen. His worries faded away, knowing that Hiruzen didn't plan to cower once again. Hiruzen asked, "So, what are your thoughts on these events, Fujin?" Fujin looked into his eyes and said in an innocent tone, "Grandpa, if the things written here are true, then you need to promote me to Elite Junin rank immediately and pay me the rewards for a few rank S missions. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Daniel, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 213, A Sleepless Night. Chapter 216 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. We reached 2,258 Power Stones last week. Hiruzen was stunned by the reply. A look of disbelief could be seen on his face. Even his mouth was left slightly open. He guessed that Fujin would figure out that it was his schemes that did this, and hence called Fujin to verify his strategic acumen. He expected that Fujin would be awed by his schemes. However, he never expected such a shameless response. Fujin's reply stunned Hiruzen so much that he forgot to breathe for a moment and began coughing. Fujin innocently asked, "Grandpa, are you all right?" He picked up a water bottle nearby, poured the water into a glass, and handed it to Hiruzen. Hiruzen accepted it and drank it. He couldn't help but stare at Fujin and curse, "This greedy brat! I should have sent him to Root. I saved Danzo from so much trouble and didn't get anything in return." Meanwhile, Fujin enjoyed the range of emotions displayed on Hiruzen's face. After all, it wasn't often one got to see such emotions on Hiruzen's face. Hiruzen said, "Jokes aside, what did you analyze?" Fujin put up a sad face and replied, "I wasn't joking." Hiruzen didn't reply and stared right at him until Fujin felt uncomfortable. Fujin shrugged and said, "It was worth a try." Fujin became serious and began analyzing what Hiruzen had shown him. The most obvious thing is that all of these were ordered by you. Hiruzen nodded and asked, "Why and how did I do this?" Fujin answered, "I had suspected that Yusuke, or perhaps even the daimyo of the Land of Hot Water, was allied with Kumo. That is why I didn't escape to their village despite it being closer. Seeing that Yusuke's mansion is destroyed and Kumogakure is suspected, I guess he was involved with Kumogakure. Since he is dead, I guess that it was a punishment for betraying us and causing the deaths of my comrades. As for destroying the mansion, that was done to pin the blame on Kumo. The rumors should have been spread by a special division that specializes in such stuff. Since the report said Land of Lightning and not Kumogakure, I guess that they spread the rumors in villages without any ninjas, and the rumors spread from there on. This should cause panic in the country and put a lot of pressure on the Raikage against starting a war. As for the destruction of the mine, I can see why you did it. I have heard that Kumo's military is very strong, and the location of the mine was closer to them than our village, so we may have been at a disadvantage if we fought a war over it. But I don't know how you could cause such destruction." Hiruzen was impressed by Fujin's analysis. He thought, brilliant. Though some of it was incorrect, the analysis is great considering how young and inexperienced he is. He said, "Good analysis. You don't need to worry about how the mine was destroyed for now. Your analysis of the rumors was on point. As for the rest, it is lacking in some parts." Hiruzen explained to Fujin the reasoning and intention behind most of his moves without giving Fujin any critical information. Fujin listened carefully. As he kept listening, he was more and more impressed by how clever, cunning, and thorough Hiruzen was. His schemes were planned intricately and came one after another continuously, and his every move made life miserable for Fujin almost felt pity for A. All his schemes were recognized by Hiruzen in one glance, and instead, he had to face schemes that were on a whole different tier. Fujin couldn't help but wonder, if he is so good at scheming, why did he take a loss during the Hyuga incident? Were there any other factors involved? Hiruzen let his words sink into Fujin. When he saw Fujin look at him, he said, "You have done a great job for the village. If you didn't make it out alive and bring the news to me, I wouldn't have known what they were planning. We may have experienced a lot of losses in that case." Fujin replied with a sad expression, "It wasn't just me, Grandpa." Hiruzen nodded and said, "It's unfortunate what happened to others. Tomotsu should be brought back to Konoha in a couple of days. As for the rest, remember their sacrifice. As a ninja, you will see many of your comrades die to protect you and the village. Never forget what they sacrificed for you, Fujin. Every time you go to missions and every time you train, remember the ones who sacrificed themselves to protect you. Work so hard that whenever they look down from heaven, they will have a smile on their face, knowing that you won't let us feel their absence." Fujin was surprised by Hiruzen's speech. He looked at Hiruzen as if his words made him understand something. Hiruzen was satisfied by Fujin's reaction. However, he might puke in anger if he knew Fujin's thoughts. Fujin was thinking in surprise, "This old guy! He doesn't let go of a single opportunity to brainwash and influence others. Fuck. I was only acting to be shameless. I knew he wouldn't promote or reward me. But this guy... Shamelessness is buried into each and every cell of this old man. It can never be taken away from him." Hiruzen was blissfully unaware of Fujin's thoughts. He instructed, "Don't tell anyone about our discussion. No one should know about this. I will talk with Tomotsu too. You guys never took the mission to the Land of Hot Water. You guys never went to the chakra metal mine. You never fought with Darui or the others, and you never killed any Kumo ninja. Is that understood?" Fujin nodded. He knew the importance of the discussion they had and would obviously not play around with that knowledge, especially since it would also implicate him. Hiruzen said, "One last thing. You are not allowed to take any missions that would require you to leave the village." Fujin furrowed his eyebrows. He said, "I was planning to take a few months off and train a few jutsus from the library to strengthen myself. But can you tell me why?" Hiruzen replied, "Though we will deny your acts, your name has gained a lot of fame in the Land of Lightning. They will place a bounty on your head, so leaving the village will become very risky for you." Fujin's eyes widened. He muttered, "I forgot about the bounties." Hiruzen said, "Continue training. In a couple of months, I will invite you to join the Anbu ranks. You can take missions with the Anbu as your identity will be hidden." Fujin couldn't help but think, so many surprises in so little time. I never thought that I'd be tired of being surprised. He said, "All right, Gramps. Sensei had informed me about the Anbu. I'll keep training until you invite me." Now that the route was dissolved, Fujin had no worries about joining the Anbu. The two bade farewell, and Fujin left. As he walked, he analyzed, "What a mess. Still, I am glad that Hiruzen told me about his schemes. They were crazy good and fun. I can imagine the mess that Kumogakure would be in. Ha ha ha." Also, Jiraiya and his toads are probably even more impressive than what I remember. After all, mines are supposed to be huge, and there should be a lot of Kumo ninjas defending it. But looking at the confidence with which Hiruzen spoke, it is safe to say that Jiraiya completely wiped them out without getting injured. Though Hiruzen didn't mention Jiraiya, it wasn't difficult for Fujin to figure out that it was him. He ended his thoughts and took a deep breath. A huge pressure was lifted off his shoulders, as he knew that his life wasn't under threat anymore. He had a huge meal before going home and taking a nice long and peaceful sleep. Unlike Fujin, one person was guaranteed to have a sleepless and tiring night. I had just gone to bed when he heard someone banging on his door. He got up annoyed and opened the door to see Mabui. Her expression was very grim. A asked, "What's the issue that you have to disturb me at this time?" Mabui didn't say anything and just handed him the scroll. Opened it and began reading. His eyes widened as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He shouted, "What the hell?" Mabui didn't say anything. She too was shocked when she received the communication from the group of negotiators. Quickly instructed, "Issue a council meeting in 15 minutes. If anyone doesn't show up, I will go wake them up myself." Mabui replied, "I'll arrange it, Raikage-sama." She left and dispatched the Anbu to every council member's house. In 15 minutes, all gathered in the meeting room in the Raikage's building. Many were annoyed at being woken up at this hour and forced to come to a meeting. When the meeting started, they all aggressively began demanding why they were called. I didn't say anything and just handed them the scroll he received from Mabui. There was a pin-drop silence in the room when they read the details in the scroll. Every single person had a grim face. The silence was broken when someone said the rumors were true. Disbelief could be heard in his voice. However, A corrected him. Only the result was true. We don't know what the cause is. The room became silent once again. After some time, Inazuma said, "Among the three, the rumor of the youngster destroying the mine can be dismissed. And it is very unbelievable that a natural calamity can kill every ninja we sent." I said, "I don't see why the Mizukage would come here to destroy our mine. He already has a revolt to suppress. I believe Hiruzen is trying to confuse us through these rumors." Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, w.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Sunny, Rohanbar, Michael, Carl, and Moliere for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 214, Daimyo's Words. Chapter 217 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. I didn't waste any time blaming Hiruzen for the incidents. The rest of the room agreed with him. After all, the Mizukage was already embroiled in a war, so why would he waste his energy making such a long trip to attract a new enemy? However, a clan leader still had doubts. He asked, "But does Konoha still have the capability to unleash such destruction?" After all, their Sanins are away, their Hokage is old, and their Jinchuriki is still a child. Besides, the destruction caused completely matches the destruction caused by Three Tails' past rampages. However, his point was quickly countered by another. According to our intel, the Toad Sage Jiraiya manages a spy network throughout the ninja world. Hiruzen contacting him and asking him to make a move so quickly isn't far-fetched. Not to mention, his toads can do similar destruction as mentioned in the report. The group discussed more and reached the conclusion that this was accomplished by Jiraiya. They began discussing what action they should undertake. A kept pushing for a full-scale war. However, the majority of the people in the room tried opposing such a call. Though Jiraiya's actions enraged them, they also brought back horrible memories of the war. They didn't want to start a new war. Their discussion soon became heated, and A began getting an upper hand when a knock was heard. The group became silent and frowned. A said, "Come in." The door was opened, and a Chunin entered the room. A scolded him, "What is so important that you had to interrupt a council meeting?" The Chunin was intimidated. However, he steeled himself and said, "Lord Raikage, we have received an emergency message from Lord Daimyo." The entire room became alert on hearing that. Frowns formed on many faces. The messenger continued, "He will be visiting our village in the morning and wants to conduct a council meeting as soon as he arrives." A's face had a very ugly expression. He asked, "Is that all?" The Chunin nodded. He left the room after A dismissed him. As soon as the door was closed, A's eyes wandered into the room. He observed everyone's expressions to see if any of them contacted the daimyo. Unfortunately, he couldn't gauge anything. Inazuma said, "Since we will be having a meeting tomorrow morning once again, it will be better to plan our actions after it." A's was upset on hearing that. However, his expression improved as Inazuma looked at everyone in the room and said, "It is obvious that everyone in this room will have different opinions. However, don't forget that we are all a part of the same village. We will show a united front to the daimyo. If you have any complaints or disagreements, raise them after he leaves." No one opposed him. The meeting ended. However, all of them would stay up all night to prepare for the meeting that would take place in a few hours. Around the same time the meeting ended, Darui, Samui, and C reached the location of the mine. When they saw the scene, they were shocked. C muttered, "What the hell happened here?" Darui had a grim expression. He said, "More importantly, where are Advisor Hari and the rest?" Suddenly, they looked to their right. A Kumogakure ninja appeared next to them. He was from the negotiating group. He brought Darui and the rest to where they were camped, and both sides exchanged information. They split into two groups. One group stayed to protect the camp, while the other group began investigating the mine for any clues and began assessing the damage done to the mine. After a thorough investigation, C sighed, "There is no clue related to the ninjas that were stationed here, and the mine is so damaged that it might take more than a year to fix it and begin mining once again." Darui nodded. They sent another report to A while investigating even more. The next morning, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning showed up in Kumogakure. He wasted no time in entering the council room. The council members gathered immediately and began the meeting. The daimyo was an old man. He looked at A and said, "I am guessing that you know why I'm here, right?" A said, "Is it due to the rumors?" Daimyo nodded and answered, "In part." A snorted, "The rumors are nothing but a ploy played by the Hokage to create panic in our country." Daimyo replied, "I don't doubt that. So can you tell me the truth, or do you plan to keep me in the dark like the last time?" A's face became dark. The daimyo noticed it and didn't push A any further. A asked, "What do you want to know about?" The daimyo said, "About the mine, the clash with the Konoha ninjas, and whether the mine was destroyed. Also, tell me about your next plans." Not seeing any point in keeping the incidents a secret, A informed the daimyo about the truth of those events. He ended by saying, "As for the plans, we are still deciding. However, I want to invade Konoha and make them regret killing my subordinates." The others in the council frowned, but didn't oppose him. The daimyo said, "Right now, every citizen in our country is terrified." He looked at A and said, "They are terrified about your actions. I guess that most of your ninjas are doubting you too. How do you plan to wage a war under these circumstances?" Rage appeared on A's face when he heard the daimyo saying that his ninjas might be doubting him. However, before he could explode, Inazuma said, "Lord Daimyo, it's just the rumors that have created confusion. We can easily quell those rumors by starting new rumors and increase our morale through it." The daimyo replied, "True, but which rumors would help you resolve this?" He placed a few letters on the table. Inazuma frowned. The daimyo said, "These are letters that I have received from every other daimyo. The daimyo of Hot Water has complained about you mining in his country illegally. The other daimyos have also condemned your actions." The Kumo ninjas frowned upon hearing that. The daimyo continued, "They will soon be sending their forces to the mine. If they find proof of Kumogakure's illegal mining activities, then a trade embargo will be placed on the Land of Lightning for 6 months. The mine itself will be handed over to the Land of Iron for mining. They have already sent their samurais over to take control of the mine. The Hokage has expressed his support for this, and has promised to send his forces to aid the samurais. Though there hasn't been any word from the Tsuchikage and Kazekage, their respective daimyos have promised to send ninjas to the mine, as the chakra metal extracted will be divided equally among the ones who contribute forces to defend the mine." The mood in the room became heavy as the daimyo kept delivering one bad news after another. The daimyo observed the mood in the room with satisfaction. Finally, he said, "Raikage, I know I can't force you to not wage a war. However, I want you to know what you will be facing if you start a war. At the very least, you will have to face the combined might of the Land of Iron and the Land of Fire in the Land of Hot Water, which supports them. In the worst-case scenario, you will even have to face the armies of the Land of Wind and the Land of Stone as well. Additionally, if you wage a war, the trade embargo won't be placed for just 6 months." The daimyo stood up and said, "I would recommend you to extinguish any proof of your activities there and withdraw back. We could join them and gain our share of the chakra metal, and our economy wouldn't have to suffer from the trade embargo. I'll leave the final decision to you." Having said what he wanted to, the daimyo left the room. His officials followed him. He was aware of A's short temper and didn't want to be at the receiving end of it, so he didn't antagonize him too much. The atmosphere in the council room was very gloomy. Though many of them didn't want a war, being forced to stop this way was very humiliating. Even A was troubled. While he was confident about defeating Konoha's armies, he didn't have any confidence in a victory against the combined forces of Konoha and the Land of Iron. The council brainstormed on the available options. They came up with a lot of different ideas. Unfortunately, every single idea was deemed too risky to implement. In the end, they had to swallow a bitter pill and quit. Sent messages to Darui and the negotiating group to get rid of all clues that could point to them and return back to Kumogakure. They followed his instructions. A couple of days after the Kumogakure ninjas left, an army consisting of 1,000 samurais led by Mifune, 200 Konoha ninjas led by Kakashi, and 50 Yugakure ninjas led by Tokuhei appeared at the site of the mine. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Simon and B. Miggy for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 215, Taking All the Blame. Chapter 218 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hey guys, this chapter is sponsored by Squeen. You can thank Squeen for the double release. Just like others before them, this group too was shocked by what they were witnessing. The Land of Hot Water forces didn't dare to approach this place after confirming Kumogakure's presence. Though they heard the news of floods coming out from here, they stayed away from Kumogakure ninjas. So they never knew about the destruction of the mine. Even Kakashi was unaware of the truth as Hiruzen didn't inform him about Jiraiya's actions. Tokuhei analyzed the entire landscape and cursed, "The entire mine has been destroyed by those bastards." Mifune and Kakashi didn't say anything, as they too reached the same conclusion. Mifune sighed. "We will first have to clean up this place and make new arrangements. Though the surface of the mine has been destroyed, the valuable materials inside it should be safe." However, he frowned and said, "But Kumogakure has crossed all limits this time. Not only did they mine illegally, they even destroyed the mine before leaving." Tokuhei looked at Mifune and requested, Lord Mifune, we have to make Kumogakure pay for their actions. Otherwise, they will keep behaving like this. Mifune thought for a bit before shaking his head. He said, "It won't be easy. I believe that they destroyed this mine to clear all their traces. Without any proof, we won't be able to take any action. Besides, though we have threatened Kumogakure, I doubt any of us want a war with them." Kakashi nodded. "Yeah, it's best if war is prevented. Otherwise, everyone's losses will far exceed the value of this mine. But we could still make them pay economically." Mifune replied, "True, but let's leave that to the daimyos." He looked at everyone behind them and instructed, "Begin cleaning this place. Also, see if you can find any evidence to prove that the Kumogakure forces were here." The samurais and the ninjas got to work. Mifune said, "Clearing up this mine will take a lot of time. I can't wait here that long. I will wait here until all the countries reach an agreement. Once all countries have signed up, every major village will deploy 50 ninjas to protect this mine, and I will leave 200 samurais here for the same." Tokuhei and Kakashi nodded. Everyone got to work. However, they didn't find any clues that could be linked to Kumogakure. With eye-dropping plans for the invasion, all villages agreed to share the mine. The Land of Iron will be responsible for mining and distributing the chakra metal and other precious metals at the same level among the villages that protected the mine. So Konohagakure, Kumogakure, Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and the Land of Iron would get those metals equally. Kirigakure couldn't provide the troops and hence was left out. All these 5 countries would pay half the price of chakra metals to the Land of Hot Water. In addition, Land of Hot Water will get all the normal materials mined from the mine. Later on, A would come to know that everyone blamed him for destroying the mine to cover his tracks. However, since no one had any proof, no one spoke out loud. The realization that he was being held responsible for the enemy's actions sent the Raikage into a seething fury. Not only did he lose more than 260 capable ninjas, he even had to take the blame for Hiruzen's actions. And the worst part was that he couldn't defend himself. To defend himself, he would first have to admit the fact that Kumogakure was mining illegally inside another country. So A couldn't do anything but suffer in silence. While the countries were busy discussing the mine, Fujin was busy training. He had met up with Tomotsu once, but spent the remaining time on training. In a week's time, he had already learnt Iron Skin Jutsu and Bringer of Darkness Genjutsu. However, he hit a wall. Fujin was sitting on the training ground with his back against a tree. His chakra was almost exhausted. A frown could be seen on his face. He analyzed, "What is the issue? I have been trying this jutsu for over a week, but have made no progress at all." After learning the 2 jutsus, Fujin began learning Wild Lion's main jutsu. This was the same jutsu that Jiraiya frequently used. It could grow hair and allow the caster to freely manipulate them. Unfortunately, Fujin was stuck at the very first step. No matter how he manipulated his chakra, he couldn't get his hair to grow at all. Fujin analyzed a lot before sighing, "It's no use. I guess that there are more complexities involved before I am able to use this jutsu. I am not sure what those are, but the most likely possibility could be that I would need a medical ninja to artificially enhance whatever promotes hair growth. Only then I might be able to cast this jutsu." Considering that Jiraiya had Tsunade and Orochimaru in his team, it could explain why he could do it easily and why I haven't seen anyone else use this jutsu. Fujin let out another sigh. "It looks like my plans to have a triple-layered defense with Rashomon, Wild Lion's mane, and Iron Skin will need to be stalled. Though it's fine. Just Rashomon and Iron Skin combined with Winjutsus is quite strong." Fujin decided to give up on Wild Lion's mane and Needle Jizo jutsus for the time being. He left for home and decided to continue learning lightning jutsus. The next day, he did his physical workout and returned to his basement. He made a few hand signs. Lightning appeared on his body and immediately transformed into needles. He made another hand sign and over 100 electric needles were launched from his body. Fujin analyzed, "Good. I will have to improve the speed of this jutsu, but otherwise it is learnt. Now I have only 2 jutsus to practice. Unfortunately, one will require a partner or at least a victim, so I can't learn it for now. It leaves just one, though this one is very strong." Fujin made a shadow clone. The clone positioned himself opposite Fujin. Fujin weaved hand signs. The air around Fujin suddenly became heavy as he began exerting a huge amount of chakra. He extended his right arm ahead and pointed his index and middle finger at his clone. Lightning appeared around his 2 fingers, and a huge portion of his chakra began transforming into lightning and gathered in his 2 fingers. After 40 seconds, around 24% of Fujin's chakra had been transformed into lightning and concentrated in his hands. He shouted, "Now!" His shadow clone immediately bit his thumb, making it bleed, made a snake hand seal, and slammed his hands on the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Rashomon. At the same time, Fujin launched an arrow made of lightning straight at the Rashomon gate. The arrow hit the gate and created a huge explosion. The force of the explosion immediately pushed Fujin backwards. Fujin covered his face and tried to look at the spot of the explosion. Chakra gathered in his eye as he tried to observe through the intense light. He couldn't help but think, the scroll was right. Luckily, I took the warning seriously and decided to use Rashomon. Otherwise, my house would have been heavily damaged despite all the seals. After a few seconds, the explosion died down. Fujin could see the Rashomon gate. It still stood, but its surface was filled with cracks. Fujin stepped closer and observed the gate. His eyes widened as he realized, incredible. The cracks go up to halfway in the gate. It's even more impressive compared to the damage from my Acum cannon. Fujin analyzed for a minute and concluded, in terms of pure destructive power, this is my most powerful jutsu. But in terms of usability, it is one of the worst. Though the destructive power is high, the chakra it needs is more than 10 times that of the Acum cannon jutsu. Worse is the preparation time. The scroll stated that this time can be reduced with training, but it will still take a long time. At the very least, this jutsu will require 5 seconds of charging time. So in a normal situation, it will be quite useless. I guess this jutsu is most effective when there are teammates to provide that time. But considering that I plan to use lightning jutsus while in disguise, I don't have that option. Though I guess that I could still use shadow clones for that purpose. Fujin analyzed the pros and cons of the jutsu and decided, if I train this jutsu, my training will be over in 4 attempts. I won't be able to train anymore on that day. So though it looks cool, it will be harmful if I waste months trying to slowly master this jutsu. I can think about practicing this jutsu once my chakra has multiplied a few times over. For now, I should focus on mastering other jutsus. Having made his decision, Fujin decided to master the Iron Skin Jutsu. AN, you can sponsor chapters on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 216, Bounty. Chapter 219 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin decided, I need to reduce the hand signs required for this jutsu. No, I want to eliminate them. Only then this jutsu will show its true worth. In addition, I also need to learn how to apply this jutsu to just one body part. It will save chakra and increase the versatility of this jutsu. Fujin was about to begin practicing when his doorbell rang. He answered the door. It was a messenger asking him to visit Hiruzen. Fujin flickered to Hiruzen's office. Since the door was open, he just walked in. Hiruzen noticed Fujin and handed him a book and said, "Check this." Hiruzen had already opened the page for Fujin to see. Fujin was surprised to see what he did. However, soon a smile appeared on his face as he thought, 20 million already? Not bad. Not bad at all. Though I guess that this is more due to Hiruzen's rumors rather than my achievements. Hiruzen looked at Fujin's smile and coughed to get Fujin's attention. He said, "That isn't a good thing, Fujin." Fujin had a wry smile on his face on hearing his remark. He thought, shit, that fight with Darui makes me want to fight more such fights. I need to meditate and eliminate that thought. They may feel fun, but are super harmful to my life. Fujin said, "Yes, but I don't need to be worried inside our village, right?" Hiruzen nodded. "There hasn't ever been any incident of anyone claiming bounties inside Konoha. You don't need to worry about that." Fujin nodded and said, "All right, I won't be leaving Konoha until you think I am ready." Hiruzen replied, "Good, you can return to your training." Fujin thanked him politely and left. Since he didn't need to worry about it for the time being, Fujin ignored the bounty for now. If his speculations were right, Hiruzen would keep him among the Anbu for years. During this time, his identity will stay hidden. By the time he quit the Anbu, he was confident that his strength would be in a different league. When Fujin reached his house, he saw that there were 5 children his age waiting outside his house. He wondered, did these guys learn tree walking? The group of 5 orphans had arrived outside Fujin's house a few minutes earlier. They saw the tag that said that Fujin wasn't at home. Tatsuya sighed. It looks like he is on a mission. Our exams are less than 2 months away. The others nodded. Daisuke said, I hope he returns soon. At that instant, Fujin snuck up behind them and asked, who should return soon? They didn't expect someone to appear behind them suddenly, and were startled. They quickly moved away from Fujin. Fujin chuckled at seeing their reactions. He asked, are you guys done with the tree walking exercise? Everyone nodded. Daisuke said, we all managed to learn it last Wednesday. Fujin nodded and said, good. How much time is left for the exams? Daisuke said, we have just around 7 weeks. Fujin thought for a bit and concluded, just 7 weeks. That's not enough time to teach them what I had planned for them. And once they graduate, I doubt they would have much of a reason to come to me. Seeing Fujin in a thought made them nervous. After all, their future was online. Tatsuya asked, Fujin, why are you thinking so hard? Fujin looked at them and decided, leave it. It's not my job to guide them thoroughly. It depends on their fate and will. I'll just point them in the right direction. Fujin said, I had initially planned to teach you guys a few more things. Unfortunately, I don't think you have enough time, so I'll just tell you what my plans were. If you have enough time, you can try to work on it. Otherwise, you can just focus on the 3 ninjutsus needed to pass the academy. Fujin's initial words increased their worries a lot. They took a few seconds to process what Fujin had said. Suddenly their eyes widened. Bunjiro asked, do you mean that we can pass the exam? Fujin nodded and said, as I said, these exercises have improved your control a lot. So learning those 3 basic jutsus should be very easy now. Just train hard and you will get it down rather quickly. They became excited on hearing Fujin's words. However, Bunjiro was intrigued by Fujin's words. He asked, what were your plans for us, Fujin? Fujin said, I was planning to have you improve your chakra control more. The next step would be to walk on water. Water isn't hard and stable like a tree, so it will be much more diff. Fujin was cut off as Ryoma exclaimed in excitement, we can walk on water? Fujin nodded and continued, but as I said, it is difficult to learn. Another plan I had was to make you learn at least 1 elemental jutsu. If you guys master the 3 jutsus quickly and have time, buy a chakra paper from any weapon store. It will tell you what your chakra nature is. Then go to the section E of the library and pick up a simple jutsu of that nature and learn it. It will improve your rank in the exam considerably. The orphans quickly thanked Fujin for his guidance. They asked a few queries, which were resolved by Fujin before leaving. Fujin saw their backs as they left. His smile faded away as he thought, not everyone in this group is serious about training. Otherwise, they would have been done with these basic exercises a long time ago. But the others in the group waited for that person, probably due to their friendship, and hence stalled their progress as well. Fujin couldn't help but analyze their situation. On one hand, is their long friendship which they probably relish a lot. On the other hand, if they cut off the slackers, they can progress much faster and increase their strength. That's a rough dilemma to face. Fujin turned around and headed into his home. Though many would struggle to decide between those two, Fujin had no doubts. In my previous world, success could be compared with the amount of money you had or earned. It didn't matter if one earned a bit less and enjoyed more time with family and friends and enjoyed your life. I would have chosen family and friends over money any day. But in this world, power reigns supreme. Sacrificing power to stay with friends who hold you back is foolish. After all, that little bit of power could be the difference between life and death. Of course, there is no need to terminate all friendships. They just have to train with the ones who train at the same pace and intensity as themselves or train solo. They can still remain friends, but have to keep training out of their friendship. Though I guess I too share a bit of the blame, as I asked those 5 to come to me together instead of individually, as I didn't want to spend a lot of time on them. If I had told them to come whenever they reached the assigned goals, perhaps the result would have been different. Still, this is a good thing to know. One slacker can pull the whole group down. When I create an organization, such people will have to either be kept out or kept away from those who want to work harder and get stronger. And I shouldn't put some stupid restrictions like coming to me at the same time just for my convenience. Instead, making it a competition between them will give me much better results. I can even add some rewards similar to how Hiruzen rewarded me. That way everyone would work hard for the reward and also due to peer pressure. Fujin ended his train of thought and continued his training. 2 weeks later, Fujin was breathing heavily. He had 4 shadow clones around him. A smile could be seen on his face. He thought, finally, I have reduced the number of hand seals to perform Iron Skin Jutsu to just 1, and I can harden any part of my body I want to. He took a deep breath and dispelled his clones. He sat against a tree as he received their memories and experience. He analyzed, as I kept practicing this jutsu, the amount of chakra needed to sustain it dropped a lot, so I could use shadow clones to speed up my training. Otherwise, I might have needed around 1.5 months to master this jutsu. Anyways, now that I have this jutsu down properly, it's time to try that. Fujin sat in a meditative pose. He grabbed a soldier pill and ate it. He meditated until his chakra reserves were back to full once again. His eyes opened. Determination and excitement could be seen in it, along with a hint of fear. He stood up and weaved hand signs. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. He slammed his hands on the ground. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Georgie, Rohanbar, Shubham, and Damien for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 217, The Wolf Valley. Chapter 220 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin weaved the hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. Fujin immediately disappeared from Konoha. The scenery around Fujin changed instantly. He was in the air and began falling. Fujin landed on his feet as he thought, so this is how space-time travel feels? I kinda assumed that it would be uncomfortable or weird. Instead, it just feels like flickering. As soon as he landed, a lot of eyes turned towards him. Fujin too looked around himself. His chakra field was already spread out. He thought, so I am in the land of wolves, huh? Now, are they friendly or aggressive? Fujin had landed in a wolf alley. It was a huge place surrounded by massive mountains. Fujin sensed hundreds of wolves in his chakra field, and he could see that his chakra field didn't cover even 1% of the total area of the valley. The spot where Fujin landed had 9 wolves around him. They looked at Fujin with curiosity as he appeared out of nowhere. However, the curiosity didn't last long. A few seconds later, a wolf howled loudly and pounced on Fujin. Immediately, the other wolves also howled and pounced on Fujin. Fujin easily dodged them and asked, "Who is your leader?" Unfortunately, he didn't get any response as they kept attacking him. Fujin sighed. Great, they don't understand human language. His expression became grim as he sensed the hundreds of wolves in his chakra field running towards him. He thought, I hope at least some of them understand human language. He kept dodging without attacking back. He was afraid that the leaders of the pack might treat him as an enemy if he attacked back. More importantly, he wasn't aware of how strong the leaders would be. If they were anything like the toads or the snakes, it would bring a catastrophe on him if he killed them indiscriminately. Fujin kept dodging until the number of wolves surrounding him became too high. With no other option, he flickered away. Unfortunately, the entire place was crawling with wolves. No matter where he flickered, he would be swarmed by wolves in a few seconds. Luckily, none of them could use chakra, so Fujin wasn't in any danger. Suddenly, Fujin's attention was attracted. He sensed a wolf pack heading towards him. Every single wolf in this pack had a much higher chakra. It was as high as a normal chunin would have. In addition, their size was much larger than a normal wolf. As soon as that pack appeared, the normal wolves cleared the path. They ran straight towards Fujin. A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he thought, finally, I was getting bored, and they should understand human speech. The new wolf pack didn't waste any time attacking Fujin. However, Fujin disappeared from their sight. The lead wolf suddenly howled as Fujin was standing on his back. Fujin stated, I am not here to fight. So can any of you bring me to your leader? Unfortunately, he didn't get any response as the other wolves jumped at him. Their claws ripped through Fujin, and their jaws took huge bites. Both their claws and jaws were enhanced with chakra. However, the injured Fujin disappeared in a cloud of smoke. This confused the wolves. Fujin, who was hiding underground, thought, okay, so they don't speak or don't want to speak. Fujin could sense more wolf packs with higher chakra heading towards him. He made shadow clones. Each of the clones headed towards the incoming packs and tried conversing with them. Unfortunately, none of the wolf packs talked back to him. They just kept attacking him like wild beasts. Fujin's clones didn't bother putting up a fight. After getting no response, they just let the wolf packs kill them. As Fujin received everyone's memories, he sighed, looks like they don't talk at all. I'll hide here until someone who can talk appears. The wolves knew that Fujin wasn't dead. They kept searching, but couldn't find even a trace of Fujin. It was as if he never arrived there. After half an hour, another wolf pack arrived. These wolves all had Junin levels of chakra, and they were very large. They were all as big as a truck, and the wolf leading the pack was larger than the rest by almost 50%. As soon as they entered Fujin's chakra field, they sensed that they were being sensed. They immediately looked in the direction Fujin was hiding and ran towards him. However, 3 shadow clones suddenly appeared in their path. The wolves stopped. One of Fujin's clones said, I am not here to fight. I came here to sign a summoning contract. The wolves stopped their aggressive posture and relaxed a bit. Fujin's clones were relieved as well. Finally, someone who understands the language. However, at the very next second, the gigantic wolves opened their mouths and exhaled strong winds at Fujin's clones. The clones were on their guard. One immediately used infinite breakthrough jutsu to counter the attack. The winds clashed against each other and formed a small hurricane, which soon began dispersing. The gaze of Fujin's clones changed. They decided, talking is useless. Either these guys will just keep attacking, or this is a test to see my martial might. They saw as the wolves ran into the hurricane to reach the clones. Their heavy bodies meant that the hurricane couldn't stop them. Immediately, all 3 shadow clones fired Acum bullets into the hurricane. The bullets ripped through the hurricane and reached the unsuspecting wolves. 6 wolves were hit by it. Though Fujin had decided to fight, he didn't want to cause a massacre. The vacuum bullets hit the sides of the wolf and cut through the surface of their flesh. All 6 wolves had a 12-meter-long deep slash on one of their sides. They howled in pain and ran away from Fujin's clones. However, the remaining wolves made it through the hurricane to attack Fujin's clones. However, as soon as they made it to the opposite side, his clones made a hand seal. Their fists turned black and became very hard. At the same time, chakra became visible around their fists. They flickered on top of the wolves and punched their head with their full strength. The sudden impact on the skulls immediately made them lose consciousness. The clones flickered multiple times and knocked out all of them with ease. They couldn't help but think, though their chakra is high, their fighting style is very lousy. That's disappointing. I hope that there are better ones in the valley who know Sage Mode. Otherwise, it will be too disappointing. Seeing the bigger wolves knocked out or running injured silenced the remaining wolves. Fujin expected the weaker wolves to run away or call for stronger reinforcements. However, his guess was wrong. Every single wolf around him howled and rushed blindly at his clones. The clones sighed at their disappointing intelligence. The 3 clones stood with their backs to each other and began preparing the same jutsu. As soon as the wolves reached within arm's distance, all 3 clones used the jutsu. Wind release. Triple infinite breakthrough jutsu. In an instant, high-speed winds spread in all directions. The wolves who were rushing forward were stopped. Instead, the winds pushed them back. Many wolves tried holding on to the ground. However, eventually, all the nearby wolves were sent flying through the air. Even the unconscious bodies of the giant wolves were sent flying. The clones looked at the sight and thought, if we had made these winds sharper, this whole valley would have been covered in blood by now. Painful howls spread throughout the valley as the wolves crashed on the ground. A few of the weaker wolves ended up dying due to the impact. However, the ones who were alive got up and charged at Fujin's clones once again. In addition, more wolf packs kept joining them. The clones sighed and fought back. 2 days later, Fujin was hiding underground. However, his expression wasn't good and his chakra was very low. Fujin was still in the Wolf Valley. He kept making shadow clones and sending them to fight for 2 whole days. The entire valley was covered by the bodies of wolves. Almost all of them were injured. Quite a few were dead as well. Unfortunately, there was no end to the wolf tide. During these 2 days, Fujin's clones had fought over 100,000 wolves. However, not a single wolf that attacked Fujin's clones for over 2 days had the skill to even injure him. On the other hand, any wind jutsu would result in a huge number of casualties to them. His clones would fight until they ran out of chakra, and Fujin would create new ones to replace them. However, after 2 days of fighting, Fujin's chakra finally hit rock bottom. Even soldier pills couldn't generate chakra at enough speed. Fujin sighed. It looks hopeless. Though the number of wolves is very high, there are no high-level wolves. My clones have scouted every single mountain around the valley in these 2 days, but I never found any wolf interested in talking. So either these guys have no brains, or their leaders are hiding somewhere and don't think that I am someone worthy enough to make them show themselves. Of course, this could still be a test, but my chakra is almost dry. AN? Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Gavriel, Shameful69, and FearTCB for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 218, Bad Luck. Chapter 221 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin finally gave up on the wolves. He made a hand sign and ended his jutsu. In the next second, he appeared back in the training ground. Exhausted, he went home and took a long rest. A few days later, Fujin once again tried his luck. Summoning jutsu. Fujin disappeared from his basement. He looked around and the scene made his skin crawl. He couldn't help but curse. First, that never-ending wolf tide. And now this? No wonder so few have the summoning jutsu. It's fucking dangerous. As soon as Fujin appeared, he saw innumerable mosquitoes around him. He couldn't even estimate their number. He nervously asked, "Do you have a leader who would be willing to discuss a summoning contract?" Fujin thought, though I don't like mosquitoes, they have a lot of potential. If I can summon millions of mosquitoes, I can have similar skills as the Aburame clan without having to host insects in my body. However, I first need to see the effectiveness of these mosquitoes. For starters, how much chakra would it require to summon a sufficient number of mosquitoes? And do they have poisons like the bugs, or do they have other means of attack? Unfortunately for Fujin, the mosquitoes just dived at him without exchanging any words. Fujin sighed, expecting such a response. Winds began flowing all around him. A dome of wind formed around Fujin, which spun at a high speed. The mosquitoes attacked the dome and were ripped into small pieces as soon as they entered it. Their remains were tossed outside right away. Hundreds of mosquitoes died every second. Fujin sighed once again. Another suicidal bunch. Fujin lost all interest in the group. He made a hand sign and canceled the summoning jutsu and returned to his basement. He muttered, "No wonder so few ninjas have summons. If most of the summons are like them, it will be waste of time and risky at the same time." He hadn't wasted much chakra against the mosquitoes. He used the summoning jutsu once again and disappeared. This time, he landed in a rocky area. There were huge boulders around Fujin, and on top of those boulders were hyenas. Fujin was standing in the center, and there were 8 hyenas surrounding him. Fujin looked at them and wondered, "So will these guys talk?" This time, Fujin didn't have to wait for long to know the answer. All 8 hyenas stood up and stared at Fujin. One of them exclaimed, "A human popped up out of thin air." Another hyena licked his lips and said, "Yeah, we didn't even have to go hunting for him." Another said, "Since this is a free meal, he should be delicious, right?" Fujin was relieved to hear them speak, but soon his left eye twitched. He said, "I was trying to sign a summoning contract. Who is your leader?" The first hyena that had spoken asked excitedly, "Do you mean that we can summon humans like you and not have to hunt for a meal ever?" Fujin's left eye twitched again. He sighed and said, "Just take me to your leader." The hyena said, "Sure." However, at the next second, he pounced on Fujin. Having dealt with 2 annoying groups, Fujin was high on alert and low on patience. He dodged and kicked the hyena away. Surprisingly, the hyena flipped in the air and landed on his legs on a boulder. He exclaimed, "This one fights well. Brothers, we will have a good hunt tonight." Fujin muttered, "Great, another group of battle maniacs." He spread his chakra field. Surprisingly, there were only 16 hyenas in a 1.3-kilometer radius. Fujin wondered, is this a small pack? Or is the territory of these hyenas so huge that only 16 live in such a large area? As soon as the hyena yelled, the remaining 8 arrived and encircled Fujin. However, none of them attacked Fujin. Fujin prepared himself for another fight. However, his eyes widened. Lightning began appearing on the bodies of every hyena. It flowed on their bodies. Fujin thought, "What the hell? They can use lightning?" In the very next second, Fujin flickered. A paw pierced into the back of the afterimage he left. Fujin's face became grim. "They are too fast." All 16 hyenas ran towards him at a very high speed. Their speed wasn't any lower than the speed at which Fujin flickered. Fujin kept flickering to prevent himself from being surrounded. At the same time, one sword appeared in his left hand. Without looking, he slashed it at the hyena on his left. The hyena didn't bother dodging as the sword was quite far from him. However, his eyes widened as he saw a sword slash coming at him. He immediately got out of the way and barely dodged the sword slash. Unfortunately, that wasn't all. The sword slash was surrounded by sharp winds that hit the hyena. The winds cut into his flesh, making him bleed all over. The hyena was enraged and began chasing Fujin once again. He shouted, "Be careful of his sword slashes." The other hyenas made a note of it mentally and kept attacking. Fujin also observed the hyena as he was on a run, so the lightning just increases their speed and perhaps their attack too. Their defenses aren't enhanced. However, his hide is too tough for a hyena. Normal attacks won't have much effect on it. He kept running while attacking with flying slashes. Fujin was very impressed by the hyenas. They are good. Very good. They have excellent coordination, very high speed, and a strong attack. And they keep fighting despite injuries without letting them affect their speed. With the addition of their cunningness, they might just be the perfect summons. Fujin swung his sword towards the rock below him and sent a flying slash towards it. The slash cut the boulder and sent dust and small pieces of rocks flying towards the hyenas. Due to their high speed, the hyenas couldn't dodge and ran into the rocks and dust and were blinded momentarily due to the dust. Fujin used this opportunity to flicker a far distance from them and stopped moving. The hyenas took a couple of seconds to get rid of the dust in their eyes and chased after Fujin once again. Fuji stood on a boulder as he saw the hyenas come at him. They moved so fast that if a normal person saw, he wouldn't see anything except lightning flashing across the boulders. Fujin built up around 5% of his chakra. Wind release, infinite breakthrough jutsu. Fujin exhaled a massive and strong wind at the hyenas. Seeing their bloodlust, Fujin didn't hold back. The attack left deep cuts in the ground as it moved towards the hyenas. The hyenas saw the strong winds heading towards them and barked loudly. However, to Fujin's ears, they sounded like cackling laughter. Fujin was surprised as all the hyenas let out an electric wave that clashed with Fujin's attack. Fujin had the elemental advantage, however. He was facing 16 opponents by himself. Both attacks canceled each other. The hyenas continued their hunt and moved right through the dust raised by the clash of their previous attacks. Fujin used the smokescreen to fire air bullets at the hyenas. As soon as the hyenas exited the smokescreen, they felt air bullets heading towards them. They immediately dodged. However, they were too close to the attack. 2 air bullets hit the legs of a couple of hyenas and left a hole through it. Another 8 air bullets left cuts on the hyenas. Only 5 hyenas were completely unharmed. They immediately went on the attack while the others took time to breathe. A hyena appeared in front of Fujin and swung his paws at his head. At the same time, another 2 hyenas appeared on Fujin's side. Fujin moved backwards as defending would mean that those 2 hyenas would attack him. The paw hit the boulder on which Fujin was standing and completely destroyed it. As Fujin moved back, he swung his sword at them and launched another sword slash. The hyenas immediately jumped to dodge. However, Fujin fired air bullets at that very instant at the hyenas who were airborne. This time, the hyenas weren't unaware of the threat. They opened their mouths and fired small lightning balls at the incoming air bullets. The attacks canceled each other out. Fujin furrowed his eyebrows. I will run out of chakra at this rate. And they aren't allowing me any time to cancel my summoning jutsu and return back to Konoha. As he was thinking, one of the hyenas, who was earlier injured, appeared at Fujin's right and pounced on him. Fujin saw as his lightning-enhanced paw moved towards his body. At the same time, the 5 hyenas facing him also pressed on the attack. Fujin extended his right arm towards the incoming paw. As his hand moved forward, chakra appeared in front of his palm. It took the shape of a ball and began rotating at a very high speed. At the same time, chakra flowed erratically through the sword in his left hand as he swung it at the hyenas coming at him. The hyenas expected another flying slash. However, this time no slash was sent flying. Instead, strong winds were generated that were incredibly sharp and spread in all directions in front of Fujin. The hyenas noticed the deep cuts the winds left in the ground and were terrified. They immediately ran in the opposite direction. The winds lost their power after traveling 25 meters, but that was sufficient time for Fujin. The paw and the Rasengan clashed. The hyena expected to crush the ball and the human as well. However, the Rasengan easily overpowered the paw. The lightning around the paw dissipated as the Rasengan hit it. The hyena let out a painful howl as the Rasengan hit. The momentum of the hyena carried it into the Rasengan. The Rasengan caused his leg to bend towards its stomach. Fujin slammed the Rasengan into his stomach and sent the hyena backwards along with the Rasengan. After moving for a couple of meters, the Rasengan exploded. The hyena's skin was the thinnest in his belly area. The explosion ripped through the skin and blew his internal organs. Blood and flesh hit the rocks behind the hyena. When the smoke cleared, the hyena's dead body could be seen on the ground. His once solid stomach had been ripped open, exposing the shattered remnants of its internal organs to the elements. The flesh around the stomach hung loosely like a torn and deflated bag. The gruesome sight made the remaining hyenas shudder in revulsion. They all looked at each other. Fujin noticed it and prepared himself for an even fiercer confrontation. However, his eyes widened and a stunned expression could be seen on his face as he saw the hyena's action. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Hidon, Caleb, Idoge, and K4S for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 219. This world is freakishly scary. Chapter 222 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin's eyes widened, and a stunned expression could be seen on his face as he saw the hyena's actions. After looking at each other, every hyena nodded and looked at Fujin with a fierce expression. However, at the very next moment, every single hyena escaped in different directions as fast as they could move at the same time. Merely in a couple of seconds, they escaped Fujin's range of sight, and soon after they escaped Fujin's chakra field, leaving him standing alone with the remains of a dead hyena. After a few seconds of disbelief, Fujin sighed and muttered, "Such shameless beasts." Despite what he said, he couldn't help but think that they would have been the perfect summons for him. He looked at the dead hyena and thought, "It looks like there are only these 16 hyenas here." The mountains shouldn't have any more hyenas. Even if they do, considering that I have killed one of them, I don't think I'd be able to sign a contract. He sealed the dead body of the hyena in a scroll while thinking, "In my previous life, I recall reading a lot of fantasy books that stated that eating the meat of strong beasts was very helpful for developing a stronger physique and improving aptitude or energy. I wonder if it also applies here. I know eating Kurama's meat can provide a lot of benefits. I wonder if the same also applies to summoning animals. It'd be very helpful if my flesh became as sturdy as his, and my lightning affinity improved." He made a hand sign and canceled his jutsu and returned to his basement. He left his house and went to a store from where he had previously bought recipes. The shopkeeper looked at him and politely asked, "How can I help you?" Fujin asked, "Do you have a recipe for cooking hyenas?" The old shopkeeper looked at Fujin with a weird expression. Fujin ignored it and asked, "Do you?" The shopkeeper replied, "Wait a few minutes." He began searching through his records and finally found what Fujin was looking for. After searching for the book, he returned and handed it to Fujin and said, "Surprisingly, I do have one. It also involves details of how to properly clean it." Fujin thanked the old man and paid for the book before leaving. He cleaned and prepared the hyena's flesh for a few hours before cooking some of it and storing the rest in the fridge. As he ate, he noticed, there is not much difference in taste as compared with goat meat. Fujin spent the next few days resting and eating the hyena's meat. However, he was disappointed as he didn't notice any change after 3 days. He thought, "What a bummer. I haven't felt any improvement in my physique or the power of my lightning jutsus. I guess only the flesh of tailed beasts will provide benefits. Though it makes sense, I suppose. I doubt I am the first one to eat an animal that can use chakra and an element. If it did provide any benefits, this would have been common knowledge, and every clan would be procuring such meat to strengthen themselves. I'm sure summoning animals would have already gone extinct by now due to everyone's greed." Having had enough rest, Fujin prepared himself for another attempt to get a summon. He ate a soldier pill and used the summoning jutsu. He disappeared from his basement. Unlike his previous 3 attempts where Fujin appeared a bit high in the air, this time he felt something around him. He felt a massive pressure on him and his clothes and body got wet instantly. Fujin opened his eyes to see that he was underwater. In front of him was a giant wall, or an underwater mountain. Multiple small and colorful fishes were swimming around him. Fujin immediately held his breath and cursed in his mind, "Shit!" He spread his chakra field to see how deep he was in the water. His chakra field spread to its max limit. Fujin's eyes widened in terror as he looked at the wall in front of him. He realized this isn't a hill. It's a fucking whale. A fucking 200-meter-long whale. Despite his chakra field spreading for 1.3 kilometers in all directions, Fujin's chakra field didn't escape the water. Realizing how bad his situation was, he immediately weaved hand signs. As he did, he noticed another giant whale swimming towards him. The small fish that were around Fujin immediately began running away. However, the giant whale opened its mouth and a strong suction force was felt by Fujin. The water, the fish, and even Fujin himself were sucked towards the whale's massive mouth. At the last moment, Fujin disappeared and returned to his basement. He dropped to his knees and began breathing heavily as water fell from his clothes and body on the floor. After taking a few deep breaths, he sat down and muttered, "So freaking scary!" He took deep breaths and calmed himself down and analyzed, "No wonder so few have summons. If encounters like this one are common, then unless the summoner is a formidable ninja, surviving will be very difficult. If I had appeared there half a minute later, then I'd be sucked into the whale's mouth right when I appeared there." Fujin immediately began doubting himself. He thought, should I still try to get a summon by myself? At the current rate, the risks of trying to get a summon seemed to far outweigh the benefits of getting it. After all, this time I was sent to such depths inside the ocean. What if I am sent inside a volcano or something very poisonous? Fujin began weighing his options. Despite the risks, getting a summon would be incredibly helpful for him. especially as his chakra kept growing. He wondered, should I instead try to get a summoning contract from existing summoners? But whom? Snakes and toads will be very difficult to get, as I have no contact with Jiraiya or any snake summoner. The only two who I know decently well are Renjiro and Hiruzen, but Renjiro's sloth isn't very powerful. More importantly, he hasn't given any indication to pass me the summoning contract. As for Hiruzen, it is even more unlikely. If I could become Tsunade's student, then I could get her summons, but even that is quite improbable. Not to mention, she won't be in the village for many years. Fujin analyzed his options but didn't find anything promising. He sighed and decided, there is no option. I have to keep trying it until I am successful. However, I have to take more precautions. It'd be a waste of a life if I get attacked as soon as I go there and can't do anything to resist. He began planning how to defend himself properly. After forming a good enough plan, he went to the ninja weapons shop. After searching for a bit, he bought 2 metallic bracelets, 2 metal anklets, 1 metal torque, 1 metal headband, and 4 flexible bands that were reinforced with metal. He returned home and began inscribing barrier seals on each of the items he bought. When he was satisfied, he created a shadow clone. The clone began equipping the items. He put the bracelets on each of his wrists, just behind the bracers. The anklets went above his ankles, while the flexible bands were put on his thighs and biceps. The remaining 2 went around his neck and forehead. The clone looked at Fujin and nodded. In the next second, Fujin shot a vacuum bullet at the clone. The clone instantly made the confrontation hand seal. A barrier appeared around him. The bullet hit the barrier. The barrier stood sturdy, however, the impact of the bullet sent him backwards for a few meters. Fujin nodded satisfactorily and asked, "Did you feel any pain?" The clone shook his head and said, "No, but if the attack is very strong, then the momentum will be passed on to you. So be prepared for that." Fujin nodded and dispersed the clone. The bands fell on the ground. Fujin put it on and used the summoning jutsu once again. As soon as he appeared in the summoning area, Fujin made the confrontation hand seal. A barrier appeared around him. He immediately followed it up with the hand signs of ending the summoning jutsu and observed his surroundings. If he felt something was wrong, he would return instantly. Fujin watched in confusion as his chakra field spread through the area. The first thing he noticed was the small hill in front of him. The bottom of the hill had an entrance like a cavern entrance. 2 imposing, jagged protrusions hung in front of him, like menacing fangs, as if daring him to enter. Suddenly, a strong wind was exhaled from the cave entrance on Fujin's barrier, pushing him backwards by a few meters. His eyes widened in surprise and shock once again as his chakra field covered the hill in front of him. He couldn't help but gulp his saliva and mutter, "This world is freakishly scary." Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Atreon. Link wpatreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Sebastian, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 220, A Special State. Chapter 223 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Bonus chapter for reaching 2K Power Stones in last week. Fujin nervously observed the beast in front of him while maintaining his hand seal. He was prepared to disappear in the blink of an eye. As he was looking up, an eyelid opened and stared right at Fujin. The beast saw Fujin and thought, "I sensed a chakra field engulfing me. Looks like it was this human." The beast observed Fujin and wondered, why is he riling up his chakra and maintaining a barrier? He didn't get up and spoke in a rough and jagged voice. "A human? We haven't had one visit us in a while. Why are you here, little one?" Fujin sighed in relief. Finally someone who talks and is reasonable. Though the beast's voice was painful to hear, Fujin didn't mind, as he finally could have a conversation with an animal. However, he didn't let his guard down and replied, "I am here to sign a summoning contract." The beast observed him and said, "I see. But why are you maintaining a barrier?" Fujin let out a sigh and answered, I have been using summoning jutsu blindly to find the right summon for me. Unfortunately, I had some very bad experiences. The beast was surprised to hear the reason. Suddenly, he began laughing out loud in amusement. The sound of his laughter echoed through the mountains with a deafening roar, as if 1,000 thunderbolts were crashing down upon the earth at once. Sweat gathered on Fujin's forehead as his barrier trembled. He cursed, Shit! Without the barrier, I might have gone deaf. His excitement about the thought of signing a summoning contract with such a strong beast quelled down as he began worrying about his life instead. After laughing, the beast stood up. Fujin watched in awe as he saw his majestic body. He was a behemoth of a beast, standing at an astonishing height of almost 20 meters tall. His muscles bulged under a coat of thick, matted fur that bristled in the wind. His sharp, powerful claws were the size of longswords, capable of rending through flesh and bone with ease. But it was the beast's jaws that were truly terrifying, gaping open to reveal teeth that were larger than Fujin's whole body. Each tooth was razor-sharp and curved, like a scythe made of ivory. The ground shook beneath its massive paws as it stood up. This was a predator unlike any other, a true apex predator. Fujin gulped once again as he recognized the beast, a saber-tooth. The beast said, Drop your barrier and introduce yourself, little one. Don't worry, I won't eat you. You won't even fit the gap between my teeth. He let out a cackling laughter. Fujin agreed with his analysis. Though his barrier was strong, he had doubts about whether it could withstand an assault from the behemoth in front of him. He deactivated the barrier and stopped maintaining the hand sign and his chakra for escaping back. However, he was still alert and prepared to activate the barrier immediately, despite doubting its reliability. He said, I am Suzuki Fujin from Konohakure. The saber-tooth observed Fujin and said, Good name. It suits you well. I am Ryu, the son of Tatsu. Your strongest affinity is wind nature manipulation, right? Fujin was surprised. He wondered, how did he sense that? Was it just my name, or does he have the ability to sense chakra affinity? He nodded and said, Yes, it is my strongest affinity. Ryu said, Good, having a strong wind affinity is one of the necessary conditions to be able to sign a contract with us. Fujin thought, Lucky me, my other elements are lacking a lot right now. Ryu added, Of course, that isn't the only criterion. Climb on my head, I'll carry you to our sage. She will determine whether you can sign a contract or not. Fujin's attention was immediately drawn to the word sage. He thought with excitement, Great, they should be able to use senjutsu. He nodded and used wind instantaneous body jutsu to appear on top of Ryu's head. Ryu said, Hold on tight. Fujin held on tight to his fur as he expected Ryu to run at high speeds. However, Ryu didn't move. Fujin heard some noise behind him and turned his head to check it. The sight he saw left his eyes wide open and jaw hanging. Ryu's fur moved and 2 gigantic pairs of wings appeared on his back. The wings fully spread, displaying the immense wingspan, which was easily 4 times his height. Ryu flapped his wings, and the gigantic creature lifted off in the air. Fujin gulped his saliva as he thought, Since when did Sabretooth gain wings? As Ryu took off into the sky, Fujin felt a sense of awe and wonder as he looked out at the stunning scenery before him. The mountains stretched out as far as the eye could see, their peaks piercing the clouds above. Below them, a vast forest spread out, with streams and rivers snaking their way through it like veins. For once, Fujin let go of his worries and relaxed. Seeing how strong Ryu was, he knew that he didn't need to play tricks to attack Fujin. A childlike curiosity appeared in Fujin's eyes as he took in the breathtaking view, feeling incredibly blessed and content. Though Fujin had traveled in airplanes in his previous life, the feeling was completely different. In fact, it wasn't even comparable. Ryu's wings beat rhythmically, sending a gentle breeze through Fujin's hair and filling his lungs with fresh air. As Ryu climbed higher, Fujin could see the snow-capped summits of the highest peaks in the distance, their peaks wreathed in wispy clouds that glowed pink and orange in the light of the setting sun. The sky above was a riot of colors, from the deep purples and blues of the horizon to the golden hues of the clouds that drifted lazily overhead. It was a scene of such majesty and beauty that Fujin felt humbled and grateful to be alive to witness it. As Ryu cruised through the skies, Fujin felt a sense of complete relaxation and tranquility. Fujin basked in the peacefulness of the moment and lost himself in thoughts as he began reflecting on his life. He recalled his recent troubles before beginning to reflect on his entire journey in this majestic world. He recalled the schemes he employed, the people he killed, the fun he had, and the hard work he put in. Soon, he began thinking about his previous life. With the newfound clarity and tranquility, Fujin couldn't help but realize, in my previous life, I always dreamed about having superpowers. I dreamt of going on epic adventures. Now that I have superpowers that I could only dream of in my previous life and have an entire new world to explore, why am I so stressed? A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he closed his eyes. Memories of his past and worries about his future faded away, replaced with a sense of contentment and joy. He felt a deep connection to everything around him, as though he was becoming one with the natural world. Fujin entered into a special state. His mind was so calm and stable that he could feel the world's energy around him in this state. He lost all sense of time as he enjoyed the comfort of this energy. Ryu, who was enjoying showing off to Fujin, suddenly focused all attention on him. A look of surprise appeared on his giant face as he thought, "What the hell?" Ryu sensed that Fujin had entered into a special state. He analyzed, "What a surprise! I had sensed that he has a very potent affinity to wind. That is why I decided to bring him to our sacred land. This journey was meant to display my might and relax him a bit from his agitated state. But I never imagined that he would be able to connect with nature so easily. Looks like we will have a new summoner after 125 years. Ryu didn't want to disturb Fujin and wake him up from the special state he was in. He maintained a constant speed as he headed towards the tallest mountain. As he moved, he thought in relief and excitement, "Great-grandmother, it looks like our pride's ability might finally advance once again after 500 years. He quelled his excitement, though it will be a long time before he can learn that skill. His chakra reserves are too poor. Even the quality of his chakra is lacking. We will need to improve it first, and only then can he have some hope in learning it." As Ryu kept cruising, he moved above the clouds. In front of him was a mountain peak. Fujin finally opened his eyes. He saw the snow-covered peak and was awed by its beauty. Ryu noticed that Fujin had woken up and said, "Welcome to Mount Muteki." Phew. I think I have exhausted my vocabulary in this chapter, lol. This chapter probably took the longest time to write so far, as I wanted to capture the breathtaking scenery of the Sabertooth's mountain home and make it as immersive as possible. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed it, and please let me know your thoughts and feedback on the scenery described above. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Peking to Die, The Last Garden, Mohammed and Chris for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 21, Gayu Murasaki, Chapter 24 of Naruto The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. And bonus chapter. We reached 2,911 Power Stones last week. Keep it, everyone. We might reach 3K this week. Fujin observed Mount Muteki carefully. He could feel that the chakra around the mountain felt different as compared to Konoha and other villages. Ryu asked, "So how are you feeling?" Fujin replied, "I am feeling great." "I have never felt better." Ryu said, "Of course. What you just experienced was a special state, and the chakra you feel is nature's chakra. I believe you humans also refer to it as senjutsu." Fujin was surprised. He thought, that was nature's chakra? He fell into a thought as he realized, no wonder I felt so comfortable and my mood was so tranquil. Ryu noticed that Fujin was in thought and said, "You only sensed nature's chakra and didn't absorb it. In the future, don't try to absorb nature's chakra or even try to feel it yourself. It can be very dangerous, especially as you aren't ready to handle it yet." Fujin nodded. He knew how dangerous nature's chakra was. He replied, "Thanks for the warning. I won't try it without guidance." Fujin wanted to ask a few questions, but something caught his eye. He looked ahead to see 4 saber-tooths flying in the sky while playing around. However, compared to Ryu, they were much smaller with heights in the range of 3 to 4 meters. They noticed Ryu and quickly flew towards him. However, their attention soon fell on Fujin, as this was the first time they ever saw a human. Fujin, too, was observing them. They were about to land on Ryu when he said, "Run along, kiddos. I'll be busy." The 4 saber-tooths immediately flew away. Ryu said, "Don't mind them. You are the first human they saw, so expect a lot of curiosity-filled gazes if you manage to sign the contract." Fujin chuckled. "All right." Ryu flew to the very top of the peak. However, instead of a pointy peak, there was a shallow crater surrounded by the rocks. It looked quite similar to the opening of a volcano, except that the crater wasn't very deep, and instead of lava, it was covered in snow. Ryu landed in the crater in front of another saber-tooth. This one wasn't as big as Ryu, but was still about 3/4 of his size. And it looked a bit older. The saber-tooth noticed Fujin and asked in a gentle voice, "Which guest have you brought here, Ryu?" Fujin was surprised by her voice. Unlike Ryu, it was much more gentle and pleasing to the ears. Ryu said, "This is Fujin. He came here to sign a summoning contract. Fujin, get off and introduce yourself." Fujin nodded and jumped down from his head. He landed between the 2 saber-tooths. He bowed slightly and respectfully said, "I am Suzuki Fujin from Konohagakure. I used the summoning jutsu to find a summon and appeared in front of Ryu." The saber-tooth observed Fujin carefully. Ryu said, "Fujin, she is the leader of our pride and the sage of Mount Muteki and all winged saber-tooths." Fujin had already expected it to be so. The sage looked into Ryu's eyes before looking at Fujin and said, "Ryu has a habit of being too dramatic. I am Gahyu Murasaki. Everyone in this pride is my descendant." Fujin memorized her name. She continued, "Did Ryu inform you about the conditions of signing a summoning contract with us?" Fujin replied, "He informed me about needing a strong affinity to wind nature, but I don't know about other criteria." Murasaki said, "All right, before I inform you about the criteria, do you have any questions you want answered?" Fujin replied, "Yes, quite a few. Is it fine to ask them all?" Murasaki said, "Sure, ask." Fujin asked, "When I used the summoning jutsu, why did I arrive so far away from Mount Muteki?" Murasaki replied, "The summoning jutsu you humans use isn't to find a group of summons, but instead a specific summon. In your case, that was Ryu. That is why you appeared in front of him instead of the mountain. Since most summons live in their sacred lands, I believe that you have the misconception that you appear in sacred lands." That information surprised Fujin. He analyzed, "I never thought of it that way. But I guess it makes sense. Though I don't remember well, I think Jiraiya did fall in front of Gamabunta, who became his main summon." Fujin looked at Murasaki and asked the most important question, "Can you teach me senjutsu?" Murasaki didn't answer and instead stared at Fujin for a minute. She finally said, "This question is a bit complicated to answer." Fujin furrowed his eyebrows and asked, "What do you mean?" Murasaki replied, "We do have the ability to harness and use nature's energy. However, this technique is only for us winged saber-tooths. A human can't learn it." Fujin thought, even Toad Sage Mode was a technique for toads. But humans could still learn it. Why can't their method be learnt? Murasaki broke Fujin's thoughts by saying, "This is one of the criteria for accepting a summoner. We only accept summoners who we believe could learn senjutsu. Though you won't be able to use our technique, we will use it as a reference to help you learn senjutsu." Fujin was confused. He couldn't help but ask, "Why?" Murasaki replied, "You human body can't handle our methods." Fujin said, "No, not that. Why would you go through so much effort to make a summoner learn senjutsu?" Murasaki stayed silent for a few seconds before saying, "I can't tell you the reason, but it has become a tradition here. However, I can't give you any sureties in learning senjutsu. After all, in the past 500 years, we have trained many humans. Unfortunately, no one managed to learn senjutsu." Fujin became silent on hearing it and fell into thought. He was very conflicted. He sighed in his mind. What a mess. Looks like learning senjutsu from here will be very difficult. Murasaki and Ryu noticed Fujin thinking and didn't disturb him. Fujin analyzed and reached the conclusion, "I guess this isn't bad, though. Other than the toads teaching Jiraiya, Minato and Naruto Senjutsu, I am not sure if any other summons teach Senjutsu. Though Kabuto did get it, I don't recall exactly how he convinced the snakes to teach him, and Hashirama's Sage Mode didn't have any explanation. So if these guys are serious about training me to learn Senjutsu, that will probably be my best chance. Of course, their help is definitely not unconditional or selfless. I am sure they have their own goals for wanting to train their summoners to use Senjutsu. Besides, using summoning jutsu blindly is too risky. I'd have to sign a contract even if they didn't know Senjutsu. Fujin said, "All right, I will be in your care. However, I have one more question. Am I allowed to sign more summoning contracts?" This time, Fujin heard Ryu's jagged voice from behind, and he sounded offended. "Kid, why do you want to sign other contracts when you have us?" Fujin looked back and calmly said, "When I learned about the summoning jutsu, I planned to sign at least 3 summoning contracts. One for fighting on land, one for fighting in the air, and one for scouting and spying. But since you have the ability to fly, I don't need to find another summon to fly. Of course, it was just some plans I made when I was a kid. If you have conditions of not signing other contracts, then I won't." Ryu calmed down on hearing Fujin's answer. He replied with a deadpan tone, "You are still just a kid." His reply made Fujin feel awkward. Murasaki answered, "I don't care if you sign other summoning contracts, but you can't sign a contract with a group that can use nature chakra. Even if you tried to sign one, they won't agree if you have already signed a summoning contract with us. Also, though your plan seems good, don't try it until your strength grows considerably. With your current strength, there are many summons that can kill you with ease, so it will be pointless and risky." Fujin nodded. He didn't need to be told again how risky it was, as his memories were still very fresh. Murasaki continued, "Instead of trying to form another summoning contract, I would recommend raising wild animals and signing them as your contract. That way you won't be under any restrictions and can raise them to do what you want." Fujin was intrigued by the idea. He thought, "I never thought of this option, but to be honest, raising animals will be a lot of work, especially when I am out on missions. However, I do have a lot of space around my home and I have a lot of money that I don't have any use for. I need to see if I can employ someone to do the work for me." Fujin looked at Murasaki and said, "That's all the questions I had, Lady Murasaki." Ryu watched awkwardly at Fujin as he called her a lady. He wondered, "This lady is over 800 years old. I wonder when was the last time anyone called her lady?" Murasaki said, "You can call me Granny. As for your criteria for signing a contract, there are just 2. She looked at Ryu and said, "The one in front of whom you appear should agree to accept you as a summoner." She looked back at Fujin and said, "And you should show talent to be able to learn Senjutsu in the future." Fujin thought, "As I thought. They gain something from teaching me Senjutsu." Ryu said, "I agree, and Fujin has passed the second criterion as well." Fujin looked at Ryu in surprise. Ryu said, "The flight to this place was a test to see how in tune you can become with nature. My goal was to calm you down and make you experience peace and tranquility by showing you that scenery. As you managed to sense nature chakra, you have passed the criteria." Fujin was left speechless. He thought, "First I needed a good wind affinity, and then I needed to feel nature's chakra, which I coincidentally managed to do. I guess good luck does follow bad luck." Fujin replied with a smile, "That's great. When do we sign the contract?" Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Sava, Cameron, Setret, Nathan, and the Berryman for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 222, Potential and Limit. Chapter 225 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin signed the contract right away with his blood. Ryu carried him away from the peak and flew down the mountain. As they were flying, Fujin asked, "Ryu, are there others like you guys who can use Senjutsu but can't pass it on to humans?" Ryu replied, "Of course. There are numerous. The number of species that can use senjutsu is at least a couple of dozen. And there are numerous wild beasts who manage to learn it on their own. Some of them are very wild and dangerous. Even I wouldn't want to face them in a single combat. Fujin was surprised to learn that. After all, he didn't see any such creature make a move during the Fourth Great Ninja War. But soon he realized, now that I think about it, none of the summons made any major moves during that war. The Toads had a larger participation in the fight against Pain rather than against Obito and Madara. Weird, considering that they were in danger during the latter rather than the former. Ryu continued, as far as I am aware, only the places you humans consider as the three sacred places have techniques to pass down their methods of harnessing nature energy to humans. Others don't have them, or are not interested in passing them down. A giant cave appeared before them. Ryu stepped into the cave and roared loudly. Surprisingly, his roar had no effect on Fujin. Fujin was impressed. What control over his voice? Fujin got off Ryu's head. Ryu looked at him and said seriously, though we don't have any specified rules, there are a few things you have to follow. Fujin nodded. Ryu said, first, none of the winged saber-tooths you summon should die. While we will give our all to help you, we will undo the summoning and return if we face extreme danger and think death is inevitable. This is especially true for the young ones who still need to grow. After escaping, we will use reverse summoning jutsu to save you unless you specifically ask us not to. Fujin nodded and said, that is reasonable. I have no issues with that. Fujin's main priority was always his own safety, so it was perfectly understandable for him when others have similar priorities. Ryu said, another thing, though you can summon me, don't try it until your chakra reserves get much larger. You will need to have at least 5 times the chakra you currently have to summon me safely. In the meantime, Ryu gazed outside the cave. Fujin followed his gaze and saw 3 winged saber-tooths flying towards them. They entered the cave as Ryu completed his sentence. In the meantime, you can summon my sons. Ryu looked at them and said, this is Fujin. He has become the new summoner of our pride. Introduce yourself. The 3 winged saber-tooths stared at Fujin. Though they were smaller than Ryu, they were much bigger than Fujin. The smallest one was almost twice as tall as Fujin, while the largest one was half the size of Ryu. The biggest one said, I am Kurogane. You can summon me when you are in an intense fight. He observed Fujin and said, though I would recommend at least doubling your chakra before trying to summon me. The second one said, I am Kaido. I like going on adventures and flying for a long time. You can summon me when you want to travel long distances. The smallest one said, I am Goro. Feel free to summon me whenever you want to. Fujin nodded and slightly bowed and said, I will be in your care. Goro said with a smirk, don't worry. I like to protect the ones weaker than me. He immediately ran away after saying that as his 2 brothers stared at him in annoyance. Ryu sighed as Kurogane explained, he is quite mischievous. You will have to get used to him. Fujin said, it's fine. Kurogane and Kaido also left. Ryu said, everyone here is an expert in using wind attacks. The nature energy we use amplifies it even further. You can later try to create combination attacks with them. If you aren't compatible with them, you can even summon others from the pride. Fujin nodded and said, all right. Ryu stared at Fujin and said, now, time to discuss the important matter. Fujin looked into Ryu's eyes. He could feel that Ryu was trying to look into every secret he had. Ryu said, I was initially not sure about accepting you and wanted to leave the decision to Granny. I changed my mind after sensing how in tune with nature you became. The reason I was doubtful is that your potential isn't very high. Fujin furrowed his eyebrows and asked, what do you mean? Ryu said, from what I can see, your body and chakra should be stronger than most humans that are your age. However, you have only managed to do so with extreme hard work. Isn't that right? Fujin was uncomfortable at how easily Ryu gained information regarding his chakra and abilities. Fujin nodded. That is true. Ryu said, every being has a limit to which they can grow. For some, it is higher, while for others it is much lower. What you have done through intense training is bring forth all your potential in order to gain power quickly. Due to this, you will soon reach your limit and your chakra reserves will stop increasing. In fact, the speed of the growth of your chakra reserves should have already slowed. Fujin frowned. He thought, I have monitored my chakra ever since I became a censor. My chakra grew by 2 to 3 times every year during the last 2 years in the academy, and it exploded under Renjiro's training due to Senju Taijutsu style training and grew by about 4.5 times in a year. Though I noticed that my chakra growth has slowed and it will grow by less than 2 times this year, I speculated that it was just due to no longer having any gains from training Senju Taijutsu style. If his words are right, doesn't it mean that my growth will drastically slow down? Ryu guessed Fujin's thoughts and said, You don't need to worry about this. After all, you can't control your potential and limits. Fujin argued, But can't we exceed our limits and grow beyond them? In the Fourth Great Ninja War, the strongest ninja was probably the one with the least potential. So though Fujin didn't like what Ryu said, he wasn't discouraged as Guy's example was in front of him. Ryu was impressed by Fujin's reply. He thought many will be demotivated on learning that their progress will be halted and might deny that their potential is limited. But he directly thought about breaking through the limits. Ryu replied, It's true, it can be surpassed. However, you will just reach your new limits and stop there unless you can keep breaking your limits. Just breaking limits is rare, but to break it consecutively is almost impossible. Of course, there are still beings who have managed to do it and become immensely powerful, but they are very rare. Anyways, we are getting off topic. We can discuss this later when you reach it. What I wanted to say is that your chakra growth will slow down in a couple of years, and when the growth becomes too slow, you will come here and receive my training. Fujin thought, I see. He wasn't trying to demotivate me. Fujin asked in a confused tone, Why do we have to wait till then? Ryu answered, Because your current chakra isn't strong enough. The techniques I plan on teaching you are very chakra intensive and will put an intense strain on your physique. So you will need at least 3 to 4 times your current chakra and a much stronger physique before I can safely teach you. That is why I will not be training you right now. As for the limit that I mentioned, you don't need to worry much about it. Though your potential isn't very high, your wind affinity is very potent, and we have methods and the resources to make it even stronger. As for chakra reserves, though it is difficult, even they can be artificially boosted. However, it is very troublesome to do so, and the methods that we have are more effective on someone whose growth has come to a halt. In addition, there are various restrictions and limits on those methods, but we will talk about it when you reach the limit. Of course, if you manage to keep breaking past your limits, then I can begin your training after you reach the necessary levels of chakra reserves and physique. Fujin consumed all the information Ryu just stated. He was beyond surprised. He analyzed. He can do that. Increasing wind affinity is understandable if they have access to wind elemental crystals, but how can they increase chakra reserves? At the same time, his mood became a bit grim. Since they are willing to invest so many resources into me, what exactly do they gain from training me in senjutsu? Fujin didn't let his mood reflect on his face. Instead, he showed an excited expression and said, All right, that sounds great. Thanks a lot in advance, Ryu. Ryu said, That is all for now. Return to your place and don't attempt to sense nature chakra without my presence. Fujin replied, Don't worry. I won't risk my life pointlessly. Ryu nodded. Fujin weaved hand signs and returned to his basement. He looked around himself and let out a sigh. Finally, I don't need to experience any more crazy situations like those. Fujin was very happy with the summon he signed. However, a thought appeared in his mind. Should I keep my summon a secret? AN, bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Chris and Adam, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 223, A Path Beyond Senjutsu. Chapter 226 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin analyzed the pros and cons of keeping his summon a secret. Finally, he decided, the winged saber-tooths will be my main summon. There isn't much point in keeping them a secret, as it will get out eventually. Of course, I should keep this card hidden until I can, but there is no need to keep it hidden from the ones I can trust. Instead, I should probably take the initiative to mention this to Hiruzen. While it is good news that they want to teach me senjutsu, they definitely have some ulterior motives. Though my gut tells me that their ultimate motives won't be harmful to me, and even if it is, they won't do anything to me until I learn senjutsu. It would be better to get some information from Hiruzen. If it is harmful, then he could warn me and help me terminate the contract or help me scheme against them. If it is beneficial, then Hiruzen might look more favorably towards me, as these saber-tooths are quite strong and could increase Konoha's strength considerably. Also, I could use Ryu's dialogue and add some false news to maybe get a few elemental crystals from Hiruzen. For instance, instead of telling him about their methods and resources to strengthen me, I could tell him that they will teach me senjutsu only if I reach the required strength. Fujin made a few plans until he was satisfied and went to sleep after eating dinner. Meanwhile, at the peak of Mount Muteki, Ryu appeared in front of Murasaki. Murasaki looked at him and said, "I am surprised that you agreed so readily. Is the boy that impressive?" Ryu replied, "You didn't see him connect to nature, great-grandmother. It was almost instinctual to him. He didn't even need 15 minutes to sense nature energy and managed to maintain that state for 2 hours. I had to keep flying around the mountain for over an hour to not disturb him. Among the summoners we contracted in the last 400 years, he is our best shot." Murasaki sighed and asked, "Are you still hoping that the prophecy your grandfather had comes true?" Ryu didn't answer her question and instead said, 500 years ago, you mastered nature energy and helped our pride advance to the next level. However, we haven't made any progress since then. Grandfather and Granduncle Genji believe that we will advance to the next level with the help of a human who could learn our senjutsu. I'd rather believe it instead of wasting away hundreds of years pointlessly." Murasaki looked at Ryu, however, he didn't budge. She sighed and said, "Do whatever you want." Ryu nodded and left. Murasaki saw him leaving the mountain as her memories surfaced. 4 children, 7 grandchildren, and 19 great-grandchildren of mine have died as a result of that prophecy. Some sacrificed themselves to protect the human they chose, while some were killed by the betrayal of the very human they raised, and one ingrate even invaded our sacred lands. I hope you don't join them, Ryu." She closed her eyes and went back to meditating. A very strong chakra could be seen around her, a chakra that brightened the peak of Mount Muteki and would have been visible from a long distance if the peak wasn't hidden above the clouds. Would love to hear your thoughts and ideas on a power beyond senjutsu, but don't involve anything related to tailed beasts or otsutsuki. The next day, Fujin was standing outside a building. It was Konoha's hospital. He entered it and approached the lady sitting in the reception. She looked at Fujin and greeted him with a smile. "Fujin-kun, who are you here to visit? Or are you injured?" Fujin smiled back at her. He had been a rather common face in the hospital. He especially became well known when Renjiro brought his injured and unconscious body to the hospital on his shoulder multiple times in a single month. He replied, "I am fine and haven't come to visit anyone, Akemi-san. I have come here to register for medical ninja training." Akemi was surprised. She asked, "You want to become a medical ninja?" Fujin replied, "No, I just want to learn the basic healing jutsu so that I can help my teammates if we don't have a medical ninja with us." Akemi replied, "All right, wait a minute." Akemi wasn't surprised by Fujin's request. Quite a few ninjas would show up for learning the mystical palm jutsu without bothering to learn the remaining knowledge needed to become a medical ninja. Konoha had a system in place for ninjas like these. Though they would prefer for more ninjas to become a proper and capable medical ninja, very few had the interest, talent, and patience to become one. After all, it would require years or even a decade to become a good medical ninja. So Hiruzen, with Tsunade's assistance, had created a proper plan to teach such ninjas. A lot of clans and civilian ninjas benefited immensely from this program. The former Uchiha clan had benefited the most from this system. Their Sharingans could easily copy the mystical palm jutsu. They just needed some guidance to master that jutsu, and could provide a better healing option on the front lines where medical ninjas wouldn't be available. Similarly, the Hyuga clan also benefited from this system. Their Byakugan and fine chakra control assisted in being much superior to others who learnt this jutsu. So some Hyugas learnt this jutsu and became the perfect support for any squad with their scouting and healing capabilities while being perfectly capable of defending themselves. Akemi opened a file and wrote Fujin's name in a list that already had 23 other names. She said, "A training session for newbies will be held 3 days from now at noon. I have registered you, so just show up and join the class." Fujin noted the date and thanked her. "Thank you, Akemi-san." Fujin left the hospital thinking, 3 days, should I train a jutsu, or should I train with summons? Suddenly he heard, "Fujin!" Fujin turned to his right. Hatake Takao walked towards him and asked, "Where were you yesterday evening? We tried finding you without any success." Fujin replied, "I was doing some special training. Anyways, what's up?" Takao looked at Fujin, but didn't get any clues from him. He said, "Well, it's good that you are safe. Lord Hokage wants to meet you, so meet him right away." Fujin nodded and said, "All right, thank you for passing the message." Fujin flickered towards the Hokage building. He entered and knocked on the door. Hiruzen invited him. Fujin entered and said, "I met Takao-san outside the hospital. He said you wanted to meet me, Grandpa." Hiruzen looked at him and asked, "Hospital? Are you injured?" Fujin shook his head and answered, "No, I am planning to learn mystical palm jutsu. So I went to register myself." He put up a sad expression and said, "If a mission goes bad, I want to have the capability of at least healing my teammates a bit." Hiruzen knew that Fujin was referring to his previous mission indirectly as he couldn't say it out loud. He couldn't heal any injuries on Tomotsu for hours. His features softened. He said, "I sent a couple of messengers to you last evening, but they couldn't find you. I was worried that someone tried to claim your bounty." Fujin furrowed his brows and asked, "Didn't you say that there is no danger in Konoha and that no one has ever claimed a bounty before?" Hiruzen coughed and said, "I did, but there can always be a first time." Fujin watched Hiruzen with a deadpan expression. He thought, "This old fox is unbelievable." Hiruzen changed the subject and asked, "Anyways, where were you?" Fujin replied, "I was trying to find a summon." Hiruzen's eyes widened. He immediately scolded, "Why did you try it on your own? That is very dangerous." Fujin nodded and said, "Yeah, you don't need to tell me, Grandpa. It was very scary. I had to face a wolf tide and even saw gigantic whales." Hiruzen squinted his eyes and asked, "You tried it more than once?" Fujin nodded and said, "Yeah, it was so scary that I wanted to stop, but I couldn't help but think about your words and my teammates and kept going until I succeeded." Hiruzen's features softened. He thought, though it was risky and he is usually greedy, the will of fire burns bright in him. As long as he can grow safely for 2 to 3 more years, he can fulfill the gap left by Tomotsu's squad by himself. Hiruzen said, "It's good that you managed to get it done. Who did you sign the contract with?" Fujin answered, "They are winged saber-tooths. Have you heard about them, Grandpa?" Hiruzen thought for a bit before shaking his head. He replied, "I haven't heard about anyone having these summons. How do they look, and how strong are they?" Fujin replied, "They look like a normal saber-tooth, only many times larger. Their wings are hidden along their fur, so they are hard to spot normally. They can fly very well. As for their strength, they are very strong. The one I met could have probably defeated me with ease. Though I can't say for sure as I never fought." Hiruzen analyzed, "I don't recall seeing any such summons or even reading about them. I guess it must be a tribe that rarely signs contracts. From what Fujin described, their strongest fighters should be at elite Junin level, or just stronger than that, which is quite good, but nothing exceptional." He looked at Fujin and concluded, "Oh well, Renjiro wasn't planning to hand him his sloth summon. Since he managed to get a contract with his own strength, I can't complain. If he passes the contract to the next generation, then Fujin would have contributed a lot to the village." He said, "I don't know anything about them, Fujin, but good work. AN bonus chapter on next Sunday, if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, w.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Kwabena and Jadiash for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 224. Swords. Chapter 227 of The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hiruzen lifted a couple of boxes from under his desk and placed them on his desk and said, "This arrived yesterday evening. I called you as I believed that you would want it right away." Fujin observed the boxes. His attention was immediately drawn to their ornate designs. Their lids were carved with intricate patterns of dragons and tigers. And it was made from a wood that had an ancient feeling to it. Fujin realized and quickly exclaimed, "My swords are here?" Hiruzen nodded and said, "Fuji arrived here from the Land of Iron yesterday." Fujin and Hiruzen met Furutani Fuji in Chapter 111. Fujin moved forward and lifted one of the lids to see a soft plush lining that cradled his sword. He grabbed the sheath and picked up his sword. The sheath was an art in itself. Swirling designs were etched into its glossy black lacquer. As Fujin ran his fingers along the sheath, he felt the satisfying smoothness of the fine craftsmanship. Finally, he drew out the sword. The blade was long and thin with a very slight curve to it. Both its edges were very sharp. When the light fell on it, it shimmered with a greenish hue that caught Fujin's eye. The hilt was made of polished green jade that fit comfortably in Fujin's hands. Fujin moved the sword around. It felt very light and almost as if it was an extension of his arm. A smile appeared on his face as chakra began flowing along the blade. He muttered, "The chakra flow along this blade is so smooth." Fujin's chakra flowed through the blade without any obstruction. It was charged with wind chakra almost instantaneously. Fujin had no doubts that if he swung his sword, the entire Hokage building would collapse. Hiruzen smiled and said, "The sword has some chakra metal that assists in wind chakra flow. Eerie few will be able to stop your sword in the future. Of course, do be careful about them. The swords are very expensive and could get some unwanted attention." Fujin replied, "If they are greedy, they might try to get my head first. But I will keep it in mind, Grandpa." Fujin immediately began checking his other sword, leaving Hiruzen a bit awkward as he recalled that Fujin's head was worth more than those swords. The second sword was just as good as the first one. Fujin kept his sword back in the sheaths. Hiruzen instructed, "Keep the sheaths and boxes properly. The blacksmiths attach a lot of importance to making them, so destroying them or throwing them away is seen as an insult by them. Also, the sheath is made of special materials which help preserve the chakra metal properties in the sword, so when you don't use them, keep them in their sheaths." Fujin replied, "I didn't know about that, but seeing how well the sheath and the box are made, I guess it makes sense. I'll store them properly." Hiruzen smiled and said, "That is all. There is still some time before I invite you to Anbu. Use it to master Mystical Palm and create a bond and develop teamwork with your summons." Fujin nodded and left the room. He thought, I guess Ryu wasn't kidding when he said that the younger ones hadn't ever seen a human. It should have been a long time since they had a summoner. Kinda sucks. I was hoping that Hiruzen knew how impressive they were, and used that fact to get some wind crystals. Anyways, since he doesn't know, I doubt he could warn me about their plans. On the plus side, I will be able to keep my sage training a secret. If I do master it, my strength will grow phenomenally. And since there is no way to sense it unless I use it, it will become my strongest ace in the hole. A smile formed on his face as he wondered who would fall prey to this hidden card. Of course, that would be a long time away and would need a lot of hard work and perhaps some luck to achieve. Fujin returned home. 2 symbols glowed on his bracers and his old swords appeared. Fujin calculated, Hiruzen asked me to keep the new swords in their sheaths. I will have to modify the storage seal so that my new swords fit. That isn't an issue. The problem is that I have to store them with their sheaths. So when I summon the sword, I will get the sword with the sheath instead of just the sword. And while that may look cool, it will be very inefficient. So what to do? Fujin analyzed a lot and began recalling all the seals he had learnt. After a few minutes, he prepared a plan that would allow him to store the swords in the sheaths but summon just the swords. However, before he could work on it, he had an idea. Fujin thought, wait a minute. Though Anbu ninjas wear a mask to hide their identity, I doubt that it would be 100% effective. After all, every ninja has unique features. Someone like Kakashi is very easy to identify despite his Anbu mask. So it's safe to assume that every village will try to keep information about the Anbu ninjas of enemy villages. If that is the case, then I should give them something to identify me with myself, instead of them figuring out something I can't change and don't know. A mischievous smile appeared on Fujin's face as he thought of a plan to mess with the minds of the ones that might want to target him in the future. He stored the new swords in a scroll and kept the old swords back in his bracers. He left his house and went to the training ground. He bit his thumb and weaved a few hand signs and slammed his right palm on the ground. Summoning jutsu, smoke appeared in front of Fujin. In the smoke, the silhouette of a 3-meter-tall saber-tooth was visible. Meanwhile, Fujin's breath became heavy. He was alarmed. Damn! A single summoning jutsu exhausted more than 40% of my chakra! The smoke dispersed, showing Goro. He looked at Fujin and exclaimed in joy, I knew it! I knew it! I dared my brothers to make a bet with me that you would summon me first. They didn't even dare to accept my bet. Ha! Fujin watched with a deadpan expression. He sighed in his mind. Looks like this jutsu is a waste until I can summon his brothers. Goro asked, So why did you summon me? Tell me whose ass you want to be bitten. You can rely on me 100%. Fujin replied, Sure I can, but I am not facing any enemy. I just want to see how a great winged saber-tooth like you fights, and I want to build good teamwork between us. Goro answered with a bit less excitement in his voice. Oh, that sounds boring. But since you can see how great I am, I will show you. Fujin said, I am not sure how much we can fly here. Can you summon me to your mountain? We can experiment there. Goro nodded. All right, I will see you in a minute. He disappeared. Fujin sighed. Did he fall on his head as a child, or did Ryu spoil him rotten for him to develop such a personality? I hope he fights well. Otherwise, it'd be completely hopeless. Fujin suddenly disappeared from the training ground and appeared at Mount Muteki in front of Goro. Fujin's sudden appearance was noticed by a few winged saber-tooths, but they ignored him. Goro asked, So what do you want to see first? Fujin looked around him. He was in a small cave with just Goro. He said, I want to see how a winged saber-tooth fights. Then I can see how we can work together. Goro said, All right, climb on my back. Fujin climbed on his back. Goro said, Hold tight. He spread his wings and jumped out of the cave. He flapped his wings a few times and began flying at a very fast speed. Chakra gathered in Fujin's eyes to keep them safe from the strong winds. Goro said with pride, The first thing you should know about us is that we fly very fast. Even most of the birds can't keep up with us. That is especially true for Kaido. He loves flying. He can fly as fast as lightning and can keep that speed up for days. Fujin was surprised. He analyzed. Speed of lightning is unrealistic. But if I assume that he flies twice as fast as Goro and can maintain that speed for hours, then he would be a very good aid in escaping. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link. patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Michael and Tronic, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. 225. The Abilities of a Winged Sabertooth. Chapter 228 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hey guys, this chapter is sponsored by Terrence Smith. You can thank him for the double release. Goro moved towards a boulder on the huge mountain. He said, This should be a no-brainer, but we also have very high strength. He raised his paw and brought it down on the boulder with a lot of force. His paw split the boulder into two and turned a lot of it into dust. Fujin wasn't surprised. He expected such physical prowess from them. Goro said, "See, how I turned it into dust with a wave of my paw. That's how strong I am." Fujin replied, "Yeah, that is very strong. I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of it." Goro laughed. "Of course you wouldn't. I could bite that stone too, but I don't want dust and soil in my mouth." Fujin said, "It's fine. I can guess what a bite from you can do. Show me your other skills." Goro said, "Cool." He flapped his wings and moved away from the mountain and said, "Watch. This is the skill that makes us the apex predators." Goro's body suddenly became still. Chakra gathered on his wings. Fujin sensed it and was surprised. "Nature chakra. Even the younger ones can use senjutsu?" Goro flapped his wings again. This time, he didn't move. Instead, very strong winds flew downwards. Fujin was surprised. He analyzed, "That attack is stronger than my supercharged infinite breakthrough, and at least a few times stronger." Goro chuckled. "Are you shocked? You are shocked, right? If I use this attack on animals on land, all of them will die. Even if they survive, they will be injured. And even if they are strong enough to resist, I can just fly away." Ha! If anyone else heard Goro's words, they might feel contempt for his attitude. However, Fujin wasn't one of them. He agreed with Goro's strategy wholeheartedly. In Fujin's books, other than winning a war without fighting, the best way to fight was to maintain distance and keep attacking the enemy without allowing the enemy to attack back. And if the enemy is stronger, he can always run away and turn the fight into a game of tag. It was why Fujin learnt so many jutsus that allowed him to hide and escape. Fujin thought, "Looks like I was hasty." "He is good," Goro said. "In addition, we can also do this." He began gathering chakra in his throat. He looked up and fired a beam made of wind. The beam hit the cloud and created a huge hole in it. Fujin observed the wind beam carefully. His eyes widened as he noticed how the beam worked. He couldn't help but mutter, "Incredible." Goro was surprised. He looked back at Fujin and asked, "Did you understand what happened?" Fujin looked at Goro. He realized that Goro's breath had gotten heavier. He thought, "It seems like the attack uses a lot of chakra." Fujin nodded. "Yeah. Though it seemed like a normal beam of wind, it is instead made of incredibly sharp winds. The inside of the beam is basically like a meat grinder. If anyone were to be hit by it, I doubt any flesh would be left on their bones." Goro exclaimed, "Wow, Father wasn't kidding when he said that your affinity to wind is very strong, and you are right. This is my most devastating attack. It is also the signature attack of our pride. We call it the wind breath, or the breath of wind. The only way to survive it is if the opponent has a very tough body that can't be cut with winds. But I haven't met any such opponents yet. Ha ha ha. Even if someone has tough skin, they still have vulnerable parts like eyes, nose, and ears." Fujin wondered, "Will I be able to withstand the attack with iron skin? I should test it later with my clones. Regardless, this attack is very dangerous. If I can learn it, I can use it like a cheap version of dust release. I can recall very few ninjas who could defend against this attack." Goro interrupted Fujin's thoughts and said, "In addition, we also have some other moves." "Like?" He gathered chakra into his throat again and launched a ball of wind into the clouds. The attack left a small hole in the clouds. Fujin noticed, "It is very similar to my Acum cannon, except for the fact that there is no vacuum core. However, its destructive power won't be much weaker than my Acum cannon due to the amount of chakra he put into it." Goro said, "This is our air bullet. We use it against weaker opponents as it doesn't need much chakra." Fujin said, "That is still quite powerful. What else do you have?" Goro answered, "Well, this is most of our traditional moves. Our fights usually involve us attacking with these attacks from a distance, or using our strong bodies to crush our enemies. Some in the Pride do make some of their personal moves or master another element, but I am still too young to learn them." Fujin quickly asked, "I see. How old are you?" Fujin was very interested in knowing the answer. After all, animals and humans had quite different growth stages and lifespans. Goro answered in a smug voice, "I am one of the youngest in my pride, and still one of the most reliable and strongest. I am only 39 years old." Fujin was stunned. He thought in disbelief, "He is 39 years old? From the way he talked, I assumed he was 39 months old." Goro noticed that Fujin was speechless. He looked back and asked, "You can't believe how young I am, right? Seeing my strength, I bet you thought I am some 300 years old monster, right?" Haha. Fujin was left speechless. Though he had been very polite so far and praised Goro a few times to fan his ego so that he could get along better, he wasn't sure what he could say without being insulting. Luckily, Goro changed the subject. Now that you have seen what I can do, what ideas did you come up with for cooperation and teamwork? Fujin became serious and said, I haven't thought of much. Like you, I also specialize in wind manipulation. The only idea I had so far is launching my attacks at the same time as you to double our power, or launching them alternatingly to double our attack frequency. Goro looked at Fujin suspiciously and asked, Do you think that your wind attacks are as strong as mine? Fujin replied, Your wind breath is stronger than anything I can do right now. But others I can amplify with my own attacks. For instance, Fujin built up around 15% of his chakra and looked above. Wind release, infinite breakthrough jutsu. He released the supercharged jutsu at the clouds above them. Goro observed and commented, Wow, that was good. Not as strong as mine, but good nonetheless. Fujin didn't answer and used another jutsu. Wind release, air bullet jutsu. He fired 15 air bullets. Goro said, Not bad. They are much smaller in size, but the quantity is go. His eyes suddenly went wide open in shock. Fujin swung his sword and released a sword wave that split the clouds into two for over 100 meters. Goro exclaimed, That was fucking good. You are strong. Fujin said, I also have techniques to pierce into the strongest armor. So, in case we encounter someone on whom your wind breath doesn't work, I could create openings in their defenses and let you kill them with ease. But, though it seems strong, a combination of two wind users won't be very good. I will learn a few fire attacks so that we could use a fire-wind combination attack. Goro said, I agree. Not to mention, your chakra reserves took a big hit when you summoned me. That said, I am not sure how good a fire-wind combination attack will be. Fujin replied, It'll be awesome. I have already tried it with others who can spit fire. But yeah, you are right. Summoning you consumed more than 40% of my chakra. If I summon you in a fight, I'll have very little chakra left, so you will have to do the majority of the fighting. Goro grinned and said, As I said earlier, don't worry about it and leave everything to me. Fujin sighed at his eccentricities, but didn't say anything. After all, it was a good thing that Goro was willing to fight for him, and that he seemed to be a very competent fighter. Fujin thought, Though Ryu said that my chakra growth will slow down, it is still growing at a considerable rate. In a year, it should grow sufficiently to at least make summoning Goro easier on my chakra reserves. Fujin and Goro tried a few combination attacks until Fujin ran out of chakra. Goro ended his reverse summoning and Fujin returned back to Konoha. Feel free to comment on what other skills you would like to see winged sabertooths use. Would love to hear your ideas as usual. And you can sponsor chapters through Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 2 and 26, Mystical Palm Jutsu. Chapter 2 and 29 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hey guys, this chapter is sponsored by Artjokia. You can thank Artjokia for the triple release. For the next couple of days, Fujin trained with Goro on Mount Muteki to improve their coordination. They first tried their moves on nearby mountains. When they got comfortable, they found nearby animals that Goro used to fight and began hunting. Finally, the day for training Mystical Palm Jutsu arrived. Fujin did his morning workout rituals and visited the hospital at noon. After asking, he entered the room where he would be taught. As soon as he did, 33 pairs of eyes landed on him. Fujin looked around. The room was very spacious. It had a huge blackboard on the opposite side of the entry door. It also had a long but thin indoor pool in the shape of an arc and curved tables lined up along its edge. A few fish swam in it. Fujin observed the other people in the room. He didn't recognize any of them, but a few of them recognized Fujin as they had seen him during the Chunin exams. However, before they could say anything, a bald guy entered the room and instructed loudly, Take your seats, everyone. We don't have any time to waste. Fujin and the others who were standing took a seat while observing the instructor. He was completely bald and looked quite old. Two girls in their late teens entered the room and stood behind the instructor. The instructor walked to the front of the room and began writing on the blackboard. He said, "I am Yamanaka Yoshi. I will be teaching you the basics of mystical palm jutsu and guiding you until I am sure that you can perform it. The girls standing behind you are Hyuga Emi and Kurama Asuka. They are training to become medical ninjas, and they will be monitoring your progress and clearing your doubts." He looked around the room and muttered, "Just 34 are here. Looks like 2 didn't show up." He passed a sheet in the room and said, "Write your names on it. I will need it to keep track of your progress." He moved back to the blackboard and said, "I will first explain to you the theory behind mystical palm jutsu. I will also tell you the advantages and disadvantages of it, and tell you when to use it and when not to use it. Pay careful attention, because if you use it when you shouldn't, you can kill your patient or force real medical nines to amputate them." His words made everyone in the room serious. Most of them were here because they wanted to help their teammates or themselves in case of a major injury. So worsening an injury was the last thing they would want to happen. For the next couple of hours, Yoshi kept giving his lecture. He also cleared any doubts anyone had. Fujin paid careful attention and took some notes down alongside others in the room. When he stopped, the room sighed in relief. None of the people here were as young as Fujin. It had been years since they had to sit in the academy and hear lectures. Yoshi said, "Now that I have explained everything to you and cleared your doubts, we will begin hands-on training. But before we begin, we will be splitting the room into 2. As I had said earlier, mystical palm requires very precise chakra control, so the ones who are confident in their chakra control walk towards the tables. The others keep sitting where you are." Fujin was very confident in his chakra control. He got up and moved towards the tables. So did 11 other people. The 2 assistants also moved next to Yoshi. Hyuga Emi was holding a rather thick scroll. She laid it on the table and opened it a bit until a seal could be seen in the scroll. Yoshi walked in front of it and made a hand sign. A fish popped up in the seal. He said, "This storage scroll has 100 storage seals with 100 injured fishes in it. We will be using them to test your jutsu." He extended his right hand towards the fish. Green chakra appeared on his hand and began pouring into the fish. For the next 30 seconds, the fish didn't make any movements and kept laying as if it was dead. However, it soon began making small movements. In a minute, it jumped off the scroll and landed in the pool. Yoshi said with a smile, "This is how you do it." No one in the room was surprised. After all, everyone had seen medical ninjas in action. Yoshi said, "Though this looks simple, it will take a long time for you to learn this. You first need to develop good chakra control, and you will need 4 to 6 months after that to be able to heal the fish as I did. You will require another 6 months of training to be able to use this jutsu safely on ninjas." His words surprised everyone in the room. Fujin thought, almost 1 year for just mastering this basic jutsu? He couldn't help but mutter in his mind, "It's just using our chakra to increase the body's natural healing. How tough can it be?" Yoshi noticed the looks of skepticism on most of the trainees. However, he wasn't surprised. He scoffed in his mind. It's the same every month. They think that it is an easy jutsu that they will learn in a few days. Half of them won't even have the patience to dedicate enough time to this jutsu to master it. He looked at the 12 who had claimed that they had good chakra control and said, "You try it first. Be careful about the amount of chakra you use." Hyuga Emi and Kurama Asuka rolled the scroll until 12 seals were visible and summoned 12 fishes. Fujin and the rest stepped forward. Fujin observed his fish and observed, "This fish almost looks dead. I wonder how they put fish in such a state." The seal looks similar to the one Uchiha Sora used to store the dead body, so it should have slowed time to preserve the fish in this state. He extended his palm towards the fish and began releasing an extremely tiny amount of chakra. The chakra touched the body of the fish and began entering it. Fujin frowned but stayed steady as he realized, "My chakra isn't entering his body without any resistance. The fish's body is resisting my chakra, making healing tougher. In addition, if I increase power, it will probably destroy the fish's body instead of healing it." Fujin kept at it while releasing chakra as slowly as he could. However, Even after 3 minutes, there wasn't any change in the fish. In the meantime, the other 11 were also trying. In under a minute, 4 fish were burnt enough to be safe for consumption. In the next minute, another 4 were burnt alive, while the remaining 3 couldn't insert their chakra into the fish. Yoshi's eyes moved on all 12 trainees before being glued to Fujin. He thought, not bad. He was able to insert some chakra into the fish without burning it. Fujin's attention was completely on the fish. He thought, at this rate, I don't think the fish will be healed today. I should increase the chakra. He did say that it will take 4 to 6 months to learn this. Burning 1 fish should be fine. Fujin slowly increased his chakra output for the next 30 seconds. As he did, he noticed that a fin moved. He immediately stopped increasing the chakra and maintained his current rate. However, in 10 seconds, he noticed that the skin had begun burning. He immediately lowered his chakra output. Yoshi's eyes widened in surprise. He thought, what chakra control? Even senior medical ninjas wouldn't be able to control their chakra this well every time. Despite lowering the chakra output, the fish's flesh was completely burnt. Fujin sighed and picked up the fish. He thought, I can't heal if it resists my chakra. Fujin felt someone staring at him. He looked to his right and saw Kurama Asuka staring at him. Chakra flowed through his hand as he properly cooked the fish and asked, are these fish safe to be eaten? Asuka snorted and swiped the fish off his hand and said, you are here to learn healing and not cooking. Fujin sighed. If I knew that there would be a 2-hour lecture, I'd have brought some snacks. Yoshi said, that's enough. Go back and sit and analyze where you went wrong. He looked towards the others and instructed, half of you come here and try healing the fish. 11 people got up and went to the table while Fujin and the rest took their seats. At the same time, Emi and Asuka swapped the fishes. Yoshi arrived in front of Fujin and the rest who tried healing the fish. AN, you can sponsor chapters through Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 227, Yang released Chapter 230 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Yoshi asked, what have you learnt from your failed attempt? One of the trainees said, we have to be very careful with the amount of chakra we put in the fish. If we use more chakra, it can very easily burn up. Another said, but if we use less chakra, the fish won't heal. Another couple of trainees gave similar answers before going quiet. The ones who hadn't attempted healing yet paid attention as they would soon face the same troubles. Yoshi looked at Fujin and asked, anything else? Fujin wasn't planning to answer as he expected the instructor to explain the obstacle he faced regardless of his answer. But, noticing his gaze, Fujin answered, the fish's body resists our chakra, so very little chakra is actually used to heal the chakra. Yoshi nodded. You are right. In truth, all 12 of you face this issue. Otherwise, even with little chakra, you would have been able to heal a little bit, and with excessive chakra, you would have first noticed rapid healing before the fish got burned. He looked at Fujin and asked, can you guess why the fish resisted your chakra? Fujin answered, I am not sure. The only possible explanation I can come up with is that the fish's body instinctively resisted as my chakra was a foreign chakra. But if that is the case, healing would be abnormally difficult, especially since the fish's body has minuscule chakra when compared with ninjas. Yoshi replied, your guess is wrong. There are 2 reasons why the fish's body instinctively rejects and resists your chakra. The first reason is that your chakra is too harsh. This type of chakra is very effective in combat, and hence all of you release this chakra instinctively. But to heal, you need to release a very gentle and docile chakra. Only then it will be accepted by the patient's body and help heal their bodies. Fujin and the rest were surprised. Fujin asked, what do you mean by gentle and docile chakra? Yoshi answered, it means that your chakra shouldn't threaten your patient's body and must feel soothing enough for them to not resist at all, and instead allow it to do its work. You will need to eliminate any thoughts you have about killing or fighting before you heal a patient, and only then will you be able to heal. Of course, with practice, you will begin releasing a gentle chakra with ease. This is one of the main reasons why it takes so long to learn this jutsu. The second reason is that the chakra you used was attribute-less. Though it seems that medical ninjutsu doesn't need any nature manipulation, it isn't the case. You have to only utilize the yang aspect of chakra while using medical ninjutsu. Fujin's eyes widened. He thought, yang release? Medical ninjutsu requires yang release? Will we be trained in it? Fujin asked, how can we only utilize the yang aspect of our chakra? Does it have similar training like the way we train for normal natures? Yoshi shook his head and explained, there is no way to train in yang release. He stopped and corrected himself. No, that wouldn't be right to say. But the methods to train yang release are all secret techniques, so you won't be able to get access to them. As for mystical palm jutsu, you will employ the most basic method for utilizing yang nature. You will keep trying to heal fish until you are able to heal using only the yang aspect of your chakra. Once you find it, you should practice a few hundred times so that you master using that aspect. His words made everyone frown. After all, this was like finding a needle in a haystack. It would be difficult, time-consuming, and very luck-based. One ninja who was from the Yamanaka clan as well asked, can we perform medical ninjutsu using the yin aspect of our chakra? Yoshi replied, you can, but it is very difficult. Only senior medical ninjas can do so. And even then, we don't use it for healing external wounds. So focus on learning the yang aspect of the chakra. Yoshi looked at him and said, however, if you know yin release, then learning basic yang release will be easier. You just have to avoid releasing the yin aspect of chakra. The ninja nodded and said, thank you for the tip, Yoshi-sensei. Yoshi looked at everyone and asked, do you have any more doubt? No one asked any questions. So he returned to monitor the next batch of trainees. Fujin closed his eyes and began thinking about Yoshi's words. So I will have to separate yang and yin aspects of the chakra to learn mystical palm jutsu. And here I thought that I'd get it down in no time. Still, this is good. Going by Yoshi's words, if I can learn yang release, I should also learn yin release. So my genjutsu would become stronger. I might be able to use it in battle against stronger enemies as well. That said, I guess making my chakra gentle first would be the challenge. To eliminate all thoughts of fighting and killing? That's tough. Or would have been tough if I hadn't just experienced it while traveling on Ryu's head. Maybe I should go back to him and see how I could experience it again. Though I guess that I should first take a look at what methods the village has. After all, I did feel that I was able to slightly heal the fish. It is probably why Yoshi asked me a question specifically. The remaining 22 people tried healing the fish and met with similar obstacles. Yoshi didn't see anyone noteworthy among them. So once everyone was done, he had a similar exchange with the remaining trainees. Once all doubts were resolved, he summarized, as you have already tried healing, you would have realized the 3 major aspects of healing. The first is having a gentle chakra that doesn't make the patient feel any threat. The second is utilizing the yang aspect of your chakra. And the last is having very good chakra control. He looked at everyone and said, that's it for today. We will meet again after 7 days at noon. In these 7 days, I want you to do only one thing. Meditate for as long as you can, and while meditating, think of happy thoughts or pleasant memories. The next time you attempt healing, you will try to think of those memories before healing. Fujin watched him with a dumbfounded look. He thought, what the hell? That's how you make your chakra gentle? You couldn't come with any other bullshit? And this is the village that has the most advanced medical ninjutsu? No wonder Hiruzen shot down Tsunade's proposal of training a lot of medical ninjas. Imagine thousands of ninjas thinking happy thoughts while the rest fought. Like Fujin, many were speechless by what Yoshi asked them to do. However, if they knew what Yoshi's thoughts were, they would begin cursing him right away. Yoshi enjoyed the look of disbelief on the trainees. He thought, making your chakra gentle isn't difficult. As they keep practicing this jutsu, their chakra will automatically become gentle and docile unless they keep getting angry or frustrated. But since every one of them thinks that learning this jutsu is easy, I might as well have some fun with them. Just the thought of them meditating while having pleasant thoughts is hilarious. It'll be even more fun when they get annoyed as it won't work. Haha! Yoshi dismissed everyone. When the room was empty, a smile appeared on Yoshi's face. Emi and Asuka sighed, thinking, "This old geezer is messing around once again." Fujin moved to Ichiraku while thinking, "That old geezer was definitely messing with us when he said that. Something seemed off." Though I didn't sense a lie, he is a medical ninja from the Yamanaka clan, so he might be a good censor as well. It won't be difficult for him to lie without being sensed. That said, meditation in itself isn't bad. I should stabilize my mind by meditating for a few hours and eliminating all thoughts before I visit next week. More importantly, I should focus on the Yang release. Fujin reached Ichiraku and ate while thinking about Yang release. Bonus chapter on next Sunday, if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday, if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Arkit and Conrad for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 228, Yin and Yang. Chapter 231 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin sat in his meditation room and sat in a meditative position. Soon, chakra could be seen surrounding his body. Fujin's mind was analyzing his chakra, Yang and Yin nature. How can I segregate the two? As Fujin inspected his chakra, he analyzed. Yang release is described as the physical energy that governs vitality, growth, and life force. Meanwhile, Yin release is described as the spiritual energy that governs imagination, creativity, and the formation of shape and form. If I have to compare them with techniques, then Yang release is often connected with taijutsu, while Yin release is linked with genjutsu. Ninjutsu needs a balance of both of them. But when we train taijutsu, genjutsu, or ninjutsu, we don't feel the Yang or Yin aspects of chakra. Fujin clenched his fist and raised it in front of his hands as continued analyzing. If Yang release is just the physical energy, then can this be considered as Yang release? After all, it enhances my physique. Chakra appeared around his fist. The chakra grew larger, and at the same time, Fujin's fist became stronger. Fujin's eyes widened and began glowing as he realized, no, the chakra on my fist is just normal chakra. After all, I haven't segregated the chakra. But when I focus the chakra on my fist itself becomes much more resilient. Otherwise, every time I punch something, my fist will become a bloody mess due to the recoil. The chakra that enhances my fist is the Yang aspect of my chakra. Fujin didn't analyze anything for a couple of minutes and let the realization sink in. Finally, he let out a sigh and muttered, "So learning Senju Taijutsu Chakra automatically teaches us Yang release. So I have known how to use Yang release for more than a year without knowing that I know it." He lowered his fist and thought, "Sai, you could have at least told me, Renjiro. Do these guys get a kick out of keeping some details a secret?" Still, to think that he taught me Yang release. He wasn't kidding about the magnanimity of the Senju clan. No way any other clan would teach Yin or Yang release to outsiders. Fujin focused his chakra once again. This time, a thin layer of chakra gathered on his entire body. However, the chakra began decreasing and soon dissipated. However, chakra was still gathered in his flesh. Fujin felt that his body was much stronger. He opened his eyes and raised his right hand in front of him. A formless chakra appeared on his palm. Fujin thought this should be pure Yang chakra. Since there is no Yin chakra involved, I can't control its shape. I guess Yoshi wasn't speaking the complete truth then. With just Yang chakra, a medical ninja won't be able to heal perfectly. They will need a little bit of Yin chakra to control the Yang chakra so that they can heal effectively. But since he said that we just need to keep trying until we find the right proportions, I guess that we will eventually be able to release chakra that is majorly Yang, but has a bit of Yin to control it appropriately. Anyways. Suddenly, Yin chakra flowed into his right palm and mixed with the Yang chakra. The chakra took the shape of a ball and began rotating rapidly. Fujin analyzed, so in the case of Rasengan, Yang chakra is responsible for the damage while Yin chakra is responsible for the rotation and the spherical form. To think that I was able to just do it subconsciously without knowing the details. The same should be the case with every ninjutsu. Fujin went into the lowest basement and began experimenting with all his ninjutsus. He began studying how yin and yang chakra worked in every ninjutsu. 3 days later, Fujin was standing in his basement. He made a few hand signs. Bringer of darkness jutsu. Immediately, the entire room went dark. A smile formed on Fujin's face. Great! The time needed to reduce this jutsu has been reduced by 3 times. Though I spent 3 days studying yang and yin release, it was time well spent. I will be able to improve my ninjutsus as well. Though they wouldn't have such a huge improvement, it is still better than nothing. Fujin left the basement and freshened himself up. He had barely rested for 3 days. He thought, since I have learnt both yang and yin releases, it's time for a treat. Fujin spent the remaining day visiting all his favorite restaurants in Konoha until he was full. The next day, Fujin summoned Goro and asked Goro to reverse summon him. When Fujin appeared on Mount Muteki, Goro asked, "What do you want to train in today?" Fujin replied, "I want to talk with your father. Can you take me to him?" Goro nodded, "Sure, climb on my majestic back." Goro carried Fujin on his back and flew away from Mount Muteki. En route, Fujin said, "By the way, I had a few more ideas for combination jutsus. You will love the next one." Goro grinned and said, "I can't wait to try. Thanks to you, I have become even more amazing. I will leave both Kurogan and Kaito in the dust. Ha ha!" In a few minutes, they arrived before Ryu's humongous body. Ryu was resting, however. He opened an eye to see Goro flying towards him. Goro landed in front of him and said, "Father, Fujin wanted to see you, so he summoned the most amazing winged saber-tooth to help him. See ya." He dropped Fujin and flew away without waiting for Ryu's reply. Ryu sighed at his son's antics and muttered in a sleepy tone, "What do you want?" Fujin replied, "I want to experience the nature chakra once again. Can you monitor me?" Ryu asked with one eye closed, "Why do you want to experience that again?" Fujin answered, "I am trying to learn mystical palm jutsu. The instructor said that we need to have a very calm and pleasant mind in order to learn it, and I felt the most calm and pleasant when we flew to Mount Muteki last time." Ryu stared at Fujin and asked lazily, "Is mystical palm jutsu that healing jutsu?" Fujin nodded. Ryu said in the same tone, "So you want to tell me that you need to sense nature chakra in order to learn a basic healing jutsu?" Fujin felt awkward upon hearing his question. He said, "Well, it isn't a necessity, but it will be of great help." Ryu said, "If you keep sensing nature chakra again and again, you will inevitably begin absorbing it as well. And you aren't ready to absorb it. If you do, the only result will be your death. So stop using excuses to achieve that state once again. I know that it feels great, and you would want to feel it again and again, but be patient for a few years." Ryu closed his eye, and Fujin disappeared, leaving a cloud of smoke. Fujin appeared back in his basement. A look of surprise could be seen on his face as he muttered, "Did he end Goro's summons so casually?" He got up and sighed. That state felt so peaceful and heavenly. Perhaps it truly felt addictive. I guess Ryu was right in calling the reason an excuse. Oh well, I'll see how it goes in the next training session. For now, it's time to retrain my jutsus. Fujin went to the training ground. He began using the jutsus that he had already mastered and began using them while properly applying yang and yin chakras. He decided, I will begin with the infinite breakthrough jutsu. He gathered chakra in his throat while segregating it into yang and yin. He used the yang chakra to provide power to the jutsu, and used the yin chakra to decide the shape and range of the jutsu. Then he exhaled a normal infinite breakthrough jutsu. Fujin analyzed. The speed of performing the jutsu is much slower, but it's understandable as I am not doing it the normal way. I will need to keep practicing to see how much the speed will improve. If it still takes longer, then it won't be worth it. Fujin kept practicing. As he did, his speed increased and a smile formed on his face as he could see the benefits of this new way. He ate a soldier pill so that he could train for longer. Soon, the skies went dark. Fujin gathered chakra once again and instinctively split it into yang and yin. He exhaled another infinite breakthrough jutsu. The jutsu traveled in a straight line like a beam with a 2-meter radius. It destroyed all trees in its path for over 100 meters. Fujin grinned. Amazing! Though my speed is still a bit slower, the benefits of performing jutsus this way are just amazing. By controlling yang chakra, I can easily decide how much power I want to put into the jutsu. If I want to supercharge it, I only have to increase the yang chakra and don't have to increase the yin chakra. So I can save yin chakra while supercharging this jutsu. However, more than yang chakra, I am impressed by the abilities of yin chakra. I didn't expect such a result. With a grin on his face, he observed his surroundings. It was a complete mess. Some trees had hundreds of holes in their trunk, while some had hundreds of cuts on them. A few trees were completely shredded. If anyone visited this place, they would be terrified by the destruction. Fujin was very happy. It was as if a whole new realm of possibilities had opened up for him. A terrifying new realm. And researched a lot about yin and yang release and how to train them. Surprisingly, I didn't find any official data on it. Even the details about them are very vague. So I spent the entire day thinking about how I should include its training. Unfortunately, I couldn't come up with any better ideas, so I decided to settle on what I wrote above. I will likely not create any new jutsu that uses only yang or yin chakra, but instead use them to modify and amplify other jutsus to make them more versatile. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 229, Happy Thoughts Work. Chapter 232 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Bonus chapter for reaching 2,000 Power Stones last week. For the next couple of days, Fujin kept practicing infinite breakthrough jutsu with yin and yang amplifications until he was satisfied. Soon, it was the day of visiting the hospital. Fujin trained his body in the morning, and spent a couple of hours meditating to relax his mind and eliminate all needless thoughts and distractions. He left his house for the hospital, but suddenly he had a thought. Wait a minute. Yoshi said last time that we need to think about happy and pleasant thoughts. So we need to be happy. And I am happy after eating delicious food. I should stuff my stomach before going. Otherwise, if I keep thinking about eating the fish, I don't think I could heal it, haha. Having decided, he visited Ichiraku once again and enjoyed himself while blissfully ignoring the time for Yoshi's training session. At noon, Yoshi entered the same room and saw 28 people in the room. He looked around and his face fell as he thought, 6 quit already, including that youngster. A shame. I had high hopes for him. But if he doesn't have the discipline of sticking for a week, then there is no way he can become a medical ninja. He began by giving a short lecture and started guiding the trainees to use the mystical palm jutsu. Half an hour later, Fujin knocked on the door and entered the room. Once again, he attracted everyone's attention. Yoshi squinted his eyes. He didn't know how to feel. On one hand, he was happy that Fujin wanted to continue, while on the other hand, he was disappointed by his indiscipline. He walked towards Fujin and said, "You are late." Fujin nodded, but he had a smile on his face. Yoshi's eyes twitched. He commented in his mind, "Did that Hatake brat spread his influence on the youngsters?" Yoshi put up a serious face and said strictly, "I won't allow any tardy ninja to learn medical ninjutsu, so you better give me a good reason for being late. Otherwise, I won't be teaching you." His words were loud enough to be heard by everyone in the room. They all had their attention on Fujin. For half an hour, they had been trying unsuccessfully, so seeing another person get yelled at felt refreshing. They were hoping to get some entertainment. Fujin maintained his smile and said, "Of course, I have a reason, Sensei. I had left home on time and should have been here before noon. But then I recalled your words." Yoshi was confused. He asked, "My words?" Fujin nodded and asked, "Didn't you say that we should have happy and pleasant thoughts in order to be able to heal? If the fish's body perceives any threat, then it won't allow our chakra to assist it, right?" Yoshi nodded, but was still confused. He thought, I did say that bullshit, but how is it related to him being late? Fujin said, "I recalled your words and realized that in the last week, when I was healing the fish, I was very hungry and was wondering how the fish would taste." It is probably why the fish's body put up a resistance. In addition, I am at my happiest after eating a delicious meal. So I took your advice and decided to eat up first before showing up here. Otherwise, I would only fail like last time. Yoshi and everyone in the room were stunned. They were left speechless by Fujin's excuse. Yoshi thought, what the fuck? How did he reach that conclusion? He wanted to yell, but before he could say anything, Fujin bowed and said, "That's why I'm late, Sensei, but I still apologize for the delay. It won't happen again." Yoshi was left speechless once again. Fujin didn't even give him any chance to scold him. In the end, he could only say, "Don't be late again or I won't accept you in the class." His words left everyone else dumbfounded, especially Emi and Asuka. Memories of Yoshi yelling at them surfaced in their heads. They both thought, how did he avoid getting yelled at? Could we have just said that we wanted to eat and get away without getting yelled at for years? Fujin said, of course. Yoshi said, go try to heal a fish. Fujin nodded and quickly left and occupied an empty spot that already had a fish. He observed the fish and thought, there's no way there would be a happier sight than his expression. Oh well, here goes nothing. Fujin weaved hand signs and extended his right palm towards the fish with a smile on his face. Yang chakra appeared on his palm. He used a little bit of yin chakra to manipulate the yang chakra and began healing the fish. Everyone's eyes were on Fujin. Fujin gently increased his chakra output. To his surprise, the fish began twitching and moving its fins rapidly in just 30 seconds. Once again, shock spread throughout the room. The trainees were shocked that someone managed to heal the fish so quickly. Meanwhile, Emi and Asuka's eyes popped out. They both cursed in their mind. That shitty advice works? However, the most shocked was Yoshi. He had no idea what to make of the scene unfolding in front of his eyes. The fish began flailing as Fujin's chakra began burning his body. Fujin quickly reduced his chakra output. The fish's body stopped burning, but it was no longer being healed at the required rate. It soon became still once again. Fujin stopped his jutsu. He looked at Yoshi with an innocent face and said excitedly, your advice is great, Sensei. I didn't think I would make progress so quickly. With a few more happy thoughts, I think I can heal the fish in no time. Yoshi's eyes twitched. It wasn't the praise he wanted to hear. However, before he could say anything, he felt many eyes on him. He looked away from Fujin to see that all 28 trainees were staring at him. Awe and respect could be seen in their eyes. Yoshi gulped as he noticed the reverence in their eyes for him. One guy said, I will think of happy thoughts too, Sensei. Another asked, I too am the happiest when I eat delicious food. Can I be back in 30 minutes? A few more asked the same question. Another wondered out loud, should I propose to Emiko-chan? I will be the happiest if she says yes. However, the guy next to him said, but if she says no, then I am afraid that you will never learn this jutsu. The guy shivered and said, you are right. Another guy overheard their conversation and chimed in, we should try to get instant happiness. A lecherous smile appeared on his face. You understand what I mean, right? His statement made everyone feel awkward. They immediately moved 2 steps away from him. Another looked at Yoshi and asked with a serious face, I am the happiest when I am drunk, but how can I control my chakra properly when I am drunk? Similar statements began flowing through the room. Yoshi saw the chaos in the room with a dumbfounded expression. Never before had he lost control of a room while teaching trainees. However, he couldn't keep staying quiet. He was asked too many questions. He reluctantly said, if anyone wants to go out to relax, you can, but return within an hour. The ones who want to keep training, you can keep training. We will monitor your progress. His words made many trainees excited. Soon, 23 trainees left the room. While leaving, one excitedly exclaimed in a loud voice, I never knew that to become a medical ninja, we have to keep ourselves happy all the time. If I did, I would have become a medical ninja right after graduating. Not to mention, with the skills of a medical ninja, I wouldn't even have to be worried about my liver. Ha! Those words made Yoshi look at the ninja. He couldn't believe it and muttered in a low voice, how did things reach this stage? He couldn't help but look at Fujin, who still had that innocent smile on his face. Enjoy the weekend. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chair on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 230, The Greatest Talent in Medical Ninjutsu. Chapter 233 of Naruto The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. We crossed 3,000 Power Stones. Great work, guys. We reached 3,092 last week. Let's keep it up. Bring me more. In Shushuya, an old man yelled for yet another drink. The waiter sighed. He took the bottle of sake to his table and poured him more sake while thinking, why does he keep yelling? All the customers from nearby tables have moved away due to him. He even chased a few away at the door. Despite the waiter's worries, the old man wasn't concerned. It was as if he didn't care about anything. He repeated his actions until one guy had enough. He got up and walked to his table and said loudly, why do you keep shouting, old ma? The man suddenly stopped speaking and went pale. He fumbled, Yos Shisen! Yamanaka Yoshi looked up and saw the middle-aged man. He exclaimed with a wide smile on his face, Isamu, have a seat. Drink with me. Isamu sat down unwillingly. Seeing Yoshi's state, he was sure that he would be embarrassed, and unlike Yoshi, he wasn't drunk enough to not care. He thought, I am a Junin and a senior medical ninja. There are very few who would outrank me. To think that my luck is so bad that the drunkard I wanted to quiet down just happened to be one. With one last hope of saving himself from the embarrassment, he asked, why are you drinking so much, sensei? Yoshi was very tipsy. However, he could still hold rational conversation, but his voice and tone were very inconsistent. He said, you won't believe what I witnessed today, Isamu. It was mind-blowing. In my 40 years of being a medical ninja and 30 years of being an instructor, I have never witnessed such a sight. Isamu sighed in relief that Yoshi could hold a sane conversation. He was also intrigued at the same time. He couldn't help but ask, what did you see? Yoshi asked, do you remember that happy thought speech I used to give to the mystical palm trainees? A smile formed on Isamu's face as he replied, yes, sensei. We drank multiple times while laughing hilariously at their hilarious attempts. Yoshi said, yes, that one. One of the trainees followed my advice and made huge improvements. A peculiar expression appeared on his face. He said, how could he? We both know that it is bullshit. They just need some time and practice to tune their chakra to healing mode. Yoshi said, no, it did happen. He managed to heal a bit on his second try. In his second session itself, he made a lot of advancements, and after every attempt he would think of more happy thoughts and make more improvements. He even thanked me after every improvement. I won't be surprised if he masters the mystical palm jutsu in a month. The whole room was looking at me with reverence in their eyes. Now Isamu was dumbfounded. His mind went into overdrive to make sense of the situation. Soon, he reached a conclusion. He asked, are you sure that he hasn't already learned the jutsu? Or perhaps someone else is tutoring him? Unlike Yoshi, Isamu wasn't overwhelmed by the situation, so he could think with a stable mind. However, Yoshi shook his head and said, no way. He definitely never used this jutsu before. As for a tutor, that is probably a no as well. I could see how thankful he was in his eyes after every small improvement. It felt so genuine. Bring me more. The waiter hurried to his table, while Isamu became embarrassed at being seen alongside him. He got up and said, bring me along with you next time to see that trainee-sensei. I will take my leave for now. However, Yoshi said, what's the hurry? Sit down. I'll tell of all the fun and weird things that happened today. Isamu could only sit back reluctantly. Yoshi had taught his batch of medical ninjas and hence held a lot of respect. He couldn't disobey him so brazenly. So he sat down and endured the embarrassment of being seen alongside him. At the same time, loud laughing noise could be heard from the Ichiraku stall. Though the person laughing couldn't be seen due to the curtains, he caused a lot of weird looks to fall on Ichiraku. Tochi sighed. He had lost count of how many times he had repeated himself, but he had to say it again. Fujin-kun, you shouldn't laugh so much while eating. Fujin replied, it's fine. It's fine. It was just so hilarious. Ha ha ha! Ayame pouted and said angrily, You keep laughing, but don't even tell me what is so funny. Fujin kept laughing and said, You won't understand. Ayame snorted and looked away and said, Tell me. I'll see whether I can understand or not. Fujin replied, It's ninja stuff. Anyways, I am learning a new technique, and the old instructor I have was trying some bullshit on us. So I just used his bullshit and made it look like it was true. His face was so hilarious. Ha ha! Ayame looked at Fujin with a confused expression. She muttered to herself, What part of that is so funny? She looked at her father, but he too didn't understand and shook his head. The father-daughter duo left Fujin to his devices. Isamu helped Yoshi to his house before returning to his. However, en route, he couldn't help but think about Fujin. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't make sense of it. In the end, he sighed and muttered, I need to check on him. No way that happiness bullshit works. Either he has taken training or has someone guiding him. Otherwise, he will be the greatest talent in medical ninjutsu in our village. No, in the entire ninja world and perhaps history too. After filling his stomach and laughing a lot, Fujin returned home. He took out a scroll as he recalled the earlier events. Earlier in the Konoha hospital, the trainees had trained hard for over 3 hours. But other than Fujin, no one else managed to make much progress no matter how happy they were. Finally, Emi and Asuka handed all 29 trainees a scroll. Yoshi said, This scroll is similar to the big scroll that preserves the fish. We will be temporarily giving these scrolls to you. When your training is completed, you have to return them. If you fail to return or damage them, then you will have to pay 100,000 ryo as a fine. The huge fine made most of the trainees gulp. They held the scroll properly as if it was an expensive and precious jade. Meanwhile, Fujin thought, This scroll has the same seals? I should try to study the seals. Though I have Sora's seals that were used to store the dead body and eyes, I didn't want to risk experimenting with them, as it would have been a huge loss if I damaged the scroll. But if I damage this scroll, then I only have to pay 100k ryo. It could be helpful if I can replicate the seals. Though 100k ryo was a lot for a normal genin or even weaker chunins, it wasn't much for Fujin, who had claimed multiple bounties. Yoshi continued, Every scroll has 12 fish that you can use to try your mystical palm jutsu. This is a gift from us to you. In the future, you can ask for more fish at the reception, but you will have to pay for them. Is that understood? Everyone nodded. Yoshi said, Try to heal the fish by yourselves until we meet next week. You will have to practice a lot in order to succeed. Now leave. At his home, Fujin looked at the scroll and muttered, It looks like Konoha wants as many ninjas to learn this jutsu as they can. Otherwise, they wouldn't use so many resources on us. After all, we are just one batch. From what I heard, a new batch is started every month. And Yoshi claimed that it normally takes around 8 to 12 months to learn this jutsu and use it without any risks. So there might be another 12 batches being trained alongside us. Now that I think about it, it is kinda surprising that Tomotsu's squad didn't have anyone who could heal. Fujin opened the scroll and summoned a fish. He observed, It seems to be the same seal. Good. I'll first use up the fish and then try to study the seals. Fujin began practicing the mystical palm jutsu once again. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 power stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 power stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Tej, Tobias, and Liam for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 231, Spamming Shadow Clones Once Again. Chapter 234 of Naruto the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hey guys, this chapter is sponsored by 1995. You can thank him for the double release. In an hour, Fujin had gone through all 12 fishes without completely healing any. He sighed, I feel like I am close, but I still can't heal it without burning its flesh. Still, I have a feeling that it should just be a matter of practice. I should get a hang of this jutsu soon. Fujin turned his attention towards the seal and began testing it. After a while, he concluded, Interesting seal. It has the base of a normal storage seal. That should be used to create a space in the seal. In addition, there are seals to preserve life and not pose any harm to it, as well as to keep the air fresh and rich in oxygen. I can replicate these with ease. However, there are a few additional seals that I don't recognize. I wonder if they will be in Section A of the library. Since the only additional component in the seal is time, I guess that these seals are responsible for slowing down time in the seal. Suddenly, Fujin's eyes widened as he had an idea. Wait, since there are seals to slow down time, are there also seals that speed up time? If yes, then I could build my own hyperbolic time chamber. The Fourth War is only around 8 to 9 years away, and I am not sure how strong I can be by then. But a hyperbolic time chamber could provide me with a huge help, especially to master other elements and to try to fuse elements and learn Kekkei Genkais. But a frown formed on Fujin's face, but this won't be without drawbacks. I don't have any means to extend my lifespan. Using such means will make me get older faster. At the very least, I shouldn't use it until the growth of my body has stopped. Not to mention, it is highly questionable if such a seal exists. After all, if it does, I am sure that there would be many others who could come to the same conclusion as me. So such training rooms should have been a trend in the ninja world, especially during the times of great wars. Every village could use them to quickly train their kids and add more manpower to their armies. Still, even if it doesn't exist, can I invent such a seal? Fujin stared at the unfamiliar symbols while thinking, the Konoha library should have the seal to slow down time, whereas speeding up time just needs reverse principles. With this seal as a base, I could have something to work with. Fujin analyzed more before nodding to himself. Yes, I can try this. Even if I have to limit the usage for myself, this method can be very handy. I'll work on this after mastering the seal that slows down time. With numerous ideas running through his mind, Fujin began studying the seal properly. He wrote down the symbols he didn't identify and experimented with them until he was sleepy. The next day, Fujin created a couple of shadow clones. The clones looked at him and nodded. No words were needed. Fujin left the house and began his morning routine while his clones continued working on the seal. After completing his morning routine, Fujin began relearning his jutsus by controlling yin and yang chakra. Fujin analyzed, my infinite breakthrough jutsu is modified to the limit. I can't strengthen it once again in a short time. Time to move on to the air bullet jutsu. Once this jutsu is down, I will check if yin and yang chakra could be used to improve wind acume jutsus. Fujin trained till his chakra levels became low. Satisfied with his progress, he returned home, took the scroll and went to the hospital to buy more fish for testing. After dinner, he trained mystical palm jutsu once again before going to bed. For the next 5 days, Fujin trained in this manner. Finally, on the 5th night, a grin formed on Fujin's face. In front of him, a fish was rapidly flapping its fins and jumping on the scroll. Fujin muttered, mystical palm jutsu is learnt. He grabbed the fish and flickered to his washroom. He filled a bucket with water and placed the healed fish in it. The fish finally calmed down and began swimming merrily. Fujin observed the fish for 10 minutes and thought, good, there are no side effects or complications. I should try healing a few more. Fujin returned towards where his scroll was. He opened it completely and summoned 5 fishes and weaved a hand sign. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. 4 shadow clones appeared around him. All immediately used mystical palm jutsu. In 30 seconds, all fish began moving on the scroll. Fujin transferred all the fish into the bucket and observed them. All were fine and didn't develop any complications. A clone said, looks like the first step of learning this jutsu is completed. Another nodded and said, yes, now we just have to try it on humans. Fujin dismissed his clones and thought, it too should be similar, but I will have to be more careful. These fish were injured to the appropriate degree. In field situations, the injuries could be poisoned, may have already attracted some bacteria, or there could be internal injuries. Anyways, no need to be worried about that. Yoshi should educate me about this. Fujin let out a yawn and muttered, I should go to sleep. Though I have managed to learn this jutsu, the seal has been difficult to replicate. I will spend the entire day tomorrow learning it. The next morning, Fujin entered his basement and made a hand sign. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, the entire basement was filled with smoke. Fujin created 35 shadow clones. His face went pale due to the loss of chakra. He sat down for a couple of minutes and meditated. His clones observed him and realized, I still can't control my chakra during the shadow clone jutsu. All chakra gets distributed equally. Since I made 35 shadow clones, my main body just has 1/36 of his chakra remaining. No wonder the main body immediately began meditating. Though Fujin was meditating, his clones didn't need to meditate. They didn't disturb him and began working on the seal. After an hour, Fujin's chakra finally recovered to a sufficient level. Fujin thought, I need to modify the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Instead of dividing all chakra, I need to assign the chakra for the jutsu to divide. That way, only the chakra I want will be equally divided while I will still have access to my remaining chakra. Fujin opened his eyes and saw that all 35 clones were working on the seal. He observed them while thinking, there are already 35 shadow clones working on the seal. Adding myself won't increase the pace of research. What should I do? After thinking a bit, he got up and said, looks like I underestimated how much chakra I would lose. His clones looked at him and nodded. Fujin said, I will go to the meditation room and meditate. You guys keep working on the seal for the next 3 hours. Then dismiss yourself in groups of 5 and intervals of 5 minutes. The clones nodded and began working again, while Fujin began meditating in his meditation room to calm his mind and recover his chakra. 3 hours later, the clones began dismissing themselves in the decided order. With each clone's disappearance, a surge of memories flooded Fujin's mind, like a deluge of information pouring into his consciousness. He closed his eyes, feeling the weight of the collective experiences washing over him. The memories came in fragments, a jumble of observations, analysis, and speculations, like pieces of a puzzle seeking their place. Despite the overwhelming influx of knowledge, Fujin remained focused, his mind swiftly analyzing and processing each memory as it arrived. He meticulously pieced together the memories, drawing connections and extracting the essential insights. However, amidst the exhilaration of acquiring so much information, a slight headache gnawed at Fujin's temple. It was the consequence of absorbing so many memories. Fortunately, due to the time interval, the headache wasn't intense. Fujin pressed on, integrating all the memories together and gaining the gains made by all of his clones. Finally, he let out a sigh and muttered, I can't say what is worse. Having an intense headache at the same time, or mini headaches spread out over 30 minutes? Whatever, time to redo it. Fujin returned to the basement. However, this time, he didn't use the multi-shadow clone jutsu and instead used shadow clone jutsu 30 times. He could control the amount of chakra he pours in a single shadow clone. Due to this, he stopped when he felt that the chakra was reaching low levels. Fujin's clones began working once again. Meanwhile, Fujin left his house and went to yakiniku to fill his stomach. Analyzing memories of 35 clones not only gave him a headache, but it also created a hole in his stomach. You can sponsor chapters through Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 232, Invitation to Become a Medical Ninja. Chapter 235 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin's clones spent the whole day studying the seal and trying to replicate it. Due to studying with 30 clones, they made rapid progress. Finally, at midnight, one shadow clone exclaimed, I did it! This immediately attracted everyone's attention. They began moving closer to him to observe the seal. But the clone said with a chuckle, no need to be impatient. He dispelled himself and sent memories to Fujin and all his clones. All the clones absorbed the memories and realized. Immediately, they began creating the seal. Meanwhile, Fujin, who was meditating in the meditation room, opened his eyes. A smile formed on his face. He created a shadow clone and dispelled it. All the shadow clones received the memories. After completing the seal, clones began dispelling themselves at regular intervals. After absorbing everyone's memories, Fujin returned to the basement. He collected all the scrolls and opened up a new one. He quickly inscribed the newly learnt seal into the scroll and studied it. After observing it thoroughly, he concluded, good, this looks exactly like the seal I copied. Now, time to test it. Fujin stored a rotten apple in the seal and thought, "It's good that I had the presence of mind to buy a rotten apple when I went out to eat. I will check if the apple's state worsens or remains the same until tomorrow morning. In the meantime, I will have a nice long sleep. My headache is killing me." The next morning, as soon as he woke up, Fujin withdrew the rotten apple from the seal. He observed it and concluded, "The same as last night. Great. I will continue storing it in this seal to test how well this seal works. If it can keep it stored for a week or more, I'll begin reversing this seal to increase the speed of time." Fujin sealed the apple back in the seal and looked at the clock. His eyes widened. "The hell? It is already 11:45 a.m.? Shit, I underestimated that headache." Fujin quickly got off his bed and freshened up. He grabbed a few fruits to eat and flickered to the hospital. Thanks to his speed, he barely managed to make it in time. Fujin entered the room thinking, though last time was fun, it's probably best to not delay pointlessly. After all, my reputation is nowhere near Kakashi's. As Fujin entered the room was quite noisy. Everyone was talking about the activities they did to ensure maximum happiness before coming to the hospital. However, they went quiet and looked at Fujin. After all, he was the only one to have some success in healing the fish. A few groups called Fujin, but soon after Fujin entered the room, Yoshi, Izumu, Emi, and Asuka entered the room as well. So everyone quickly occupied their seats. Yoshi and Izumu walked to the front of the room and Yoshi announced, "This is Isamu. He was one of my students as well. Now he is a full-fledged medical ninja with a lot of achievements under his belt. Have you practiced at home?" Everyone nodded. One person said excitedly, "Yes, sensei. I also did a lot of stuff to keep myself happy." Yoshi's face immediately went dark while Isamu let out a chuckle. Yoshi said, "All right, show me your progress." Everyone began going to the tables in groups and tried healing the fish. Fujin observed them. As he expected, no one had made any progress. Finally, it was Fujin's turn to go. He got up and approached the table. The eyes of Yoshi, Isamu, and others in the room were glued on him. He weaved a hand sign and extended his right hand towards the fish. Yang chakra appeared on his palm and began healing the fish. In a few seconds, the fish began improving in health. It began quivering. 10 seconds later, it began moving its fins rapidly and jumped into the small pond on the other side of the table. Silence spread throughout the room. Everyone was shocked by what they witnessed. One guy asked in a soft voice, "Didn't Yoshi-sensei say that we will need 4 to 6 months to reach this stage?" The guy next to him nodded but couldn't say anything. Yoshi was the one who was in the most shock. After all, he had seen how much Fujin struggled just 2 weeks ago. Meanwhile, Isamu was very suspicious. Fujin looked at Yoshi and said with a smile, "Having a full stomach helps a lot, sensei. Can we move on to the next step?" Yoshi finally gathered his thoughts and said, "Good work." He looked at Emi and Asuka and said, "You take control of the room and guide everyone." He looked back at Fujin and said, "Fujin, come with me." Yoshi and Izumu began walking out of the room. Fujin followed, thinking, "Did I make too much of an impact on them by learning the jutsu so quickly?" They walked out of the room and towards Yoshi's office as Fujin concluded, "That should be the case. Oh well, it doesn't matter much now even if I show off my talent or skills. It would just make the village value me more." The trio entered a small cabin. Both Yoshi and Isamu stared at Fujin until he got uncomfortable and asked, "What are you two staring like this?" Both ignored his question and kept staring. Isamu asked, "Fujin, tell us the truth. Have you learnt or practiced the mystical palm jutsu earlier?" Fujin replied, "Nope." Isamu asked again, "Did anyone else guide you privately after you visited the hospital 2 weeks ago?" Fujin tilted his head and asked, "Do we also get private tutors for learning mystical palm jutsu?" He looked at Yoshi and asked, "Why didn't you tell me earlier, sensei?" Sweat formed on Yoshi and Isamu's heads. They both had the same thought. This brat learnt the jutsu in 2 weeks and still wanted personal tutoring? Yoshi coughed and said, "We don't offer any personal tutoring. However, if any trainee has good relations with a medical ninja, they can receive their help." Fujin replied, "Oh, that makes sense. Unfortunately, I don't have a close friendship with any medical ninja." Yoshi and Izumu both went silent and looked at each other. Both agreed that Fujin had incredible talent. Yoshi looked back at Fujin and asked, Fujin, do you want to become a medical ninja? Fujin frowned. He thought for a bit and shook his head. He said, becoming a medical ninja will take a lot of time. I don't have much time on my hands right now. If I have time in the future, then I might consider it. Fujin did consider it seriously. After all, medical ninjutsu seemed to be a very good way to master Yang-Yin chakra. Unfortunately, Fujin couldn't do so. He thought, I am learning a lot of things at the same time. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, swordplay, and fuinjutsu have been my main focus. And I have also learnt some genjutsu. If I add medical ninjutsu to the mix as well, I might overburden myself and make a mess of everything. After all, becoming a medical ninja might need more time than learning fuinjutsu. Mystical palm jutsu is sufficient for my current needs. Yoshi and Izamu frowned. From Fujin's answer, they realized that even if Fujin pursued medical ninjutsu, it wouldn't be his main focus. That wasn't what they wanted. Yoshi said, Fujin, I think you misunderstood me. I want you to abandon your other options and focus completely on becoming a medical ninja. As he was speaking, both he and Izamu figured out the answer from Fujin's face. So before Fujin could refuse, Izamu said, We will be honest with you, Fujin. I didn't want to tell you this right now in case you become overconfident, but I will because if you don't, then it will be a huge loss for Konoha. Your talent for medical ninjutsu is very high. If you become a medical ninja, then you will become a very good one in a few years. Also, your fighting capabilities won't be wasted as you can use them to protect yourself on the front lines. Yoshi nodded in agreement. However, Fujin shook his head. This time he didn't even need to think. He was learning mystical palm jutsu to ensure that he could last longer in fights and quickly heal himself if he took lethal damage. Focusing on medical ninjutsu would be reversing his priorities. He answered, Sorry, I don't intend to do so. Yoshi and Izamu were surprised. They didn't expect Fujin to turn them down so directly. They both sighed. Yoshi said, All right. I will teach you the complexities of mystical palm jutsu and how to use it on your allies. I and Isamu will guide you for 3 days. If you change your mind later, you know where to find us. Fujin nodded and quickly thanked them. Yoshi and Isamu began teaching Fujin with a lot of enthusiasm and made the lessons as entertaining as they could. They wanted to use this opportunity to make Fujin change his mind. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Nick, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 233, Miscalculated Talent. Chapter 236 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Yoshi and Izamu trained Fujin for 3 continuous days. Fujin absorbed all their teachings and became capable enough to use this jutsu on humans. However, despite his rapid progress, Yoshi and Izamu weren't happy as they weren't able to change Fujin's mind. Fujin thanked them once again before leaving. After exiting the talent, Fujin let out a sigh. He could see reluctance in the eyes of Yoshi and Isamu. He thought, they really wanted me to pursue medical ninjutsu. Unfortunately, that's not the path I want to move on. That said, I understood why they wanted me to pursue this path. It isn't that they think that my talent is good. They probably think that my talent is the greatest due to how quickly I learned the jutsu. Unfortunately, that isn't the case. If it was, perhaps I'd be tempted to take this path at the beginning. Back in the hospital, Izamu let out a sigh and said, We couldn't change his mind. Yoshi nodded and said, Yes, but I know someone who can. Come with me. Isamu was surprised. He looked at Yoshi and asked, Who are you talking about, Sensei? Yoshi smirked and said, Oh, you know him. He is the best in the world at influencing kids. Isamu was still confused. He couldn't figure out who Yoshi was referring to. However, he didn't ask as it looked like Yoshi wanted to keep him in suspense. He quickly followed Yoshi. After a few minutes, both entered into a room. Isamu's eyes twitched as he muttered, I should have known. Yoshi smirked and bowed slightly. Lord Hokage. Hiruzen looked at them and said, Yoshi, Isamu, how have you two been? Yoshi replied, We have been great, Lord Hokage. We have come here because we have a request for you and hope that you can do it. It will provide a huge boost to our medical capabilities. Hiruzen was surprised at his claim. He thought, since Tsunade left, our medical ninjutsu hasn't made much progress. What did these two find? He asked, "What is your request?" Yoshi said, "We met a young kid who has incredible talent at medical ninjutsu. We believe that it may even surpass Tsunade's talent. He managed to learn the mystical palm jutsu with minimal guidance in 2 weeks. Unfortunately, he isn't interested in pursuing medical ninjutsu. Can you convince him to do so?" Hiruzen asked, "Who is the kid?" Yoshi answered, "Suzuki Fujin." Hiruzen went silent for a few seconds as thoughts ran through his mind. He shook his head and said, "No." Yoshi was surprised. He quickly asked, "Why no?" However, Hiruzen interrupted him. "You two are mistaken. He isn't talented in medical ninjutsu." Yoshi and Isamu weren't expecting such a response. Hiruzen corrected himself. Well, he could be, but mystical palm jutsu won't be a good measure of his talent. Fujin has had excellent chakra control since his academy days, and he has learned the Senju Taijutsu style, so he is accustomed to both yang chakra and excellent chakra control. That is why he learnt mystical palm jutsu so quickly. Yoshi and Isamu were dumbfounded by that answer. They looked into each other's eyes. Both were so excited by Fujin's talent and prospects that they never thought from this angle. Isamu muttered, "Is he related to the Senju clan?" Hiruzen answered, "No, but his sensei was from the Senju clan." Yoshi and Isamu let out a sigh. Yoshi said, "We got excited about nothing. Sorry for wasting your time, Lord Hokage." Hiruzen replied with a chuckle, "It's fine. It was good to see you after a long time. You can leave." Yoshi and Isamu nodded and left. Hiruzen saw their backs while thinking, though it doesn't show his talent in medical ninjutsu, it definitely shows his talent in yang release. After all, I doubt Renjiro would have spoon-fed him everything. No, he certainly didn't know about it when I trained him. Now that he has learnt it, I wonder if he will manage to use yang and yin chakra to modify his jutsus and make them stronger. Hiruzen obviously knew how to use yin and yang chakra to amplify his jutsus. When Fujin arrived to collect the swords, he was surprised to learn that Fujin wanted to learn mystical palm jutsu. Knowing that it would mean that he would have to learn how to use yang chakra, Hiruzen insisted that Fujin learn the jutsu before he was recruited into Anbu. The next day, Fujin once again began using yin and yang chakra to modify his jutsus. However, he was stuck. He analyzed, just like infinite breakthrough jutsu, the air bullet jutsu also showed results quickly. But I haven't been able to modify Acume Bullet and Acume Sphere jutsus at all. I guess the reason is that they have already reached the limits of modification. After all, I could modify the Acume Cannon jutsu, but even that was very little. Since it was based on the Acume Bullet, it too was quite close to perfection. Oh well, I will just focus on my other jutsus. I will start with Wind Sword and Spinning Shield of Wind jutsus, and then follow it up with Wind Gale Wolf and Wind Dragon jutsus. Following it, I will work on the rank D and E wind jutsus before working on Earth Wall jutsu and lightning jutsus. Fujin began training. In the next 4 days, he modified Wind Sword and Spinning Shield of Wind jutsus and began working on the Wind Gale jutsu. However, he decided to take a break and decided to work on another important project. He opened a scroll and withdrew an apple from it. The apple was rotten. Fujin observed it and concluded, "Good. The apple hasn't rotted any further despite it being a week. Time to create a seal with the opposite effect." Fujin created 30 shadow clones one by one and all began thinking about how to reverse the seal. For the next 3 days, they constantly racked their brains thinking about how to reverse the seal. Hundreds of empty scrolls were used up to try their experiments. Finally, one of the clones sighed and said aloud, "This is impossible. We have no leads at all." The other clones didn't reply. After all, they had experienced nothing but failure for 3 days. Considering that Fujin was training with 30 clones, it was equivalent to spending 3 months trying to reverse the seal. However, not a single clone had any breakthrough. Another clone said, "Though we learnt this seal, we did it by reverse engineering the seal we already had. There are a lot of symbols that we don't have full information about. It will be better if we try to create this seal after becoming a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster." Fujin agreed with his clone's analysis. One by one, he began dispelling his clones. The tiredness set into his body as he went to sleep. The next day, he had just finished his morning training when an Anbu ninja entered the training ground. Fujin instantly sensed him and waited for him. The Anbu ninja flickered in front of Fujin and instructed, "Come to Lord Hokage's office in 1 hour." Fujin nodded. Having delivered the message, the Anbu ninja flickered away. Fujin saw him leave and thought, "Finally time to join the Anbu, huh? I kinda wish that Hiruzen took another couple of months. I would have managed to completely modify most of my moves using yin and yang chakra by then." He shook that thought and flickered to his house to freshen up. He thought, "Oh well, I have heard a lot about how Anbu works and how crucial their role is for the village. Unfortunately, there is not much concrete data on their true activities apart from the fact that they do a lot of dark stuff." A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he entered his house. "Whatever, I just hope that it is exciting. I haven't had a good fight for a long time." In an hour, Fujin appeared outside the Hokage's office. Takao was waiting outside the door. He looked at Fujin and said, "Right on time as always. Go to the basement of the Hokage building." Fujin furrowed his eyebrows and asked, "There is a basement under this building?" Takao rolled his eyes and said, "Of course there is. The entrance is in the backmost room on the ground floor. Now hurry." Fujin nodded and disappeared from Takao's sight. Takao muttered, "I said hurry, not flicker." Fujin appeared in the room Takao mentioned. An Anbu ninja with an eagle mask was sitting in the room. He looked at Fujin and asked, "Suzuki Fujin?" Fujin nodded. The Anbu ninja made a hand sign. A hole appeared in the room. He said, "You are the last one. Enter." He jumped in the hole and Fujin followed him. After landing, Fujin looked around himself. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. link.patreon.com/devilhex. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Osman, Hubert, and Jay for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 234, Igniting a Fire. Chapter 237 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin was surprised due to a few reasons. For one, the basement was much larger than what Fujin expected. It was definitely larger than the base of the Hokage building. It was one large and continuous room with a bunch of rooms lined along the walls. Except that, there wasn't any wall or pillar in the entire basement. Fujin analyzed, the basement is so large, this would mean that it extends beyond just the Hokage building. I guess even the basement of the Konoha Hospital is connected. So it could allow an alternate route of travel between the Hokage building and the hospital. Another reason for his surprise was the dense amount of seals he sensed in the basement. He realized, no wonder I never found this basement. The density of the seals here is almost comparable to my house, and they should be stronger as well. And the last reason for being surprised was that he wasn't the only one. He looked at the ones around him and thought, I knew that I wouldn't be the only one, but I expected only a few or at max 20. However, there are more than 200 ninjas here. Looks like Hiruzen wants to increase the strength of the Anbu unit to a whole new level. The eagle-masked Anbu ninja said, "Stay here. Lord Hokage will arrive soon." He flickered away after speaking. Fujin looked around himself. Almost everyone in the room was much older than him. However, his eyes landed on an acquaintance. Teru too noticed Fujin and walked towards Fujin. He waved his hands and said, "I knew you would be selected as well, Fujin." Fujin wasn't overly surprised to see Teru. After all, he had heard a lot about the Anbu from Teru, and his strength wasn't weak. Fujin chuckled. "I expected to see you here as well, but I didn't expect to see so many people here." Teru nodded and replied, "Me neither. It looks like Lord Hokage wants to replace the loss of the Uchiha clan by training a huge number of Anbu ninjas." Fujin nodded but couldn't help but think, I doubt training a couple of hundred Anbu will be able to replace the Uchihas, but I guess that this is better than nothing. Fujin asked, "Did you see Hoka here as well?" Fujin didn't want to spread his chakra field here as it might seem insulting to others in the basement. Teru shook his head and said, "No, Hoka is from the branch family of the Hyuga clan. He won't be invited into the Anbu." Fujin was surprised to hear that. But after thinking for a few seconds, he realized that it was very logical. He replied, "I see. That sucks for him." Teru nodded. He was about to speak when both Fujin and Teru looked in a direction. A huge chakra was being released by the eagle-masked Anbu. He announced loudly, "Stand properly in lines and hear carefully. Lord Hokage will be speaking a few words." Hiruzen had appeared in the room. He stood at one end of the basement. Soon, everyone gathered in front of him. Hiruzen looked at everyone and thought, "Good, all 234 accepted the invite." Hiruzen kept looking at everyone without speaking for over a minute. He made eye contact with every ninja in the room. Finally, he began saying in a serious tone, "I am glad that all of you have chosen to come here today, and I am sure that you would be surprised to see a large number of ninjas I want to induct into the Anbu." Everyone nodded. Though many had speculations, no one knew for sure. Even the Anbu ninjas weren't entirely sure. Hiruzen continued in a grave voice. "In the last month, we experienced one of the darkest chapters in our village's history, the Uchiha Massacre. The loss we have suffered is immeasurable, not just in terms of lives, but also in the trust and unity that once bound us. We stand on the precipice of uncertainty, facing external threats that loom over us like dark clouds. Our enemies sense our vulnerability and seek to exploit it. Though I have managed to keep them at arm's length for now, they will still try to provoke us again." Hiruzen stopped speaking and noticed the mood in the basement. Everyone's expression had become grim. Hiruzen began speaking once again. However, this time, he heroically said, "However, they are gravely mistaken to think of us as weak. We, the shinobi of Konoha, are resilient. We have faced trials and tribulations throughout our history, and yet we have always emerged stronger. It is in our blood, in our very essence, to rise above the challenges that beset us. We possess a fire that burns deep within our hearts, the will of fire. It is the legacy that has been passed down from generation to generation, and now, in this critical moment, it falls upon us to carry it forward. The Uchiha Massacre has left a void within our ranks, but it is our duty to fill that void, strengthen our defenses, and ensure that no enemy looks at us with malevolent eyes. In order to fulfill the void, I work day and night to find the most talented chunins in our village. All of you will be inducted among the Anbu ranks. You will receive proper training to become full-fledged Anbu members, and every single one of you will strive to reach the Anbu captain position. I have no doubts that every single one of you will reach the level of the Junins. With 234 new Junins, not a single enemy village will dare look at us with malevolent eyes. You shall become the shield that protects our village, the sword that strikes fear into the hearts of our enemies. I have faith in each and every one of you, in your skills, your dedication, and your unwavering spirit. Together, we shall rise above the shadows that seek to engulf us. We shall write a new chapter in the history of Konoha, one of resilience, growth, and triumph. Remember, my fellow shinobi, that our legacy is not defined by the tragedies we endure, but by how we rise above them. Let us stand tall, shoulder to shoulder, as we face the challenges that lie ahead. May the will of fire burn bright within each of you, guiding us towards a future where our village stands strong and our people thrive. For Konoha, and for the fallen Uchiha, we shall honor their memory through our unwavering resolve. Now, let us embark on this journey together. From today onwards, I welcome you all into the ranks of Konoha's Anhansatsu Senjutsu Tokushu Butai." Hiruzen's words sent goosebumps throughout the crowd. They made everyone's blood boil. Even the hardened Anbu ninjas got excited and more patriotic than ever. Most of the trainees shouted together, "Yes, Lord Hokage!" Sweat gathered on Fujin's forehead. He stared at Hiruzen as he thought, "Holy shit!" His speeches keep improving by the day. Even I felt goosebumps. He looked around himself. Everyone was maniacally staring at Hiruzen. A fire burned in their hearts and madness was visible in their eyes. Fujin gulped as he thought, wow, one single speech might just end up creating 234 Junins in Konoha. Hiruzen's face maintained a serious look. However, he was pleasantly happy with the sight in front of him. He thought, I haven't used this speech since the death of Minato. It's time to have another period of rapid growth. Along with these 234, I will work with the clans to create more ninjas at every rank. Only then can Konoha's army be properly reformed. Hiruzen waited for a few minutes for the excitement to calm down. He really wasn't impatient about striking when the iron was hot. After all, he had just lit a fire in the hearts of everyone. He was assured that this fire won't die down anytime soon. Everyone will train hard for some time. Some might train hard for a few months before the fire dies down, while some might train hard for years and go even beyond the Junin rank. Finally, he said, all of you will be divided into teams. You will be assigned under an Anbu captain. The captain will be responsible for training you for a few months and will also lead you in field missions. He looked at the eagle-masked Anbu standing behind him and said, he is Eagle. He is the commander of all ninjas in the Anbu unit. If you have any issues, you can approach him. He looked back at the crowd and said, he will begin assigning you to Anbu captains. Cooperate with him and begin your training as soon as you can. Konoha needs all of you to step up at this very moment. Hiruzen took a step back and handed the reins to Eagle. Eagle quickly began guiding everyone to their respective Anbu captains. He had already read all the files that Hiruzen sent him and memorized everyone's face, name, and skills. Everyone was called here after he had finished assigning the teams. AN, bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Francisco and Jacob, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 235, Anbu Rules and Training Plans. Chapter 238 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Eagle was busy informing everyone about their Anbu captain. Soon he arrived in front of Fujin and Teru. He looked at them and said, good, you are together. Both of you are assigned under Kuma. He pointed towards a bare-masked Anbu and said, that's him. Go and introduce yourselves. Fujin and Teru walked to him. Another young Chunin was already standing next to the bare-marked Anbu. The Anbu with the codename Kuma was leaning against the wall. He was a very large person. He was easily over 7 feet in height and had a large physique. In addition, he wore plate armor and had a metal staff next to him. Both Fujin and Teru speculated that he was from the Akimichi clan. The youngster next to Kuma looked at Teru and said with a smile, looks like we are in the same team once again. Teru smiled and looked at Fujin and said, Fujin, he is Hatake Ken. He was in my Genin squad along with Yori. Ken, he is Suzuki Fujin. He was my classmate. Ken was shown in Chapter 51. Fujin and Ken said hello to each other. Kuma looked at the 3 youngsters and said, it's good that you 3 know each other. Follow me? He opened the room behind him and entered. Fujin, Teru, and Ken followed him in. Kuma closed the door. The room was small and compact with multiple cupboards, lockers, and boxes along the walls. Fujin realized that the room itself had a lot of seals for defense and privacy. He nodded in appreciation. Not bad for Anbu headquarters. Looks like the village higher-ups didn't spare any cost while making this basement. Kuma removed his mask and sat down on a bench with a smile on his face. He said, this will be our private quarters. You can use this room to keep spare clothes and weapons. We will also have our team meetings here. Everyone nodded and took their seats. Kuma said, let's start with introductions. I am Akimichi Tsuyoshi. You can call me Captain. I specialize in Akimichi clan secret techniques, fire release and using a bow to fight, and I prefer frontal assaults during the fighting. What about you guys? Fujin noticed, unlike Renjiro, he isn't interested in knowing hobbies, likes, and dislikes, but I suppose that makes sense considering that this is the Anbu. Fujin said, I am Suzuki Fujin. I specialize in wind release and I fight using swords. I am also a censor and can use the mystical palm jutsu. I prefer to fight from a distance or to fight using hit-and-run tactics. Tsuyoshi closely observed Fujin. After all, Fujin's fighting method was completely opposite to Tsuyoshi's methods. However, before he could analyze Fujin, his attention was gained by Teru and Kane. Teru followed up, I am Senju Teru. I specialize in water and earth releases and am good with taijutsu. I prefer frontal assaults, but can engage in mid-range battles as well. Kane was the last to speak. I am Hatake Kane. I specialize in lightning release, and I use a short blade to engage in Hatake Kenjutsu. I can use the mystical palm jutsu as well. I prefer high-speed combat that keeps the enemy on their toes and inflicts multiple small damages to the enemy. My team can use the advantage provided by those small damages to kill the enemy. Tsuyoshi began analyzing. As expected, they aren't bad despite their young age. Fujin and Kain prefer to do high-speed battles to take advantage of their wind and lightning affinities, while Teru has the steadiness of the Senju clan. With me as the core, we can form several effective strategies and battle formations. It looks like the chief did a wonderful job once again. My team will cover all 5 natures. In addition, with Fujin's sensor capabilities and his and Kane's healing jutsu, we will have a rather all-round squad for Anbu. He said, "Good. It looks like you have a good base. I will first tell you about some basic rules of Anbu." The trio paid attention to his words. Tsuyoshi said, "For an Anbu, maintaining secrecy is a must. You will never talk about any Anbu mission you do with anyone outside your chain of command. In fact, you shouldn't even be telling anyone that you are selected into the Anbu. To maintain anonymity, you will choose a mask and codename for you. You will always call the other Anbu ninjas by their codenames whenever you are on a mission. And when we meet off duty, you should never call me or any other Anbu ninja using their codenames. As you know, my codename is Kuma. The wooden box behind has a lot of masks. Choose whichever one you want. Also, choose a codename for yourselves." Fujin, Teru and Kane nodded. They quickly opened up the box and saw a bunch of animal masks in it. The boys took some time to decide on their masks and tried them on to check which size fitted them properly. After a couple of minutes, they walked back in front of Tsuyoshi. Tsuyoshi observed their masks. Teru had taken a turtle mask. Fujin had a hawk mask, while Kane had a fox mask. Tsuyoshi asked, "Have you chosen your code name?" The trio nodded. Teru said, "My code name will be Turtle." Fujin said, "Mine will be Hawk." Kane said, "Mine will be Kitsune." Tsuyoshi nodded and said, "Good, now I we." However, Fujin interrupted him. "Captain, since there are so many ninjas in the Anbu, wouldn't multiple Anbu ninjas have the same masks and codenames?" Tsuyoshi nodded. "Yes, they get repeated. I know at least 11 other Anbu ninjas with the hawk mask and codename. But you don't need to worry, as it is a good thing. Our enemies can't recognize us easily from the mask due to how many there are. Also, you don't need to worry about confusion in our ranks. Lord Hokage and our commander have very large memories. They will always recognize you and give you the right task." Fujin nodded and said, "All right." Tsuyoshi continued, "I will first give you a brief description of my training plan, so listen carefully." Fujin, Teru, and Kane once again paid full attention. Tsuyoshi said, "Since you have been selected to the Anbu, it shows that you already have good training, discipline, and decent strength, so your training won't involve any jutsus or techniques to make you stronger. Instead, your training will focus on making you act and fight like an Anbu ninja. I will train you in various formations and battle tactics that we will be using in field missions. In addition, I will also teach you all about poisons, including but not limited to detecting poison, which poisons to use against an array of opponents and in various situations, and what to do if you or your ally gets poisoned. Your training will also involve learning various assassination techniques. You will also learn how to provide the perfect security. Infiltration, disguise, etiquettes, concealing traces, planting evidence, causing fights, diplomacy, and other such stuff will also be taught." He took a pause and looked at the 3 youngsters and said in a serious tone, "As a normal ninja, the life of your teammates takes the highest precedence. I am sure that you have saved your teammates or got saved many times during missions. At times, you might have done that at the cost of your mission, but in Anbu, the mission comes above everything else. Failing missions can have grave consequences for our village, and getting captured by an enemy is a strict no. So you will also be trained to resist torture, and will also be equipped with multiple means of ending your own life if need be." The faces of the 3 youngsters grew grim. They all realized that this wouldn't be as easy as their Jinin and Chunin lives, and they realized that the risks to their lives during their time in the Anbu will be the highest. Tsuyoshi looked at them and asked, "Any doubts?" All three replied, "No, Captain." Tsuyoshi smiled and said, "Good. Though we may experience difficult situations, unless there is no choice, we won't abandon our comrades. So no need to be tense. But do train very hard so that we won't ever have to be in a position like that. As an Anbu, you will have access to the training grounds and rooms that are specifically reserved for the Anbu. In the entire village, these facilities are among the very best. So in addition to my training, you can train there to steadily and rapidly build your strength." A smile formed on Fujin's face. He had heard that Anbu training facilities had training rooms similar to the Forest of Death, so they probably had elemental stones. He couldn't wait to get his hands on them. He would take every Ryo that Hiruzen won by betting on him back with interest. Tsuyoshi got up and said, "I will take you to your first mission as an Anbu. I have updated the original character list chapter. Feel free to add details in paragraph comments if anyone wants to. AN, bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 236, The Graduation Exam, Chapter 239 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The youngsters were surprised to hear that they would take a mission on their first day. After such a long talk, they expected at least a few weeks of training. Teru asked in surprise, "A mission on our first day?" Both Fujin and Kain also had the same question. Tsuyoshi waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. Since you are new here, we will be taking an easy mission. So you will get to do a mission and get used to the Anbu way of operating at the same time." He grabbed his mask and put it on and said, "As I said, outside the room, you will only refer to me by my code name." He walked out of the room. The boys put on their masks and followed him out. At the same time, the Konoha Academy was very busy. It was the day of the graduation exam. 359 students from the final year were taking the exam in various classrooms. Hyuga Hachiro looked at the file and said, "Next, Daisuke. Daisuke stood up and walked to the front of the classroom. Hachiro looked at him and said, "Transform into Lord Hokage." Daisuke weaved hand signs and soon transformed into Hiruzen. He looked exactly like Hiruzen, with no flaws in appearance. Hachiro nodded in approval. He and a couple more teachers entered his marks in their files. Hachiro said, "Good. Now show me substitution jutsu." Daisuke weaved hand signs and substituted himself with a log of wood placed in the class. He was even better at this jutsu than the transformation jutsu. Hachiro nodded once again and said, "Now create clones." Daisuke weaved hand signs and 3 clones appeared next to him. Hachiro was surprised. He said, "Good work. I can tell that you have worked hard in the last few months." Daisuke replied, "Thank you, sensei. It is all because you were such a good teacher." Daisuke didn't have any reluctance or shame in giving him the credit. He was aware that Hachiro would have a major say in his final marks, and could influence which squad he would be assigned to and who his sensei will be. Hachiro was pleased by the praise. He said with a smile, "You have passed the exam. Go back to your seat. Next, Anzai Buncho." Daisuke returned while Buncho took his place. Just like Daisuke, Buncho too did the 3 jutsu perfectly. Hachiro was surprised once again. He wondered, both Daisuke and Buncho were struggling a lot a few months ago. I was sure that they would fail the exam. How did they suddenly improve so much? He looked at the other 3 orphans in the classroom and wondered, have these 3 improved as well? He called out Irie Ryoma next. Just like the ones before him, he too completed the 3 jutsus. Hachiro praised him as well and called out, "Next, Uzuki Tatsuya." Tatsuya walked up to the front. Like others, he too performed all the 3 jutsus. This time, Hachiro wasn't surprised, but he was very curious about how they improved so suddenly. He said, "Good, you have passed the exam as well. Next." However, Tatsuya interrupted him. "Sensei, I have a question." Hachiro looked at him and said, "Ask." Tatsuya asked, "Can I perform other jutsus to improve my score even further?" Hachiro was surprised. He nodded and said, "Sure, go ahead." However, he thought, what is going on? Not only has he mastered the 3 jutsus, but even mastered more. A frown formed on his face. I already sent all the talented people from my class to the elite batch. Did I misjudge their talent? No, they definitely weren't this good half a year ago. Tatsuya's question also surprised the kids in the classroom. They didn't expect Tatsuya to learn a new jutsu, in addition to learning the 3 required jutsus. After all, most of them had a hard time mastering those 3 basic jutsus. Daisuke, Buncho, and Ryoma especially stared at him. Despite being close friends, they weren't aware that Tatsuya learned another jutsu. Tatsuya weaved hand signs and pointed a finger at the log of wood. Fire release. 1 jutsu. A fire ray was released from the tip of his finger and landed on the wood. Soon, smoke appeared from the point of contact, and after a few seconds, it caught fire. Hachiro quickly made a move and doused the fire. At the same time, the entire class looked at Tatsuya in awe. Among the 50-plus students who took the exam, he was the only one to perform another jutsu. Hachiro patted Tatsuya's shoulder and praised. "Great work, Tatsuya. This will improve your score a lot. Do you have any other jutsu you want to show?" Tatsuya shook his head and said, "I have just learnt 1 jutsu so far, sensei. I am also training in fire release 2 jutsu, but I haven't learnt it yet." Hachiro said, "That is a rank D jutsu. You will need some time to learn it, but it's good that you have taken the initiative to learn by yourself. Keep working hard." Tatsuya excitedly said, "Yes, sensei." Tatsuya returned to his seat as everyone stared at him. He felt very pleased with himself. Hachiro called out next, "Honda Bunjiro." Bunjiro walked to the front. He was very pumped after seeing Tatsuya's performance. He performed the 3 jutsus and said, "Sensei, I also want to perform another jutsu." Hachiro didn't show his surprise and allowed him. Bunjiro quickly weaved hand signs. Water release, water pellet jutsu. He spat a bullet made of water at the log of the wood. It hit the spot Tatsuya had burned earlier and pierced 8 inches into the log. This time, Hachiro couldn't hide his surprise. He thought, that was a rank D jutsu. Though the piercing power of his jutsu was only because of the damage Tatsuya did to the log, the fact that he could aim it on point is even more amazing. He should have excellent chakra control and aim to do so. Hachiro's gaze towards Bunjiro changed. He praised him a lot before sending him back. He looked at the class and said, "It is already noon. We will take a 30-minute break for lunch." As soon as he and the other teachers exited the room, Tatsuya and Bunjiro were surrounded by their classmates. In a matter of minutes, they had become the most popular kids in the classroom. Only Daisuke, Buncho, and Ryoma were upset and had a look of jealousy on their face. Fujin's analysis regarding the 5 orphans was on point. As he had speculated, there were slackers and hard workers in this group. Daisuke, Buncho, and Ryoma stopped training right after they learnt the 3 jutsus and could perform them without failing even once. They spent their time relaxing and playing. On the other hand, Tatsuya and Bunjiro checked their nature affinity and chose jutsus to learn from the library. As a result, they made much higher progress as compared to the other 3. Without the requirement of having to wait for everyone else to finish in order to visit Fujin, the differences became visible immediately. And in the future, these differences would expand further and break their little circle of friends. Daisuke would convince Buncho and Ryoma with his silver tongue, and they would accuse Tatsuya and Bunjiro for training in secret and not hanging out with them. It would result in an argument that would end their 6-year-old friendship. While Tatsuya and Bunjiro were getting all the attention, Hachiro walked with a frown on his mouth as he wondered, how did these 5 improve so suddenly? It's unnatural, and they don't have any family members to guide them either. Though Daisuke praised me, I didn't have anything to do with their progress. He analyzed a lot before having a bad feeling. He thought, don't tell me that they are spies planted by other villages. After all, brainwashing young kids and sending them to other villages as a spy is done quite frequently. Though we do a background check, it isn't foolproof. I need to inform Lord Hokage. He quickly hurried to the Hokage's office. Next chapter title, The Epic Missions of Anbu Black Ops. AN, bonus chapter on next Sunday if the FIC gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the FIC gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Enz, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 237. The Epic Missions of Anbu Black Ops. Chapter 240 of Naruto. The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. AN. Bonus chapter for reaching 3K Power Stones last week. Hiruzen had just returned to his office after giving the speech. He was about to get back to paperwork when Hachiro knocked on the door. Hachiro entered after receiving permission and greeted Hiruzen politely. Hiruzen asked, "Shouldn't you be conducting the exam? Why are you here?" Hachiro replied, "I gave the students a lunch break. I am here because I noticed something suspicious that didn't make much sense, so I wanted to inform you." Hiruzen asked, "What did you notice?" Hachiro informed him, "My class has 5 orphans who always hang out together. Until a few months ago, I was sure that they would fail, but today all 5 of them performed all the 3 jutsus perfectly. A couple of them even performed elemental jutsus." A look of surprise appeared on Hiruzen's face. He said, "That's good. I didn't expect that we would have anyone outside the elite classrooms to learn elemental jutsus." Hachiro replied, "Me neither. That is why I am suspicious." However, Hiruzen wasn't worried. He asked, "What are their names?" Hachiro reported their names. Hiruzen nodded. The names were as he expected. He said, "These 5 had approached Suzuki Fujin a few months ago for guidance and were tutored by him. That is probably why they progressed so quickly. You don't need to worry, but feel free to conduct a background check if you want to." Hachiro was surprised. He asked, "Is Fujin the one who graduated a couple of years ago at the top of his class?" Hiruzen nodded and said, "A few of them were in the same orphanage." Hachiro realized. He quickly thanked Hiruzen for providing the info and left. Hiruzen thought, "That boy keeps on giving me surprises. I didn't expect him to be good at teaching as well. Still, from my reports, he spent very little time with them. How did they improve so quickly?" Hiruzen wondered for a couple of minutes before stopping. He shook his head and thought, it isn't important how he managed that. The important fact is that he did. From Hachiro's words, those 5 children would have entered the Genin Reserve Force and wouldn't have achieved anything else. But now, since 2 managed to learn elemental jutsus, it's safe to say that those 2 will at least become Chunins. If they work hard or have good luck, they might even become a Junin. After all, though it might not seem much to learn an elemental jutsu at the age of 12, the fact is that they made the progress in just a few months. If they could maintain that zeal for a few years, it'd be great. Regardless, this is a great achievement for Fujin. Hiruzen was very impressed with what Fujin did. The act of training 5 children in a village that has thousands of ninjas might seem insignificant, but from Hiruzen's point of view, it was very significant. After all, there were hundreds of ninjas in Konoha who could be considered Eterens, and were far more experienced than Fujin. If these ninjas also guided a few orphans or civilians in the academy, and ensured that those kids reached the Chunin rank, Konoha's strength would grow exponentially. Hiruzen thought, initially, we didn't need any such training as all the clans would train their next generation with all their heart. But, after 3 great wars, the strength and numbers of the clan ninjas have severely dropped. Right now, the highest number of ninjas are from civilian families or orphans. It is unlikely that this would change in the future. However, these civilian students don't get the same level of guidance as the clan children. After all, there is no way a teacher can make a difference when teaching so many students who have different levels of talents in every different phi. Suddenly, Hiruzen had an idea. He thought, wait, instead of just hoping that someone guides these kids, how about I start a mentorship program? Hiruzen thought more about his idea and immediately began figuring out the details. In a couple of minutes, he decided, yes, this can be great. I will first make a list of ninjas that can provide good guidance. Then I will assign 5 students to each of them. They won't have to do anything actively. But once a month, they will have to spend a couple of hours with the students, solve their doubts, and provide them with some guidance on how to proceed further. and create a decent training plan for them. This way, we will be able to find all the hardworking or talented students that go under the radar. And I can even make some use of the retired ninjas who don't have anything to do. I could even ensure that most of such mentors are civilians or orphans themselves so that they would feel an emotional connection with the students and take them more seriously. Hiruzen saw Hatake Takao entering the office with a bunch of files. Takao said, "Lord Hawk." However, Hiruzen interrupted him and instructed, "Keep those files to the side and call Shikaku to meet me at this moment." Takao was surprised to see how impatient Hiruzen sounded. He immediately placed the files in a corner and left. At the same time, Fujin, Teru, and Kane were hiding in the village while keeping a watch. Every single one of them was pissed off. Half an hour earlier, Tsuyoshi brought Fujin, Teru, and Kane to the streets of Konoha. He looked at them and asked in a serious tone, "Are you aware of where the new Konoha prison is?" The boys nodded. The old prison was close to the Uchiha compound. The new one was built next to the torture and interrogation department. Tsuyoshi said, "Since the Uchiha massacre, the duties of policing the village have also fallen on the Anbu. Your first mission is to hide out of plain sight and keep a watch on the village. If any fight is happening, you should break it off. If a crime is taking place, stop it and arrest the criminal and escort him or her to the prison. If it isn't, then keep hiding. Don't show yourself unless a situation occurs. We will meet back in the same room at 8 p.m. After saying that, he flickered away. Fujin, Teru, and Kan watched with dumbfounded expressions as their captain gave them the most boring of the jobs and ran away. Fujin immediately cursed. "What the fuck?" He looked at Teru and said, "You said Anbu missions are thrilling." Teru was left speechless. Kane sighed and said, "I had heard that all Akimichi clan members are polite, straightforward, and kind-hearted. It looks like it isn't correct." The group was still shocked at how seriously Tsuyoshi had informed them about the mission and ran away before they could react. Teru said in a dejected tone, "I didn't know that Anbu were also given the duty of policing the streets. No wonder Lord Hokage recruited so many new Anbu. It looks like the newbies will be made to police the village until the training is done." Fujin said with a sigh, "I never expected that I'd say that the bandit extermination missions were more interesting." Seeing that Fujin and Teru were dejected, Kane, being the oldest one in the group, took responsibility and said, "All right, that's enough brooding. Though the mission is boring, we should still do it seriously. It would be the worst if we do a bad job and they make us keep doing this mission as a punishment." Teru looked at him and said, "On the contrary, they might permanently put us in charge of policing if we do a very good job." Kane's eyes twitched. He said, "Stop behaving like kids and keep a watch seriously." Fujin looked at him with a deadpan expression and said, "We are watching over civilians. Why are you talking as if two S-rank ninjas are going to clash in this street in the next couple of seconds?" Kane was left speechless. Though he tried to instill seriousness, Fujin was on point. They didn't need to be serious while watching over civilians. At the same moment, all three stared at the street and kept staring for a few seconds. However, nothing happened. Teru sighed and said, "You suck at jinxing, Fujin. Looks like we will have a boring day." Fujin sighed as well. "Yeah, leave it. Let's take our positions." The trio stopped complaining and took their positions. They kept an eye on the surroundings while staying hidden. None of them was very serious as the job was too easy and boring. Fujin wondered, now what to do? After thinking for a bit, he made a hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. He used the jutsu thrice and created 3 clones. 2 clones had 10% of his maximum chakra, while the third had 40% of his chakra. The clone with the maximum chakra moved to the 23rd training ground. He continued his training of modifying his jutsus with yin and yang chakra and relearning them. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 clones went to the library. Fujin analyzed. The chances of any incident happening is low. Even if it does, the involved parties should be very weak. I will keep 40% of my chakra with me in case of an emergency. As long as nothing happens, my chakra will regenerate throughout the day. Meanwhile, 1 clone will keep modifying my jutsus, and the other 2 clones will begin training in fire manipulation. If we receive the same mission tomorrow as well, Then I will begin training in fire manipulation seriously while keeping an eye as well. Fujin let out a chuckle as he realized, I expected to receive some very difficult missions in Anbu. To think that I would get a rank D mission like when I became a genin. And that I would sneakily train an element as I did during the academy days. Life is strange, haha. Anyways, this is good too. Though it will take a bit longer now, I will still manage to modify all my jutsus in a few months. And I also learn fire release jutsus. That should improve my combination of jutsus with the summons considerably. It'd be best if I can complete all of that before having to go on the deadly missions. Just like Fujin, around 80 other Anbu ninjas were keeping an eye on the village. 90% of them were inducted into the Anbu on that day. Though their excitement was doused as well, the fire lit by Hiruzen still existed in their hearts. Like Fujin, they too began thinking about the ways they could get stronger. In the following period of peace, their strength would grow rapidly. And along with them, Konoha too would close its chapter of weakness and revive its military might. And we crossed 2K Power Stones, there will be a bonus chapter next Saturday as well. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 238, The Spectral Swordsman. Chapter 241 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Bonus chapter. We reached 2,890 Power Stones last week. Let's keep it up, guys. The Land of Waterfall. The Land of Waterfall was a country filled with mountains, rivers, and waterfalls. Due to the same reason, it also had various valleys which added to the beautiful scenery of the country. In one such unnamed valley was a secret base. 12 ninjas were busy staring at a map and making plans. All 12 ninjas had hidden their faces using demon-faced masks. After some time, a ninja pointed at a spot on the map and said, Captain, according to our information, Lord Ito Yuya and his entourage have already crossed the border. They will cross this bridge in around 2 hours. The captain nodded. He didn't make any decision. A ninja standing next to him said in a soft voice, Yes, but he is guarded by Harayuto. Even with us 12 acting together, defeating him will be difficult. He is an expert at water release. He could defend the noble Yuya and counterattack at the same time. The captain nodded grimly and said, Yuto was away on a secret mission for a long time. I didn't expect him to return along with Yuya. It complicates our situation. Suddenly, a snort was heard. The 12 ninjas looked towards the source of the sound. 2 more masked ninjas were sitting in the cave as well. One was wearing an elephant mask, while the other was wearing a red ape mask. The ape-masked ninja scolded, What are you afraid of with us here? Do your attack as planned. We will sneak attack Harayuto and kill him. Even if he is an expert in water release, it is weak against our earth release. The mission will go as planned. The captain looked at him and nodded. With your assurance, I can rest assured. He looked at his subordinates and said with determination in his voice, Our Kawaguchi family has been suppressed by the Ito family for far too long. Today, with the aid of our friend from Iwagakure, we will eliminate their successor and their strongest guardian. With this first step, our family will rise up steadily and take control of the northwestern area of our country. His words sent a wave of excitement through his subordinates. They all shouted in excitement, Yes, Captain! The Anbu from Iwa saw their excitement and sniggered secretly. They thought, what fools! Getting excited about ruling just one small part of this small rural country. However, they didn't say anything. Their orders were to slowly expand Iwagakure's influence in Takigakure. If they succeed, then in the next war, Iwagakure could attack the Land of Fire through 3 countries without having to face much resistance. It would force Konoha's forces to spread too thin. After all, Konoha's location meant that it would have to defend against all 4 major villages. The captain began laying out the plans. He set a few pieces on the map and said, We will set up our ambush just away from this bridge. This place doesn't have any water bodies close by, so Yuto's water manipulation will be restricted. After we kill them, we will burn their bodies and dump them close to the land of fire. We will plant some pieces of evidence that they were attacked by Konoha, who retreated after killing them. This way, no suspicion will be cast upon us, and Lord Daimyo will restrict the country's dealings with the land of fire." Everyone nodded. The Anbu ninjas from Iwagakure were also satisfied with the plan. The captain looked at their satisfaction and sighed in relief. Though their family had ambitions, they definitely didn't have the power to lord over one region. It was only due to the support from Iwagakure that they had the guts to make such a plan. So he had to ensure that the Iwa Anbu were satisfied. With the preparations made, they set off immediately. They moved out of the valley and moved rapidly and stealthily on top of the trees. Within 5 minutes, they reached close to the spot where they were planning to set an ambush. Suddenly, one of the Iwagakure Anbu shouted, "Look out!" His shout alerted everyone. However, even before they could raise their guard, they saw air bullets ripping through the trees to their right and coming straight at them. Their eyes widened. The bullets were too close to move away. One ninja was too close to the air bullets. Even before he could see them, an air bullet pierced through his head and he dropped dead. The others watched the air bullets and reacted however they could. Some bent forward for the bullets to pass from above, while some gathered chakra in their feet and stamped their legs on the ground to stop themselves and saw the bullets pass in front of their eyes. However, some air bullets still pierced through the limbs of a couple of ninjas. The Iwagakure ninjas frowned. Their plan was perfect. They didn't expect to be ambushed. Immediately, all the remaining 11 Takigakure ninjas and 2 Iwagakure Anbu looked angrily at the spot from where air bullets were fired at them. However, they couldn't sense anyone. Suddenly, the bare-masked Iwa Anbu slammed his hands on the ground. Earth Release, Earth Dome Jutsu. An Earth Dome appeared from the ground and began surrounding all of them. The Takigakure ninjas watched with eyes widened as they saw a strong windstorm coming at them from the opposite direction. Luckily, the Earth Dome was formed in time. The strong wind currents hit the dome and caused tremors to pass through the dome. Dust began falling inside the dome due to those tremors. However, the dome didn't collapse. Sweat formed behind the masks of Takigakure ninjas. The captain gulped and said, "Luckily you noticed the attack." However, the Iwagakure Anbu ninjas were still frowning. The ape-masked Anbu said, "Be careful. I can't sense the attacker. He could be very stro." Suddenly, his body moved out of the way instinctively. A hole appeared in the dome, and a very strong bullet made of wind pierced into the dome. The bullet hit the side of his jacket and left a cut along the sides of his abdomen. At the same time, 9 more Acum bullets pierced into the Earth Dome. Unlike the war-hardened Iwagakure Anbu, the ninjas from Takigakure didn't have the same survival instincts. 5 Acum bullets pierced through the vital organs of the Takigakure ninjas. The remaining bullets could only leave some cuts on the bodies of the remaining ninjas. The Takigakure ninjas were horrified and left tongue-tied. The captain's heart ached as he saw the dead ninjas and thought, "We worked so hard to raise them to Chunin level. The family spent countless resources on them, but in less than a minute, more than half of them are dead?" Fear could be seen on his face. The Iwagakure Anbu noticed their emotions and frowned. At the same time, they were on guard due to how brutal and efficient their opponent was. The elephant-masked Iwa Anbu once again slammed his hands on the ground while thinking, "We can't stay hidden here if the dome can't protect us. We will just be sitting ducks." Small spikes began appearing on the surface of the Earth Dome. The spikes were launched in all directions as the Earth Dome collapsed. The spikes buried themselves in the trees, but didn't hit their attacker. They watched with frowns on their face as they still couldn't find who attacked them. The ape-masked Anbu instructed, "Keep an eye in all directions. I will find that bastard." He weaved hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground. Earth Release, Earth Sensing Jutsu. A vibration was sent through the ground. Every animal who was in a 1.5-kilometer radius felt the vibration passing under their feet. They quickly began running away from the point of impact. Despite the large scale of vibration, the Anbu still didn't sense anyone. A frown formed on his face. He snorted and put more chakra into the ground. The vibrations intensified. The Takigakure ninjas could feel the ground shaking under their feet. The vibrations were so strong that they even traveled up the tree trunks. On one such tree, the vibrations were felt under the feet of a masked ninja hiding there. A smile formed behind the mask of the ape-masked Anbu as he muttered, "Got him!" At the next moment, giant spears formed under the tree and launched at the ninja hiding on it. However, the ninja immediately flickered away. But since the Iwa ninjas had already sensed him, they didn't allow him to disappear from their sight once again. They, along with the Takigakure ninjas, gave chase. The attacker noticed it and sighed, "Looks like I can't sneak attack anymore." He looked towards the ninjas chasing him and launched a couple of dozen air bullets. The Iwa and Taki ninjas saw the attack and dodged it with ease. Due to the distance between them, and since they knew the attack was coming, it was much easier to dodge. However, using that short moment of distraction, the ninja disappeared once again. The ape-masked ninja frowned and quickly began feeling the vibrations under his feet. Suddenly, he turned around and shouted, "Behind us!" All the ninjas quickly turned around. To their surprise, the attacker was very close. The Taki ninja, who was the farthest in the back, watched the attacker swing his sword at him. The scenes of his comrades falling dead ran through his brain. In a rage, he grabbed his kunai and swung it at the attacker's sword and yelled, "Die!" At the same time, the others grabbed their kunai to attack him. They planned to kill him when he was blocked. However, they watched with widened eyes as the sword cut through the kunai as if it was air. The sword beheaded the seventh Taki ninja. The eyes of the remaining 5 Taki ninjas went red in rage. They tried to attack, but the attacker flickered on a branch behind him. The Iwa Anbu finally got a good look at the ninja. The attacker was a well-built young ninja who was wearing a hawk mask. In addition, he had 2 swords hanging on the right side of his waist, and the sword sheaths on both those swords were very exquisite. Swirling designs were etched into its glossy black lacquer. They immediately recognized him, and their expressions became grim behind their masks. The Taki ninjas were enraged. They were about to attack when the elephant-masked Anbu said in a grim voice, "It is the spectral swordsman." The Taki ninjas suddenly stopped. Their expressions became grim. Horror could be seen in their eyes. They watched their attacker as if he was the Grim Reaper himself. And you have 24 hours to figure out what is happening. Type your thoughts, guesses in the comments. I won't be confirming it, though. Hope you guys have a good start to your week. N. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Saad and Samuele, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 239, Time Skip. Chapter 242 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The 5 Taki ninjas stared at the spectral swordsman in front of them and gulped. His information began running through their mind. It was around 6 months ago when murmurs of a swordsman were being heard. It was said that he appeared and disappeared at will. It was said that his victims wouldn't even know when they were dead until they saw their headless bodies with their detached heads. According to the rumors, there were 2 features that were identified with the spectral swordsman. They were the hawk mask he wore and 2 exquisite swords hanging on the right side of his waist. The swordsman was soon called the Spectral Swordsman. Among the minor villages, he was a menace. There were no records of anyone stopping him. Even against the major villages, his record was very good. He would eliminate his target and escape long before any reinforcements could arrive. He was so efficient that it took over 6 months for someone to actually see him in action. As soon as he was seen, rumors of his appearance spread quickly throughout the ninja world. The ape-masked Anbu shouted, "Don't be shocked by his reputation. He is just one guy. Stay and fight together. Keep an eye out for his sneak attacks." His words snapped everyone from their shock. They prepared themselves for an intense fight. Chakra flowed through the sword of the spectral swordsman as he swung it towards the 7 ninjas. A windstorm consisting of hundreds of sword slashes immediately engulfed the group. The two Iwa Anbu ninjas immediately slammed their hands on the ground. Earth Release. Multiple Earth Walls Jutsu. Immediately, dozens of walls of varying sizes appeared from the ground. They surrounded them from multiple sides. Having experienced the Acum bullets, they didn't want to lock themselves in without any room for escaping. The windstorm hit the walls and left multiple slashes in the walls. But once again, the walls stood. Behind the wall, the ape-masked Anbu shouted, "Keep an eye out for those wind bullets, and counterattack once these winds die down." Even without his warning, everyone was as alert as they could be. The spectral swordsman noticed their defense. He opened his mouth and exhaled a horizontal wind wave. However, the core of this wind wave was made of vacuum. The Acum wave hit the walls and cut through them with ease. The enemy ninjas saw the wave and immediately jumped high up to dodge the wave. The wave safely passed from under them and cut off a bunch of trees before leaving a deep scar on the ground. However, their troubles weren't over. Soon as they jumped to dodge the attack, the swordsman flickered next to them. They watched in horror as he swung his sword once again. The one closest to him had no chance of dodging. His neck was sent flying in the air. Worse, the sword also sent a flying slash towards the rest of them. 3 more Taki ninjas couldn't dodge or use any defensive jutsus and died to the slash. Only the Taki captain and the 2 Iwa Anbu were able to move out of the way. The Iwa ninjas quickly got back on the ground while weaving hand signs. Elephant-masked Anbu slammed his hands on the ground. Earth Release, Mud River Jutsu. The ground in front of him turned into mud and flowed towards the swordsman at a high speed. At the same time, the ape-masked Anbu completed his jutsu. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Jutsu. He spat a fire dragon into the mud river. Both jutsus combined seamlessly and moved towards the swordsman ferociously. However, the swordsman just flickered out of the way, and once again moved to their rear and attacked with his sword. The Taki captain saw his actions. He thought, "I can't let him swing his sword anymore, or even I might die here." He weaved signs and spat a water jet at the swordsman to force him back. However, instead of dodging, the swordsman exhaled a Acum cannon into the water jet. The jutsu overwhelmed the water jet and ripped straight through it at a rapid speed. The Taki captain didn't expect such a response and was caught off guard. He barely managed to move to his right. Unfortunately, the jutsu was too fast and much larger than the earlier bullets. The cannon hit the left side of his chest and tore it from his body entirely. Even his heart was destroyed. He fell to the ground with his eyes wide open and full of terror and shock. The sight sent a shiver down the spines of the Iwa Anbu. However, they didn't let it affect them and attacked the swordsman immediately. This time, his position was pelted by hundreds of sharp spikes. However, he still flickered away. The ape-masked Anbu cursed, "Slippery bastard!" However, suddenly their eyes widened. Both looked to their left. A blue arrow of lightning was piercing through everything in its path and approaching them at an insane speed. They immediately tried to jump out of the way, but tripped and fell down. In a panic, they looked at their feet. They were shocked to see that their feet were stuck in the ground. Shock appeared on their faces as they couldn't believe that they were trapped using the element they were most proficient in. The lightning arrow reached them and exploded. Both their bodies were zapped mercilessly. A miserable scream exited their mouth. After a few seconds, the lightning dispersed. The scent of their burnt flesh could be smelled. However, they were still alive and barely stood on their feet. The lightning had got rid of the trap under their feet. Unfortunately, the swordsman appeared behind them and beheaded them both with a single swing of his sword. All 14 ninjas were killed. The swordsman looked at the dead ninjas and thought, "It doesn't matter how many times it happens, your intelligence still shocks me. Shikaku." He looked up to see a turtle-masked Anbu appearing from the ground. He was the one who trapped their feet. Turtle sighed and said, "Your speed keeps amazing me, Hawk. It's as if you get faster every day." The victory was overwhelming, and the major reason for such an overwhelming victory was his speed. He dodged every attack and always had the initiative whenever he decided to attack. At times, his enemies didn't even have the time to form a jutsu. Hawk replied, "They were at most Chunins. Only these two were better. Still, they weren't strong enough. Turtle muttered to himself. Do you have to keep saying that every time? Besides, you are also a chunin. Soon after, a bear-masked and a fox-masked Anbu appeared from the direction from where the lightning arrow was shot. Kuma observed the surroundings and said, "Great work as usual, Hawk." Hawk nodded and asked, "I didn't sense anyone else other than these guys. So is this mission over?" Kuma nodded. "We checked the perimeter and didn't find anyone else. There shouldn't be any more danger for Yuya. And if something does happen, he still has Yuto protecting him. In any case, this was the only attack that the commander predicted. It isn't our job to keep protecting them until they reach their home." Hawk nodded. Of course, the commander who Kuma referred to was Konoha's Junin commander and not the Anbu commander. Shikaku had predicted that a move would be made against Ito Yuya, who had good relations with Konoha. Hence, Kuma's Anbu unit was sent to eliminate the attackers and push the blame on Iwagakure. Kuma approached the dead bodies and instructed, "Turtle, crush them with earth release. Make it look like they were killed by Iwagakure ninjas instead of a sword." Turtle nodded and got to work. In a few minutes, he changed how the wounds on everyone's bodies looked. He stabbed earth spears into the wounds made by the air and acume bullets. As for the ones that were beheaded, he crushed their bodies at the spot of the cut so that they wouldn't look like a clean cut. If anyone would see their bodies, it would be very unlikely that they could be traced back to the spectral swordsman. Hawk inspected the bodies and nodded in satisfaction. The truth is that he had done many more killings than he was given credit for. However, most of them were hidden due to Turtle's methods, so he was looked at as more of a fable rather than a bloodthirsty killer. After planting some fake evidence, Turtle buried all the bodies in the ground, and they left without speaking another word and began returning to Konoha. They returned back to their quarters in the Anbu. After removing their masks, Tsuyoshi said, "Great work as usual. The mission was completed without a hitch." He looked at Fujin and said with a smile, "Fujin, over the last 20 months, your performance has been brilliant. Lord Hokage has acknowledged your performance and asked you to meet him tomorrow." His praise for Fujin wasn't unjustified. Fujin had fit into the Anbu unit like a glove and seamlessly blended into the Anbu lifestyle. He was efficient, deadly, and didn't seek fame or glory. Despite having a famous title, very few in Konoha knew that it was him. Kane and Teru's eyes widened as they realized what Tsuyoshi meant. Fujin nodded and said with a smile, "All right." Teru immediately patted Fujin's shoulder and said in excitement, "Congrats, Fujin." Finally, a major time skip. I initially didn't want to keep such a long time skip in the story, as the story is supposed to follow Fujin's life and progress. But unfortunately, I was running out of good ideas. I didn't want to keep extending the story by repeating similar missions or training sessions. So I decided to go for a longer time skip to move the story forward to the more important events. I will slowly show everything that Fujin learned during this period. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon, link.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Mason, Jeff, and Luke for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 240, Settling Debt with Interest. Chapter 243 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hey guys, this chapter is sponsored by Madison Brown. You can thank him for the double release. Kane also realized why Fujin was called by the Hokage. He smiled and said, "Looks like you won the race for promotion to Anbu Captain." He sighed and continued, "Makes sense, though, considering how many people you have killed. Your Spectral Swordsman title is very well known and feared." Tsuyoshi shook his head and said, "The Anbu Captain title isn't handed so easily. You will be given a promotion mission. The mission is usually very difficult. Only if you perform it satisfactorily will you be promoted. Anyways, no point in speculating about it. Take some rest today and ensure that you are at your complete readiness tomorrow." Fujin nodded and said, "All right, Captain. Thank you for all your guidance." the squad dispersed. Unlike the time with his Jinin squad, the Anbu squad never hung together other than when they were training or doing missions. Tsuyoshi had instructed them to not appear together in public while they were a part of the Anbu. Due to this, the trio of Fujin, Teru, and Kion never went out together to eat or party despite being in the same team for over a year and a half. Fujin grabbed a random mask, put it on, and walked out of the room while thinking, "A secret mission, huh? I wonder what it will be." He thought for a bit and speculated, it will most probably be another political scheme by Shikaku. That guy makes way too many schemes. No wonder Konoha's position is so solid despite being vulnerable militarily for so long. Anyways, it is still early morning. What should I do for the day? Just resting the entire day will be a waste. As he was thinking, he walked towards the training facilities of the Anbu. A grin formed on his face behind the mask. With his next step, his physical features transformed. His height increased to 6 feet 6 inches and his body became very slim. On his next step, his chakra signature transformed. It became heavy in yin chakra. If a sensor were to sense him, it would be very difficult to link him to Fujin. He kept walking nonchalantly to the training facilities. After arriving at the facility, he saw a few other Anbu. Without exchanging words with anyone or attracting any attention, he walked towards the wind training rooms and entered one. His eyes immediately roamed through the room. All the seals in the room that were inscribed and hidden in the room became visible to him. Many of these seals were for inspection and spying. He acted as if he didn't notice any of them, and sat in the center of the room and began meditating. Just like in the tower in the Forest of Death, these rooms also had elemental crystals. Fujin began absorbing the energy from the crystal. The room didn't initially have any methods of investigation and spying. But, shortly after Fujin entered the Anbu, he began using these rooms, and his rate of absorbing the energy from wind crystals skyrocketed. He initially needed to meditate for 4 hours for 12 days to completely absorb all the energy in one wind crystal. But in a few months, he got used to absorbing energy from the wind crystal. He began exhausting an entire crystal in one meditation session of 4 hours. This development alarmed Hiruzen. Wind crystals used to be the ones that used to be the slowest to be exhausted, but suddenly its rate of absorption became second to only fire crystals. He immediately tried to investigate but didn't find anything, so he resorted to inscribing seals in the wind training rooms. Unfortunately, Fujin was a seal master as well. He easily identified the seals and played around with them. Hiruzen couldn't figure out how the crystal was getting absorbed so quickly. Numerous times, he also sent some Anbu to spy on the meditation rooms. But in that case, Fujin would absorb very little energy from the wind crystal. Due to this, no one could blame him. Instead, the Anbu ninjas that were keeping an eye became his perfect alibi. Of course, Hiruzen did suspect him. After all, the number of wind users was very low in Konoha. After failing to find any suspect, he thought very hard. The absorption rate of wind crystals increased suddenly after the new Anbu were inducted. Of those 234, only 5 specialize in wind release. But I can't disregard others, or the older Anbu, as it is possible that they are developing wind as their second or third element. Finally, Hiruzen gave up. Leave it. Even if I find the culprit, I can't punish them or tell them to stop. Otherwise, everyone else will begin questioning the speech I gave to motivate them. Besides, even though the usage is high, we do have a good stock of wind crystals. It is still within an acceptable range. Since he joined the Anbu, Fujin alone used up around 250 wind crystals. He had successfully used up all the money Hiruzen earned by gambling on him, and was still collecting interest. The overall consumption of wind crystals during this period was over 400. It barely exceeded earth and water crystals, which were in the range of 350 to 400. Of course, fire crystals were still the ones being used the most. The Anbu training facility used over 1,500 fire crystals every year. Due to the sudden increase in Anbu numbers, Hiruzen ran out of fire crystals a few times. If not for the fact that the Uchiha clan no longer existed, and he could divert the fire crystals that used to be allotted to them, he would have been forced to apply restrictions on the fire training rooms. Other than the wind crystals, Fujin also absorbed energy from lightning, fire, and earth crystals. However, his rate of absorption with them was very low. His rate of absorbing wind energy kept increasing rapidly until he hit a limit. But his other elements didn't experience such an increase in the rate of absorption, and he reached their limits much sooner. Fujin had expected such a result from fire and earth crystals, but he was disappointed when he couldn't increase the speed of absorption from lightning crystals. Of course, despite the slower rate of absorption, it was still very helpful in improving his affinity with those elements. In around 3.5 hours, Fujin emptied the wind crystal. He got up and went into a lightning training room. These rooms didn't have the same level of investigative seals. The seals in the wind training room didn't detect that the crystal was empty until another Anbu visited to train his wind element and realized that it was empty. Fujin spent most of his day in the training facility and only returned home late at night. He had dinner and went to sleep. The next day, he once again began his morning with an intense morning workout. Unless he was out on a mission, Fujin never missed his morning workout for even a single day. Instead, his morning workout had gotten even more intense. He had managed to use his previous training seal at its 100% capacity. He created a new seal for himself that had a maximum limit 4 times higher than the seal Hiruzen had created for him. Fujin returned home after the workout and freshened up for the meeting with Hiruzen. While getting prepared, he took a look at his bracers and thought, "I have been using these bracers since I became a genin. Time to change it." He took off his bracers. A grin formed on his face as he thought, "The spectral swordsman identity has become too well known. All the Anbu ninjas from the 4 major villages identify me on sight. Even though they don't know about most of my capabilities, it is annoying when they get on full alert and don't provide any openings. It's time to play that card." He discarded his old bracers and put on new ones. Unlike his previous ones, these were very thin and of the same color as his skin. So from a distance, it was very difficult to spot them. In addition, he had inscribed dozens of small storage seals on each bracer and stored a variety of weapons in it. His chakra metal swords were also stored in the bracers. Of course, despite being very thin, they were much harder than his previous bracers, as they used better metals, and Fujin himself worked with the blacksmith to inscribe seals into them to make them as tough as he could. With all preparations made, he placed the seal on his door and flickered towards the Hokage building. AN, you can sponsor chapters through Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 241, The Bait. Chapter 244 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Ant saw a lot of comments asking for Fujin's age. Fujin is 13 years 8 months old right now. Naruto's batch will graduate when Fujin is 16. Fujin knocked and entered the Hokage's office. He noticed that Shikaku was also in the room. However, apart from them, no one else was in the room. Even the 4 Anbu ninjas that usually guarded Hiruzen weren't there. Hiruzen smiled and asked, "Fujin, how have you been?" He noticed the new bracers Fujin was wearing and immediately noticed the high number of seals inscribed in them. He looked into Fujin's eyes and meaningfully said, "Good bracers." Fujin ignored the gaze and the implications behind his words. He replied with a smile, "Thank you, Grandpa. I have been well." Hiruzen had gotten used to Fujin ignoring subtle messages. He said, "Your performance in the Anbu has been very good. Both Tsuyoshi and the Anbu commander have recommended me for promoting you to the Anbu captain rank. However, the Anbu captain rank is equivalent to the Junin rank. So to become one, you have to complete a promotion mission." Fujin nodded and said, "Yes, Captain informed me." Hiruzen looked at Shikaku. Shikaku stepped forward and handed a scroll to Fujin and said, "Recently, we have been getting multiple strange reports from the Land of Wind. We suspect that Tsunagakure wants to end the alliance with us while the daimyo of the Land of Wind doesn't. Your mission will be to infiltrate into the Land of Wind and cause discontent for Tsunagakure among their nobles, and make them more inclined to assign missions to Konoha." The scroll has multiple scrolls with details of all the nobles in the Land of Wind, their nature, likes, dislikes, the people precious to them, and their current relations with us and Suna, along with some recommendations for you. You will act on your own and are free to do whatever you want to make progress in the mission. Just don't let anyone know that you are from Konoha. Fujin furrowed his eyebrows. The mission was huge. Though he had grown stronger, his strength wasn't at a level where he could casually influence the relations between a daimyo and a kage. Hiruzen and Shikaku noticed his expressions but didn't say anything. Fujin said, "The mission is too difficult. Though I could make some moves, I am sure that Suna will retaliate immediately, so my actions won't make much of a difference." Shikaku nodded and said, "Yes, but you don't need to worry. You aren't the only one we have sent. Many other Anbu ninjas have been given the same promotion mission, so the attention from Sunagakure will be divided among all of you. Of course, if you think that you can't continue the mission anymore, you are allowed to retreat. In addition, be careful of who you kill, as the Anbu ninjas we deployed will be under disguises." A frown formed on Fujin's face. The mission was not only difficult, but it also had several complexities. He sighed and thought, "Despite the training, most of my missions in the Anbu were straightforward assassination, elimination, or protection missions. I guessed that Hiruzen wanted me to focus on those skills. Looks like my guess was wrong. This mission will be a pain in the ass." Fujin asked, "How long do I have to stay there?" Shikaku replied, "As long as you can. Retreat when you think that your cover might be blown or you don't think you can make any further progress towards the mission. The success or failure of the mission will be decided by how long you manage to stay in the Land of Wind and the result of your actions there." Fujin digested the information. Shikaku asked, "Any more questions?" Fujin shook his head and said, "No, but I would like to have the attire of a Sand Anbu ninja along with a new mask that is popular among their ranks." Shikaku had expected such a request from Fujin. He handed Fujin another scroll and said, "This scroll has what you asked for. It also has enough ration bars and water to last half a year." Fujin accepted the scroll. At the same time, he got an idea of how long he was expected to stay undercover in the Land of Wind. Shikaku asked, "Are you ready to move out, or do you need some time to prepare?" Fujin replied, "I can move out right away." Shikaku nodded and said, "Good. We have one more mission for you. This one isn't related to your promotion mission, but a good performance could influence our decision if your performance in the Land of Wind is subpar." Fujin looked at Shikaku without changing his expression and thought, "Do you still not know that such manipulation tactics don't work on me?" Shikaku obviously knew it. He had interacted several times with Fujin, but he was just too lazy to change his ways for just one person. From his point of view, regardless of how he spoke, Fujin would act the same way. So he didn't bother changing his dialogue. Shikaku said, "In recent times, we have noticed the movement of some bounty hunter rogue ninjas in the forests around our village. I speculate that they have an accomplice in the village who monitors the movements of ninjas and informs his group outside the village. We tried trapping them, but haven't had any success so far, as they are very careful with their targets." Hiruzen added, "You haven't been seen much since a bounty was put on your head, as your Anbu achievements haven't been credited to you yet. So you will be the perfect bait for them. Go through the Illage Gate without any disguise and let them see you. Hopefully, they will think of you as the perfect target and ambush you outside the village. We will send a Junin squad to follow you stealthily from a distance. They will reinforce you as soon as the battle begins or you send a signal." Fujin thought for a few seconds and said, "All right, do we have any intel on who the rogue bounty hunters are?" Hiruzen shook his head. "We have eliminated one group who had rogue ninjas from Iwa, but they didn't have any intel on others. According to our calculations, there are 3 more groups." Fujin said, "Okay, I will move out now." He left the office and began walking casually towards the village gate while thinking, "Bounty hunters? I haven't encountered any in this world other than Kakuzu. Anyways, as long as he or any other S-rank ninjas aren't involved, I should be fine. If they are weak, I can eliminate them myself. Otherwise, I will just have to stall them." Fujin reached the gate and felt a few eyes on himself. He analyzed, Though there are a bunch of eyes on me, it will be difficult to say who is with the bounty hunters. After all, there are always a bunch of eyes on the village gate. Oh well, let's see. As soon as Fujin left the village, 2 pairs of eyes sparkled in greed. One of these pairs belonged to a man in his 20s with an ordinary appearance and was operating a fireworks shop near the village gate. He observed the direction in which Fujin left and couldn't help but lick his lips. He thought, when we made a list of the good targets, this boy topped it. Who knows which gods he offended to get such a big bounty? Unfortunately, this coward didn't leave the village for so long. But finally, it's time. The man looked at a stall opposite his. The man in that stall also looked back at him. Their eyes met. Both quickly used their methods to inform their respective groups. However, unknown to both of them, one squad of Junins left the village secretly and followed Fujin from a few kilometers away. If either of the 2 bounty hunter groups knew about the existence of these ninjas, they wouldn't dare to approach Fujin even if their courage was amplified 100 times. After all, this group was led by Konoha's newest elite Junin, Copy Ninja Kakashi. Fujin didn't sense Kakashi's squad. However, he wasn't surprised, as he wouldn't be good bait if they could be sensed so easily. He continued traveling through the woods as if everything was normal, but he didn't move at his max speed to not create any doubts in the minds of the bounty hunters. 2 groups of bounty hunters quickly moved towards the route from Konoha to the Land of Rain. The first group was made of rogue ninjas from Kirigakure. They excelled in assassination. Their group contained 11 ninjas. Before betraying, 8 were Chunins in Kiri, while the remaining 3 were Junins. The second group was made of rogue ninjas from the countries of Lands of Rain, River, Grass, Bird, and Bear. This group had 24 people, 11 of whom were Junins in their village before they went rogue. Both reached the same spot on the route at the same time and got into a standoff. After all, their messengers had also informed them that another group of bounty hunters might also be hunting Fujin, and neither wanted the other group to get to Fujin first. AN. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Kyle, Kaio Kayudo, High Priestess of Torga, Ignacio, Hattori KKG, Darius, and Ashiwar for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 242, I don't want to be a bait anymore. Chapter 245 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The 2 groups of bounty hunters stared at each other. Suddenly, Kido Shiro, one of the Kiri rogues, sighed in relief and said loudly, "Thankfully we found them. I was worried that these morons might ambush him closer to Konoha and steal our jackpot." His statement irked the bounty hunters in the other group. One of them sneered and said, "Aren't you being too cocky? We outnumber you by more than 2 to 1. Do you think you have a chance to compete against us?" The leader of the Kiri rogues grinned. His name was Higashi Renzo. He was a large, muscular guy with hideous scars all over his body. He was being trained to be the next generation of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. Unfortunately, before he could complete his training, everything went crazy in that country. Renzo said in a hoarse voice, "You may outnumber us, but do you weaklings think you have any chance against us?" A wave of killing intent washed over the other group of bounty hunters. Their expressions became very grim. Though they haven't ever experienced it, Kiri's cruel methods and the craziness of their ninjas were well known throughout the world. Ogawa Shingo, the leader of this group, exerted his chakra to snap his comrades out of the killing intent unleashed by his opponent. The Kiri ninjas were about to attack, but he raised his hand and said, "Stop. If we fight here, we will alert the Konoha ninjas and will be hunted until we are all dead. Even if you are strong, against Konoha, you are nothing but bugs. Not only will you not get the bounty, but you will be hunted. So why not team up? We will ambush the kid together and split the reward on his head. We will each get 10 million Ryo and won't have to fight each other to death." Shiro immediately said, "Why would we split the rewards with you?" As for Konoha ninjas, we will have long killed you all, and that brat and left even before those tree huggers sense something is row. He was interrupted by a Junin who said, "Shut up! Renzo, let's cooperate. The Konoha ninjas are already hunting for us. A huge battle could invite all sorts of trouble." Renzo wanted to fight. However, he couldn't disregard the concerns of the Junin who just spoke. After all, he was the only seal master in their group and was his second in command. Without his help, bounty hunting would become much more risky. Renzo looked at Shingo and said, "All right, let's team up." The two groups teamed up and set up an ambush for Fujin. Fujin had a frown on his face. Even after traveling for 6 hours, no one intercepted or attacked him. He thought, did they sense the trap that Shikaku laid for them? Or were their accomplices on a break when I left the village? He continued moving through the vast forests of the Land of Fire while occasionally activating and spreading his chakra field. Finally, after half an hour, he sensed something off. His speed slowed down as he maintained his chakra field and analyzed, "I can't sense 4 locations. These guys have a seal master within their ranks. That's annoying. I can't check how strong they are, but this might not be entirely bad. Since they are separated, I will hunt them one by one." The 4 locations that Fujin's chakra field couldn't sense were small underground rooms constructed using earth release. If it was a normal sensor, he wouldn't feel anything off. But Fujin himself was a seal master, so it couldn't be hidden from him. The 4 locations were all spread properly. 2 were close to the path that Fujin was taking, while the remaining 2 locations covered the left and the right sides. Fujin locked his eyes on the location to the left. He was about to move when he suddenly stopped. His eyes shrunk as his instincts warned him, and he stayed in his location. He thought, "Why am I having such a bad feeling? It is almost comparable to the feeling I had when we fell into Darui's trap." During his time in Anbu, Fujin had developed an incredible sense of danger. His instincts would warn him every time he was about to fall in grave danger. Though he wasn't completely sure, Fujin speculated that it was a result of him gaining more experience, and due to him using his sensing abilities hundreds of thousands of times. The seals in those hidden locations were more advanced than what Fujin had speculated. When his chakra field covered those locations, a few seals began emitting green light. The leader in each of the rooms frowned. They knew that Fujin was a sensor, but didn't expect him to spread his chakra field deep in the forest. However, they didn't make a move as they knew that a sensor wouldn't be able to sense them. They expected Fujin to continue forward into their trap. However, their frowns deepened when Fujin didn't move forward and the seals kept emitting the green light. Renzo asked, "Did he discover us?" The seal master answered, "That is unlikely, unless he is a seal master himself or works closely with one." Renzo quickly analyzed the situation and said, "It doesn't matter. He is just one Chunin brat. Let's go out and hunt him." He quickly broke the seal on the underground room and appeared outside. At the same time, the other 3 hideouts also received the message, and soon they broke out as well. Fujin immediately sensed everyone and began sweating. He almost cursed. What the fuck? 35 fucking bounty hunters, and 7 of them have Junin levels of chakra. The bounty hunters ran towards Fujin at full speed. Fortunately, Fujin was over a mile away from their location. He quickly ran backwards and made a few shadow clones while thinking, "This is the last time I'm being the bait. The smartest man and the most experienced man, my ass. If I didn't know them any better, I'd think that this is a scheme to kill me." 4 chakra fields extended towards Fujin and his clones and began sensing him. Fujin was left speechless once again. He cursed. Seriously, what the hell? Seal masters, sensors, such huge numbers. Don't tell me Akaj is also hiding within their ranks. Fujin didn't know that 2 groups of bounty hunters were hunting him together. He'd have been confident of taking one group on by himself. But with the 2 groups working together, he didn't want to take much risk. Hiruzen and Shikaku also didn't predict that Fujin would lure 2 groups of bounty hunters. Otherwise, they would have sent more ninjas along with him. At the same time, Pakken said, "Kakashi, 35 new scents have suddenly appeared." Kakashi's eyes widened as he exclaimed, 35? Pakken replied, "Yes, Fujin is running back in our direction, but enemies are faster than him. They will reach him before us." Kakashi said. "Everyone, we will move at our fastest speed." Guy grinned and said loudly, 35 bounty hunters on your first mission as an elite Junin. I'd expect nothing less from my eternal rival." Despite talking, he was the only one in the squad who was able to keep up with Kakashi's speed. Kakashi didn't pay attention to Guy's words as he was confused. Didn't Shikaku say that Fujin was incredibly fast on his feet? How are they faster than him? Among the bounty hunters, one of the censors informed, his chakra has split into 4. According to the intel, he knows the shadow clone jutsu. "I can't identify who is the real one," Renzo commanded. "Keep track of all 4 of them. If they split, we will also split and chase one each." Fujin's clones didn't split up. The bounty hunters moved incredibly fast and quickly caught up with Fujin. They still maintained the 4 groups. 2 were trying to chase Fujin from the right and left, while the remaining 2 were on his rear. The ones in the rear were led by Renzo and Shingo, respectively. Fujin looked back at them and thought, "All right, they are close enough." Fujin and his clones split into pairs of 2 and dispersed in opposite directions. This forced the 2 groups in his rear to split up and move towards the groups on their respective sides. The situation suddenly changed, as now the groups on Fujin's 2 sides became the closest to him, while the groups at his rear lagged behind. Fujin kept observing their positions. Soon, all 4 groups of bounty hunters and the 2 pairs of Fujin's clones were in a straight line. Fujin and his clones stopped and turned around. Fire release, searing migraine jutsu. Wind release, infinite breakthrough jutsu. One clone released the searing migraine jutsu, while the one next to release the infinite breakthrough jutsu. The same was replicated by the other pair. The jutsus combined together perfectly and fused into one deadly attack. The bounty hunters who were chasing at their full speed were suddenly stunned to see a massive firestorm head towards them. The attack came without any warning, and they had very little time to react. AN. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Nelfheim, Cutler, and Alejandro for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 243, The Source of Danger. Chapter 246 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. On one side, the group closest to Fujin was a Kiri group of 5 led by their 3rd Junin. The former Kiri Junin rapidly weaved hand signs. Water release, water wall jutsu. A water wall appeared in front of his group of 5 just before the combination attack reached them. The jutsu hit the water wall and broke through it as if it was air. A huge amount of steam was released as the entire water wall evaporated. Renzo saw with wide eyes as 5 of his men were being engulfed by the firestorm. He could hear their screams. He quickly completed hand signs and shouted, "Quickly flood this place." Water release, exploding water shockwave. The other 5 in his group also used the same jutsu. A huge amount of water was released, which formed giant waves and moved towards the incoming attack and their allies. On the other side, a couple of Junins slammed their hands on the ground. Earth release, earth wall jutsu. 2 walls appeared in front of them. However, the range of the combination attack was too much. It easily engulfed the walls and hit the group regardless. Unlike the battle-hardened Kiri rogues, this group didn't have the same expertise. For the first time in their lives, they began experiencing the unique feeling of being cooked alive. A few quickly escaped into the ground, while the others screamed miserably within the firestorm. The group behind them saw the terror in front of them. Shingo quickly slammed his hands on the ground. Earth release, earth dome. Seeing the mistake made by the group in front of him, he chose a jutsu that would protect them from all sides. The fire-wind combination jutsu engulfed the dome, but the people inside were safe. Water and fire clashed on the other side of the battlefield. The combined efforts of 6 ninjas overpowered the combination jutsu, and water waves engulfed their allies. The water doused the fire on them and provided them with some relief. 4 Kiri rogues were burnt badly. Only the Junin was in better shape as he had a thin layer of water armor surrounding him. A look of relief appeared on the faces of the 6 ninjas when suddenly they began feeling the heat. They looked behind themselves and saw in horror as another jutsu of the same scale approached them. Since the second bandit group didn't stop the attack and just protected themselves, the Kiri rogue ninjas had to face an attack from both sides. This situation was a result of Fujin's clever manipulation of the battlefield. Since he split into 2 groups, the bounty hunters assumed that he wanted to run away. They didn't even notice that they were all in a straight line. All their attention was entirely on the pair in front of them. Renzo once again weaved hand signs. In the nick of time, he completed his jutsu and spat out massive amounts of water. His jutsu was overwhelmed, but the water brought them enough time for others to repeat that jutsu. A water pool was formed which engulfed the 11 Kiri rogue ninjas and kept them protected from the fire. However, the water itself was heating up and evaporating at a rapid speed. Everyone could feel the heat, especially the 4 people from the first group who were very badly burnt. Renzo looked at the firestorm with a frown on his face. He cursed. Horrible! The intel was way off. It didn't mention large-scale wind jutsus. It didn't even say that he knew any fire jutsus. All it said was to be careful of his Akyum jutsus and swordplay. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he realized, Akyum jutsus? Fuck! Despite being underwater, he shouted, Be careful! It was a no-brainer that Fujin's ability with the fire release was completely a surprise to them. After all, he had developed it entirely during his time with the Anbu. While he didn't intend to keep it a secret like his lightning release, he hadn't been on any mission without his mask, so very few were aware of it. Fujin's details in the bingo book were almost 2 years old. Since he was never seen leaving the village after getting the bounty hunters assumed that he had given up on his ninja career. Fujin's clones observed the bounty hunters. In the group that used earth walls, 3 had escaped underground while the remaining 6 were burning. Behind them, 15 people were hiding in an earth dome. A smirk formed on both their faces. A dozen Akyum bullets formed in both their mouths. They launched them all simultaneously. The group of 15 bounty hunters were feeling safe inside the dome. Suddenly, bullets rained into the dome. They were all caught off guard and couldn't even move. 12 ninjas had their hearts, brains, or throats pierced. They collapsed on the spot. The remaining 3 were also injured, but could still move around. They quickly escaped underground in terror and moved towards the Kiri group. On the other side, Fujin's clones observed the Kiri ninjas being protected by water and guessed, This group looks to be exclusively from Kiri, whereas that squad is only using Earth Release. Does this bounty hunter group have factions within them? Oh well, they'll all be dead anyways. Wind Release, Akyum, Serial Wave Jutsu. Sharp Akyum blades were launched at the water pool, protecting them. The vacuum blades moved through the fire and into the water right when Renzo shouted. The 4 ninjas that were badly burnt didn't even see the attack coming and were cut into 2. The Junin who was injured tried to dodge as well. He barely moved his body and head out of the way, but one vacuum blade hit below his right knee and cut his leg off. The remaining 6 managed to dodge the attack. Renzo's heart ached. 4 Chunins were dead while 1 Junin would no longer be able to fight. That was a huge loss for his group. He felt a great hatred for Fujin and the messenger. At the same time, he felt regret for choosing Fujin as the target. However, his expression soon became vicious. He decided, Since you have caused us so much loss, I will claim your bounty no matter what. I cannot disappoint Lord Mizukage any further. The effects of the Fire-Wind combination jutsu had finally begun dissipating. Renzo looked at his subordinates that were still fine. They noticed his gaze and nodded. Soon, 6 bounty hunters from the other group came out of the ground next to the Kiri survivors. They looked at the situation around them in shock. Of the 35 attackers, only 6 were still uninjured. As many as 23 had died or were critically injured, and it had barely been over a couple of minutes since they began chasing after Fujin. Swords appeared in the hands of Fujin and his clones. They flickered towards the bounty hunters. The combination of searing migraine and infinite breakthrough jutsus was one of his strongest methods. Since this group managed to survive, using the same jutsu once again on them wouldn't be very effective. After all, he no longer had the element of surprise. Renzo noticed his movements and said, "They are coming. Prepare yourself." Everyone readied themselves. Fujin's attacks had eliminated most of the weaker ones from their ranks. Of the remaining people, half had Junin ranks before going rogue. Fujin's clone appeared to one side of the group and swung his sword from 5 meters away. A sword wave was launched at them. The expression of the group became grim. Apart from Renzo, only one person was able to follow the movement of Fujin and his clones. Just before the sword slash could hit them, a barrier appeared around them. The slash hit the barrier and caused it to shake, but it stood erect. Fujin's eyes landed on the Junin who created the barrier. He thought, "So this guy is probably their seal master." Fujin wasn't bothered that his attack wasn't successful. The information he gained in exchange for merely swinging his sword was sufficient. However, before he could attack once more, Renzo left the barrier. He raised his sword and slashed it down on the clone who had just attacked the barrier. Fujin's clone easily blocked his sword, but couldn't cut through it, as Renzo also used chakra flow on his sword. At the same time, Shinjo and 2 Junins from his group exited the barrier and attacked the other 3 Fujins. Fujin was surprised. He defended while analyzing the barrier. "It looks like this is a one-way barrier. It prevents entry but allows exit. A good way to keep attacking from a location." Suddenly, 4 more bounty hunters exited the barrier. They were the 4 Chunins, including Shiro, from Renzo's group. Fujin frowned. He didn't want to get ganged up on. So the 4 of them counterattacked. Renzo was able to hold the opponent back, but the other 3 were feeling overwhelmed. Fujin's clones barely managed to get away from them and were about to attack the 4 ninjas that exited the barrier when those ninjas avoided Fujin and ran in 4 different directions. Fujin was confused. He thought, "The hell? Are they quitting the group and escaping? Or do they plan to attack me in the back?" He didn't want to risk getting pincered and wanted to attack them, but the Junins caught up and began fighting once again. Since they blocked him, Fujin confirmed, they aren't running away. The 4 ninjas moved and stood surrounding Fujin and the rest. They made the snake hand seal and clapped their hands. Immediately, a violet barrier began appearing and surrounded Fujin and the other bounty hunters. The barriers formed 4 walls, a roof, and another layer underground, cutting off all means of escape. Fujin was shocked. He muttered, 4 Iolit Flames formation. No wonder I felt such an intense danger. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Cody, Demigod, and Gummy King for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 244, Fooling Everyone. Chapter 47 of Naruto The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. A grin spread on Renzo's face. He said, "You are now trapped. I was planning to just kill you and get your head, but since you have killed 4 of my men, I will torture you until you beg for death." The morale of the remaining hunters in the barrier finally recovered. Fujin thought, "Just 4? Are there multiple groups here?" No fear appeared on Fujin's face. He retorted, "Torture me?" He looked towards his right and said, "I left the village to bait and hunt you down. If you dissolve the formation and surrender, you might be able to keep your life. Otherwise, even if you manage to kill me, your only result will be death." The bounty hunters were shocked to hear that Fujin was the bait. Renzo and others followed Fujin's gaze. Their eyes widened as 4 Konoha ninjas appeared outside the barrier. Shingo muttered with a grim face, "We were schemed against. It is Kakashi of the Sharingan." Their morale, which had just recovered, crashed down. Fujin's words were completely true. They would have a very difficult battle to just kill Fujin. Facing even stronger Konoha ninjas right after it would be a certain death. Meanwhile, Kakashi's group also had grim faces. Yamanaka Ken said, "Fujin is trapped." Kakashi too had a grim face. He said, The barrier has a high demand for chakra, and all 4 ninjas need to keep supplying chakra continuously. We will target one spot and kill one of them. The battlefield entered a deadlock. The Konoha Junins couldn't interfere, and though the bounty hunters were safe for the moment, they were very fearful for their life. Fujin noticed the distraction and immediately took advantage. The clones gathered chakra. The 4 Junins facing them noticed it and reacted. However, a dozen Akyum bullets were already fired at each of them. Despite the low distance and the fast speed of the bullets, they still moved their body as much as they could. Renzo dodged 10 bullets, and the remaining 2 he blocked with his sword. However, cracks spread through his sword due to the power behind the bullets. His expression became dark as he realized, if I hadn't used chakra flow on the swords, the bullets might have pierced straight through them. However, the other 3 weren't as strong as him. They could only move sufficiently for the bullets to miss their vital organs. A bullet grazed the right arm of Shingo. It left a cut so deep that even his bone was visible. The other 2 were hit by 2 to 3 Akyum bullets each. Unfortunately for those 2, they were once again standing right behind each other, so despite dodging, they were targeted by the Akyum bullets heading towards them from their back. One of them was very unlucky. A vacuum bullet hit his back and pierced straight through his heart. He dropped dead. The other one had a couple more holes created in his body, but luckily avoided any critical injuries. One of Fujin's clones laughed and taunted, "This barrier is good. This way none of you can run away." Not wanting to lose any more morale, Renzo immediately attacked the clone closest to him and shouted, "Everyone, attack him! Attack and kill all 4 of him. Only after he is dead, we can plan on how to escape the once outside the barrier." There was still another barrier created inside the 4 Eyelet Flames formation. It still had 5 people. One was the injured Junin from Renzo's group. Another was the Seal Master, while 3 were from the other group. Other than the injured Junin, the others exited the barrier and attacked Fujin's clones. The Seal Master said, "His chakra has become very low. He won't be able to continue for much longer." Fujin's clones were all low on chakra. They had spent a lot of their chakra on the Fire-Wind combination jutsu, and after using Akyum jutsus repeatedly, they didn't have much chakra. Outside the barrier, the Konoha ninjas were getting worried. They were bombarding the barrier with ninjutsu at the spot where Shiro was. The barrier shook, but still stood erect. However, the 4 ninjas, especially Shiro, were under a lot of pressure. Their chakra was being drained rapidly. Suddenly, Pakun noticed something and looked to his left. After observing properly, he said, "Kakashi, focus on your smell in that direction." Kakashi was surprised by Pakun's request. He quickly gathered chakra in his nose and enhanced his sense of smell. Suddenly, his expression became very peculiar. Guy noticed and asked, "What did you smell?" Kakashi shook his head and said, "Nothing. Keep an eye on the barrier. We won't attack anymore as we might run out of chakra before the barrier breaks. If that happens, we will be in a tougher spot." Guy and the 2 special Junins from the Yamanaka clan realized that Kakashi was hiding something. They didn't question him and began paying attention to fighting inside the barrier. Without their attacks, the 4 ninjas maintaining the formation sighed in relief. They quickly consumed a soldier pill to recover their chakra rapidly. Yamanaka Ken said, though maintaining the barrier needs a lot of chakra, they could rest until they have recovered if they keep using soldier pills. Should we call in reinforcements to prevent that? Kakashi shook his head and replied, "No need. There are only 12 left and 2 are severely injured. Regardless of the pills, the 4 maintaining the barrier will be exhausted. We can take them out without much issue." Yamanaka Ken nodded. Inside the barrier, Fujin and his clones fought intensely for 5 minutes. However, the remaining ninjas were all very careful. Fujin took deep breaths while analyzing. "They are too careful. In the last 5 minutes, I only managed to kill that guy with 5 to 6 holes in his body. Though I injured the rest to varying degrees, I haven't been able to injure them critically." He looked towards his other clones. At the same time, they too looked into his eyes and nodded. Suddenly, 3 clones flickered away and appeared next to Shiro. Renzo had a bad feeling. He and the rest ran towards them, but the 3 clones touched the barrier and at the next moment exploded. The force of the explosions was felt throughout the barrier. Shiro fell to his knees and began vomiting blood, while the remaining three also felt the impact. They began coughing blood. Renzo shouted in panic, "Hang on! The barrier must not fall!" The four rogue ninjas gritted their teeth and forcefully maintained the formation. Kakashi and the rest didn't manage to enter inside. Renzo looked viciously at Fujin and said, "That was stupid. Without clones, you are an easy target for us." He immediately ran towards Fujin, who was breathing roughly. Everyone could see that he was exhausted. Guy was getting restless, but Kakashi said, "It's fine, just watch." Renzo swung his sword at Fujin. Fujin deflected his blow with his sword and punched him with his left hand. Renzo punched back at his fist. However, Fujin opened his fist at the last moment and caught Renzo's fist. A grin broke on his face. Renzo suddenly had a bad feeling. Without a word, Fujin exploded. All the bounty hunters were stunned. The explosion created a dust cloud. In a second, a body was launched out of the dust cloud. He landed a few meters away. It was Renzo. His left arm was completely blown off. His chest, abdomen, face, and thighs had hideous burns and were covered in blood. In addition to the existing horrible scars, his entire appearance looked similar to that of a terrifying demon. One of the bounty hunters muttered in disbelief. "Did he explode his main body?" Renzo replied with a hoarse voice. "It was a shadow clone." A sense of disbelief and shock spread through the four ninjas maintaining the barrier and the remaining 7 ninjas inside the barrier. Such huge casualties were inflicted upon them by merely shadow clones. Finally, one said, "No wonder he has a 20 million bounty." No, even a 20 million bounty is low for him. Outside the barrier, everyone other than Kakashi and Pakun was shocked. Yamanaka-ken exclaimed, "That was a shadow clone? Where is his real body?" On cue, Fujin flickered behind him. They quickly turned around to see him. There wasn't a single scratch on his body. Guy and the others realized that Kakashi and Pakun had smelled his scent and hence stopped attacking the formation. Kakashi looked at him and memories regarding Fujin's graduation am surfaced. Fujin had made quite an impact that day by asking for a chakra metal sword. Kakashi never imagined that the boy would become so strong in just a few years. He said, "Good work." Guy had no idea how Fujin managed to achieve this, but he didn't care. He raised his thumb and said with a grin, "You are good. I can feel the power of youth flowing through you." The 2 Yamanaka ninjas also looked at Fujin with surprise in their eyes. The bounty hunters in the barrier noticed Fujin outside the barrier. They had already expected. However, the eyes of the seal master widened. He exclaimed in horror, "His chakra!" 2,000 Power Stones crossed. Bonus chapter next Saturday. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 245, The Formation Breaks. Chapter 248 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio, bonus chapter for reaching 2,000 Power Stones last week. Renzo ignored his missing arm and all his injuries and tried to analyze when Fujin switched with a clone. He realized, according to the intel, he moves very fast. That is why we set up the trap and prepared the formation in the first place. However, when he escaped, his speed didn't match the intel. But our minds were too occupied with claiming his bounty, and we didn't notice the anomaly. He probably switched himself with a clone even before we exited the hidden bases, while his clones moved slowly to catch us off guard with that combination jutsu. Renzo's analysis was very close to the truth. Fujin created a shadow clone with 20% of his chakra and escaped right after sensing that he was facing 35 enemies. He hid his chakra signature and scent, and moved without making any sounds or leaving any trail, due to which the sensors among the bounty hunters never sensed his main body. Later on, when he saw the 4 Eyelet Flames formation, Fujin realized why he was feeling a sense of danger. After realizing that his backup was Kakashi, he stopped hiding his scent so that Kakashi could smell his scent and stop worrying. While it could expose a flaw to the bounty hunters, Fujin didn't care as the bounty hunters were already in deep trouble. Inside the barrier, everyone looked at the Seal Master, who was also a censor, as he exclaimed loudly, His chakra. Renzo looked at him and asked, "What about his chakra?" The Seal Master gulped and said, "It's massive. It's almost twice your maximum chakra, Renzo. He likely only used around 20 to 25% of his chakra on those 4 shadow clones." The eyes of the ninjas inside the barrier widened in horror as they took a look at Fujin once again. Though Fujin had improved a lot during his time in the Anbu, his biggest improvement was the increase in his chakra reserves. As Ryu had speculated, the growth in Fujin's chakra reserves had begun slowing down. But thanks to the fact that his chakra reserves were already comparable to a Junin and the aid provided by the elemental crystals, his growth was still massive. His chakra reserves had grown by 3 times in the last 20 months. In another 6 months, his chakra reserves would reach the same level as Renjiro's. However, Fujin did sense that his growth was slowing down rapidly, so he wasn't sure about reaching Hiruzen's level of chakra at his current rate. Kakashi looked at the spot where Fujin's 3 clones had exploded and said, "Focus your jutsus on that ninja again." The Konoha ninjas were about to attack when Fujin said, "Wait, I'll give them a few more explosions." He created 6 shadow clones, each with 5% of his chakra. 3 flickered close to Shiro, while the other 3 flickered close to the other 3 ninjas maintaining the formation. Kakashi nodded and weaved a few hand signs as well. Lightning release, shadow clone jutsu. A shadow clone infused with lightning appeared and followed Fujin's clones. Fujin's clones once again touched the barrier and exploded. Shiro was prepared this time and poured more chakra into the barrier. However, the explosions were much stronger as the clones were full of chakra. The impact of the explosion was once again sent through the barrier. As the person closest to the explosion, once again the majority of the impact was borne by Shiro. He collapsed on the ground and almost lost consciousness. However, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to stay awake. He said to himself, "No, I have to stay awake. Otherwise, all of us will be dead." Through sheer will, he forced himself to stay awake. Unfortunately, Kakashi's lightning shadow clone appeared and transformed into lightning and hit the barrier on one single point. The barrier could no longer hold on and a small hole appeared in it as the lightning broke through. It hit Shiro and electrocuted him. Shiro was already on his last legs. He didn't even have the energy to scream as his body was electrocuted to death. With his death, the entire formation collapsed. Immediately, all 5 Konoha ninjas flickered towards the opponents. The bounty hunters were on guard as well. As soon as the formation collapsed, they began running away in different directions. However, compared to the fresh Konoha ninjas, the bounty hunters were extremely tired. Fujin's clones immediately attacked the other 3 ninjas who were maintaining the formation. They were already exhausted and low on chakra. None among them could put up a fight and were beheaded with ease. Fujin's clones immediately flickered towards the ones who were escaping. Kakashi flickered behind Renzo. Despite being gravely injured, Renzo stopped running and swung his sword at Kakashi. However, lightning appeared in Kakashi's hand and hit the blade. Despite the chakra around Renzo's sword, lightning still conducted through his sword and into his body. Kakashi said, "Higashi, Renzo, you are a long way from home." Renzo's sword shattered and Kakashi's hand pierced into his chest. At the same time, Guy appeared behind Shingo. Shingo began weaving hand signs. However, Guy grinned, "Too slow." Before Shingo could complete his hand signs, Guy had already reached his position. His eyes widened as he saw a kick coming at him from the top. He immediately moved to his right. Guy's kick landed on the ground. Shingo was still maintaining his hand seal. However, Guy's kick tore the ground open. Hundreds of small stones were launched in all directions. Shingo was hit by dozens of small stones at rapid speed. He was still unharmed, however. He couldn't continue weaving hand signs. Guy quickly attacked him once again. Shingo snorted internally, "Do you think that only you can use taijutsu?" Shingo's physique was much larger and more muscular than Guy's. He formed his fist and punched back at Guy. Their fists collided. Shingo's expression immediately changed. An intense pain coursed through his entire arm. He cursed. What the fuck is his body made of? Unfortunately, he didn't have any time to actually ask that question. Guy's second punch was coming straight at him. Unwillingly, he had to punch back with his other arm. An intense pain coursed through that arm as well. However, it was much worse due to the injury caused by Fujin earlier. He cursed. "Fuck, it feels like my arm will break into two." Guy immediately noticed that his opponent was in a lot of pain. He didn't miss the opportunity and bombarded Shingo with punches and kicks. Shingo, who dared to match Guy in taijutsu despite his injuries, was overwhelmed. He was beaten to a bloody pulp. Guy knocked him unconscious and tied him up while thinking, Lord Hokage wanted some prisoners to check their memories. This guy looked quite strong. He should have some information. Some distance away from where Guy and Shingo were fighting, Fujin flickered behind one of the 3 remaining subordinates of Shingo. The bounty hunter noticed Fujin and turned around to fight. However, he was already very exhausted. There were dozens of small cuts on his body from the earlier fights. He had seen Fujin's clones cut through kunais with ease. So he began weaving hand signs. However, Fujin opened his mouth and shot 8 Akyum bullets. 1 bullet was aimed at his forehead, and another was aimed at his heart. The remaining 6 were to cut off his escape route. The bounty hunter moved his head out of the way and tried to twist his body. However, the Akyum bullets were too fast. 1 grazed past his face and tore his right cheek and ear off. His bloody teeth could be seen. Another bullet hit his ribcage and pierced through his chest. It avoided his heart, but he was on his last legs. With a swing of Fujin's sword, he was beheaded. Fujin spread his chakra field to observe the other battles. He noticed, so Kakashi has already killed their leader. My clones and that guy have killed their opponents as well. Guy should win soon too. So just that Seal Master and the one-legged bounty hunter are alive. Fujin sensed that Kakashi was moving towards the one-legged guy, so he moved towards the Seal Master. Fujin's clones followed him as well. Yamanaka Ken had confronted the Seal Master. Both entered in a fight and were evenly matched. The only bounty hunter who wasn't attacked so far was the one-legged Junin from Kiri. Despite having just 1 leg, he was moving quite fast through the forest. Unfortunately, Kakashi killed Renzo too quickly. He immediately gave chase and caught up. The Junin noticed Kakashi and immediately turned around and weaved hand signs. Kakashi noticed his hand signs and weaved hand signs as well. Water release, water clone jutsu. Fire release, fireball jutsu. 4 water clones appeared next to the Kiri rogue. They saw a giant fireball headed straight at them. One of the clones weaved hand signs. Water release, water wall jutsu. A water wall appeared in front of them. The fireball hit it and exploded. A lot of water was turned into smoke and covered the area, while the rest was splashed back at the ninja and his clones. They were about to attack once again when a sound of lightning was heard. Lightning traveled through the water that was splashed on them and electrocuted them all. All 4 water clones were instantly dispelled. The one-legged Junin's eyes widened. He realized, he used my own jutsu against me. He barely maintained his consciousness. However, Kakashi appeared in front of him and placed his right hand on his chest. Immediately, an intense current passed through his body and knocked him out. Kakashi tied him up and placed a seal on his chest and thought, 1 captured alive. Guy should have captured his opponent as well. This mission is successful. AN, bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you David, Eden, and Ron for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 246, 8 Gate Lockup. Chapter 2 and 49 of Naruto The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Bonus chapter. We reached 3,321 Power Stones in the last week. Highest ever so far. Keep it up, guys. Water release. Water needles jutsu. Water split into hundreds of drops. Each drop turned into a needle and rained at Yamanaka Ken. Ken immediately flickered out of the way while making his hand seal. He flickered once again to get close to his opponent. Mind destruction jutsu. His opponent immediately moved out of the way and jumped on a branch behind him. Suddenly his eyes widened. A Akyum bullet hit his chest and pierced straight through it. However, his body turned into water and collapsed. A few meters behind him, his body appeared once again. He looked at Fujin and said, "You can hide your chakra. No wonder I didn't sense you back then. But now that I know it, hiding it is useless." Fujin didn't reply, but Ken flickered close to him once again and tried using the same jutsu. The Seal Master took out a scroll and jumped back on the ground to dodge Ken's attack. He opened the scroll and smeared his blood across it, and weaved a few hand signs rapidly. Fujin frowned and wondered, is he attempting to reverse summon himself somehow? Chakra gathered in his mouth as he shot a few Acum bullets at him. At the same time, Ken once again used the mind destruction jutsu. However, a black tortoise projection made entirely of chakra appeared between Fujin and the Seal Master. Fujin's Acum bullets hit the shell of the tortoise and were stopped. At the same time, an azure dragon projection appeared between Ken and him. The jutsu hit the dragon but had no impact on him. Fujin frowned as he analyzed, "A barrier?" At the same time, projections of a Ermilion bird and a white tiger were also formed around him. After tanking the jutsus, the projections collapsed and transformed into a barrier around him. The walls of the barrier had the image of those 4 mythical beasts. A smile formed on his face. Fujin gathered a large amount of chakra while changing his location. Wind release. Acum cannon jutsu. Fujin shot the powerful Acum cannon at the wall, which had the Ermilion bird image. The entire barrier shook, but not a single crack appeared on it. The ninja inside the barrier also looked completely fine. He taunted, "This is my strongest barrier. You can keep attacking for days. It won't fall. Your mind-control jutsus will also not work against my barrier." Fujin was surprised. He analyzed, "This barrier is smaller, but it is even more sturdy than the 4 Eyelet Flames formation. Worse, it doesn't look like it is using his chakra. I won't be able to crack it using shadow clone explosions." Fujin immediately snorted, "You are deep within the land of fire. Let me see how long you will keep hiding here." He dispelled his clones and got some chakra back. He sat at some distance from the barrier in case the barrier had any more peculiar means. His eyes began glowing as he started observing the barrier properly. Ken also replicated Fujin's actions and stood in the opposite direction. After some time, the other Yamanaka ninja arrived. He went to Ken to ask him for an update. A few seconds later, Guy and Kakashi arrived. Both were carrying the ones they captured. Guy looked at the barrier and said, "I haven't seen such a barrier yet. What is it?" Kakashi observed the barrier and replied, "Barrier Defense Seal Jutsu, 8-Gate Lockup. It's a wide-range barrier jutsu created by the Uzumaki clan to create a barrier around an entire village. Looks like he has a modified version of it to protect just himself." The Seal Master's expression became grim after seeing the 3 Konoha ninjas arrive. It implied that every other bounty hunter was killed. He replied, "As expected of the copy ninja Kakashi. Since you know about the barrier, you know that you wouldn't be able to break it like the 4 Eyelet Flames formation." Kakashi replied, "Every barrier could be broken. Regardless, this is the land of fire. I could summon hundreds of ninjas and keep a watch on you until you can't maintain the barrier anymore." The Seal Master laughed and said, "Hundreds of ninjas just for me? Ha ha ha. I never expected my life to be so precious for you to waste so much manpower on me." Kakashi said, "It isn't. You won't be able to imagine the torture you'd be put under for wasting our time. So I'll give you an offer. Surrender now, and I will ensure that no harm will come to you. Lord Hokage might even allow you to turn a new page in your life." The Seal Master was surprised. He thought, "I never imagined that Konoha would offer to recruit me." The offer was alluring. However, his eyes laid on the 2 Yamanakas and he rejected that idea. "No, these 2 will read my memories. Once they do, they won't allow me to live." He opened another scroll and said, "It's a tempting offer. Unfortunately, I can't do it." He made a confrontation hand seal. Immediately, dozens of explosion tags appeared from the scroll. A few stuck to his body while the rest stuck on the 4 symbols on the barrier. The Konoha ninjas immediately became alert. In the next moment, all the explosion tags exploded. Fujin immediately flickered away. Kakashi slammed his hands on the ground. Earth release, Earth Dome Jutsu. A dome appeared from the ground and covered him and Guy. At the same time, the last ninja grabbed Yamanaka Ken and escaped underground. The barrier collapsed. The chakra of the Seal Master and within the barrier fueled the explosion and caused a fire to spread in all 4 directions. It also caused cracks to spread within the ground around the barrier. Kakashi noticed that the ground under his feet as well as the dome had begun cracking. His expression became grim as he poured chakra into the ground to strengthen it. The 2 Yamanakas who were escaping underground had it rough. As the ground cracked, some heat entered the ground. After flickering a few times, Fujin turned around to see. The fire had spread for almost 300 meters from the explosion spot. He was surprised. What a crazy bastard! That barrier was a trap. He didn't intend to protect himself. He just wanted to use its chakra to amplify the explosions from those tags. He even used all his own chakra to amplify the explosions. Soon, the explosion died down, and only the fire remained. A few water dragons appeared in between the fire and moved through the fire and began dousing it. The water also entered into the cracks in the ground. The 2 Yamanakas sensed it and left the underground. Fujin sensed that they were all fine, so he flickered back towards where Kakashi was. He first looked at the spot of the explosion. There was no sign of any dead body. The Seal Master's body was completely obliterated. Fujin looked at the 2 Yamanakas and asked, "Are you 2 all right?" Both of them had several burns on their skin. Ken nodded and said, "It's fine. It's just minor burns." He looked at Kakashi and asked, "Why did that bastard commit suicide? Wouldn't accepting your offer be much better for him?" Kakashi replied, "More than suicide, it looked like he wanted to burn all the dead bodies. This way, we won't be able to gain any intel from them. Of course, if he managed to kill any of us, that would have been a bonus for him." Ken looked around and frowned. "All the dead bodies will have been burnt by the fire. We won't be able to read their memories now. It looks like he wanted to hide something crucial." He looked at the 2 ninjas that Kakashi and Guy had captured and added, "Information that these 2 wouldn't have." Kakashi nodded and said, "Yes, I guess he didn't know about this." He took out a scroll and opened it. He made a hand seal and Renzo's body popped out. He said, "I had stored his body as he was likely their leader. Read his memories." Yamanaka Ken nodded and immediately got to work. He placed his palm on the forehead of the dead body and inserted his chakra into his head to inspect his memories. Fujin's eyes were glued to him. The Yamanaka clan's ability to read memories of dead bodies was something he had wanted for some time. Unfortunately, he didn't get to visit the T&I department frequently. During his time in the Anbu, he had only seen it being done thrice. Fujin analyzed. Just like before, the chakra that invades the brain of the dead body is pure yin chakra. It is almost entirely the opposite of medical ninjutsu. But how exactly does this work? Despite observing it for the 4th time, he didn't have any idea about the internal workings of the jutsu. Though he had killed hundreds of people, his Anbu squad would always be close by. He never got to experiment on the dead bodies. And he had no intention of experimenting on the only dead body still in his possession. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN? If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, w.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Leanne, Quiet River Crab, and Trevi for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 247, My Shamelessness is Not Enough. Chapter 250 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Ken continued reading his memories for a few minutes. Sweat appeared on Ken's body. It was apparent that reading memories from a dead body was very taxing on him. Finally, he let him go. His expression was grim. Kakashi asked, "Did you get any information from him?" Ken nodded and said, "I couldn't read all his memories, but the ones that I could show that this bounty hunting was a scheme made by Kirigakure." Kakashi furrowed his eyebrows. Ken continued. He hadn't gone rogue. Instead, he was given a mission by an elder from the Mizukage faction from Kirigakure. They currently have a huge advantage against the rebels who are hiding. Since they are hiding, the forces of Mizukage are ideal. But the rebellion means that no one will issue missions there. So to raise funds, they issued him a mission. He was to go rogue, get in touch with other rogue Kiri ninjas, and form a bounty hunter group. After collecting the bounties, they would secretly send the majority of the bounty to Kirigakure. That seal master was assigned as his deputy for this mission. Apart from them, all others were actual rogue nines who got used. Ken's words left the four Konoha ninjas speechless. Even after going rogue, those guys were still being made to work for Kirigakure unknowingly. Fujin couldn't help but think, what a scheme! And what shamelessness! Sigh, every time I think that I am getting too shameless, this world gives me a reality check. These bastards are 100 times more shameless than me. I need to improve myself. Back in Konoha, a chill passed through the spine of Hiruzen. He immediately got alert and observed his surroundings. He didn't notice anything weird and wondered, why did it suddenly feel like someone wanted to take everything from me? Are any of my former students or teammates scheming something? It has been a while since I have paid attention to their movements. Back in the vast forests in the Land of Fire, Kakashi said, "It is a great scheme. The high number of ninjas going rogue should weaken them, but now they have managed to make use of them instead. I guess that they have also sent guys like him to other villages." He looked at the other Yamanaka ninja and said, "You inspect his memories as well." The ninja nodded and got to work. Kakashi looked at Fujin and said, "According to our intel, the bounty hunters group shouldn't have been so big. I guess 2 different groups allied together. We should be able to confirm it after checking their memories." Fujin nodded. He had the same analysis after Renzo threatened him. Kakashi continued, "This mission is done. Will you be coming back with us?" Fujin shook his head and answered, "No, I have another mission. I will take my leave." Kakashi nodded. Fujin flickered away. Guy looked at him and said, "He is quite strong, Kakashi. There weren't even half the bounty hunters alive by the time we reached." Kakashi nodded. He said, "Lord Third is very positive about his prospects. I guess his progress shouldn't be very surprising. Anyways, let's clean up the battlefield." Kakashi and Guy gathered the remains of every burnt dead body. Most of the dead bodies were badly burnt. The only ones who were in decent shape were the ones who had attempted to hide under the Earth Dome and were killed by Fujin's Akyum bullets. After storing all the bodies, the 2 Yamanakas used mind-body switch jutsu to take over the bodies of the 2 prisoners so that they wouldn't suddenly attack. The group returned back to Konoha. After returning, they reported the details of the mission to Hiruzen and Shikaku. After analyzing the data, Shikaku let out a sigh and said, "Despite being in such a mess, they still try to create a mess in other villages." Hiruzen said, "It's because they know that no one would retaliate with force. After all, no one wants to enter into their mess." He looked at Kakashi and instructed, "Deliver the dead bodies to torture and interrogation department. Have them inspect all their memories. Once we can't find any new memories, deliver their bodies to the underground market and claim their bounties." He looked at Shikaku and said, "Find a way to spread the news of the death of Higashi Renzo and Kiri. It will improve the morale of the rebels. Though I won't be involved directly, the Mizukage would have underestimated us way too much if he thinks that we can't retaliate at all. Also, form a few patrol squads to roam randomly through the country to find traces of any other rogue Kirigakure ninja." Shikaku and Kakashi nodded and left the office. A frown formed on Hiruzen's face as he analyzed, "Kumo has already been trying to scheme a lot against us. Though Suna is allied with us, they are growing restless by the day. Iwa is silent for now, but once that fence-sitter makes up his mind, they will become extremely problematic. And now even Kiri is making moves. Sigh, these peaceful times might not last very long." In the middle of the desert existed a city that commanded awe and reverence. Amidst the harsh desert environment, this majestic city stood proudly, surrounded by a colossal wall that stretched as far as the eye could see. The towering walls, crafted from sturdy sandstone, created an imposing barrier against the unforgiving desert winds. Samurais clad in desert-hued armor stood vigilant at the city gates. A group of traders approached the towering walls of this city and moved towards the samurais. The samurais noticed their arrival. Among them was Captain Hayashi Ryota, who was responsible for the safety of the city gates. One of the traders walked forward and bowed respectfully. The samurai scrutinized the group with a discerning gaze. The trader, dressed in fine desert attire, exuded an air of confidence and respectability. Ryota said, "Welcome to the Wind Capital, esteemed travelers. I am Captain Hayashi Ryota. State your purpose and present your trade permits for inspection." The trader said, "I am Takahashi Hiroshi. I have heard about your valor, Captain Ryota. I am pleased to make your acquaintance." Ryota's mood improved on being praised. Hiroshi handed him the required documents and said, "We are a new traders group from the land of Bird." Ryota and the other guards inspected the documents carefully and verified their authenticity. Satisfied with their findings, Captain Ryota returned the permits to Hiroshi and allowed them to enter the city. Ryota said in a diplomatic tone, "As honored guests of our city, we trust that you will adhere to our laws and customs during your stay. Please be mindful of the city's regulations and treat our citizens and fellow traders with respect. Enjoy your time in the Wind Capital, and may your business ventures be prosperous." Hiroshi bowed deeply once again and said, "We are humbled by your hospitality, Captain Ryota. We shall uphold the highest standards of conduct and contribute positively to the commerce of this remarkable city." Hiroshi and his fellow traders entered the city along with their caravan. As soon as they did, they were immediately captivated by the stunning contrasts and breathtaking sights in the city. The streets wound through the city like intricate mazes and provided shelter from the scorching sun. Buildings of varying heights and styles rose proudly, their architecture inspired by the desert environment. Majestic minarets and ornate domes punctuated the skyline as their golden surfaces glimmered under the brilliant sun. Hiroshi couldn't help but mutter in awe, "So beautiful." Ryota smirked and said, "Everyone who enters this city for the first time feels the same." Hiroshi nodded and replied, "It's difficult to feel anything else." Ryota nodded. Hiroshi said, "I'd love to keep watching. Unfortunately, some of my goods are perishable. Could you tell me where the markets are situated, Captain Ryota?" Ryota nodded and provided him with the information. Hiroshi and the other traders began moving according to his instructions. Soon they left the sight of those samurais. Immediately, every trader's expression changed. The awe and captivation disappeared from their faces. Hiroshi said in a neutral voice, "Sell all of our products." All the traders immediately got to work. Hiroshi kept observing the city. They had goods in bulk, so they found appropriate buyers and sold all their goods at low prices. In a few hours, their entire caravan was empty. Hiroshi took all the money and said aloud, "Since we made the dangerous journey successfully and have plenty of money, we should enjoy some time in this village. Of course, in our time here, we will also check which goods are the most appropriate and profitable to trade, so enjoy yourself for the next few months." The traders smiled and rejoiced on getting a long break. They split into groups and left in different directions under the envious gazes of some people. Though trading was very risky, if done successfully, it was very rewarding. Hiroshi left alone and booked a room in one of the most expensive hotels in the Wind Capital. He stood on the balcony and saw the sunset. A golden hue was cast across the city, making it seem even more breathtaking than ever. A smile formed on his face as he thought, "In terms of the scenery, the Wind Capital is leagues ahead of the Fire Capital." AN. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Miguel and Darius for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description.